Feel like I'm missing. Where is? There you go. Oh, I fit to the wrong Cosmo. Got 100 pages. I don't even know how to send it on. Let's see. I think I sent to the right one. Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oops. I sent it too late.
You you say you had to see which page I was on.
I was just sitting. I was like, let me see how you got 100 pages. I was like, let me open the wrong one. There you go. There we go. We Gucci now. Now you was talking about religion, sensitive topic.
No, I said we got to start doing religious lives because people be eating
Oh,
it up. Make
yeah,
dedicate a
it's
Sunday or
me, Junior. Welcome back, Junior.
dedicate a Sunday or a Saturday, one of the Sabbath days.
Do it on a Sunday, word. Now that you out of church, let's talk about that. What did you get out of that?
Hell yeah, I be hopping in them lives, boy. They be it be is I can't even explain this stuff so deep, but it's all the same stuff. I don't see how they can rock with one religion so hard. But yes, I can, cause Islam
It
it
is, man. It's all about beliefs, man. All that stuff kind of mold each and every last one of us, though, for real. And then if they people look at it at, well, this ain't affect me, so this got to be right and all this stuff. So they just, they done grew all their life thinking that way. So I can understand why some people just stick to what they feel like they know and all that stuff. So that's what it be, and they would stick to it to the underlie. How do I join? You can't join. You can't join until you get 1,000 followers. So you gotta wait till your mom get 1,000 followers.
then you got your people who be like, I done been in church all my life as a child. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with
Yeah, it'd be the opposite effect too, though.
like
You know what I'm saying?
man.
So me myself now, cause it's a little different. I started going to church and it started helping my life, but you gotta have a good church. I'm gonna put it that way, cause I know a lot of people just had bad experience, so they're not trying to go for real and all that. I've always been looking at for different things to help me change my way of thinking, all that stuff, cause I don't like stress. I like peace so much and stuff. So that's like my new drug now is peace.
You ever think about
Happy.
opening your own church?
Just opening my own. I ain't trying to be no preacher.
You can hire a pastor.
Alright. I still wanna talk how I wanna talk and all that. I'm good, man. It ain't that deep. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
you
Because I understand you got your image. Your image is something else, especially like some people be so judgmental on the way you talk and stuff. They miss the whole entire message and stuff. So I wouldn't want to do it like that. I'd be like a ghetto church if I was to do that.
yeah, it ain't no certain requirements on what religion you got to be with when you
Nah, you don't have to. No, ain't no certain. I get what you mean. You say if I did open it, you know what I'm saying? It'd be
be a ghetto church. Yeah, yeah. I come to that
you
mom.
right. The ghetto church, join. We talk about Yahweh, Muhammad, all of them the same people.
Pastor Kev.
Right. And I got that's like OC said, I got that patch and all that, you know what I'm saying? So that I'm church ready. I'm
Yeah.
church ready. I'm like, who did I didn't invite? There's some people. Let me get my back up in here. Get these. So,
Bro, I need
what's
to get
that?
off social media.
You said what?
Dang. No, I need to get off social media. But it's always some keeping you on this.
Where the heck is the? Oh, there I go. There I go. Yeah, I see my peoples where they at. My peoples, they in other lives. That's what it is.
I did not.
Joining me now, not Cleo, not my nephew turning into Cleo in here. Why you up in your mama sleep, man? Joining me now. Let me see something real quick. Let me join myself real quick. You don't have school tomorrow? No, you need school tomorrow. I can't stay up all. I can't stay up all. I gotta get these. I'm gonna try to get this thing up to 1,000 again for the third time. I done shut down twice already. But I ain't know the second session I had was gonna be so. I got to re-preaching again when my TT came in here. My TT Kana came up in here.
She came up. She came up here tonight.
Yeah, and making me preach again.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, she grown, man. She getting it. I don't know if you what the heck just happened? I thought they the community guideline them already. I like, oh, I would have lost my video. That joke be sad, man. If a per community guideline.
Nah, I'm on my second phone, bro. I'm always doing that, bro. Joining somebody
Yeah,
else.
that's the reason. And that's why I restarted because if one person get community guideline, because I be like what I do now, I since I found out TikTok records your whole live, I start posting it on YouTube and stuff. Then I cut like I listen to it at work, then I cut out different clips on there that what I'm saying that probably stand out. And then I post them on my pages and stuff or whatever. So I realized like soon as one person get community guideline, they make that whole live, it automatically make the video not available. I'm like, man, that'd be sickening. I'm like, I did all that preaching for nothing. I think the worst night was like 2 nights ago. I had a good little live, I was talking or whatever, and then my boy Gabe came in here, we was talking. I mean, I literally was about to get off. Like I was on for like what 3 hours, almost 4 hours and stuff. About to get off, and right near the end of the night, I walked away. And then he ain't. They said he ain't even say nothing. And all of a sudden, it said community guidelines. I was like, "What the freak?"
To you or the
I was
dude?
sick. To him,
Uh,
got him community guidelines.
oh, you say it don't. It don't
I
let you
guess they
save
got
it.
his pages. His page might be flagged or something. I don't know what it is.
You say they don't let you save it
Can't.
when somebody on your live get banana.
Yep. When that happened, my video I can't download it. Which I download all my videos from here and then put it on YouTube. That's what been my little thing. Like that's why I don't be like even if the nights is dry and all that stuff, you know what I'm saying, like this or whatever. Cause some nights my stuff be going high, some on low. But even this, like when I say my part or whatever, like I'm just doing a regular video, then I know the stuff getting recorded, so I just save it, put it on YouTube, and turn it to more content and stuff. So like,
Yeah.
nah, they gave me something to look forward to. Now I know I ain't just talking to nobody. Got a green screen record. Oh, that's something. Okay.
Hell, nah, don't screen record. They gonna be taking
I
up
got a
all your
screen
storage.
record. Oh, he said green. I said green screen. I'm reading it too, man. Yeah, even if I do that though, like I would do that, but I think when I do the screen record, it only it don't record my voice. It don't even do that. It just record my face and all that stuff. And then I think it shut down sometimes. And then another thing is it ain't gonna record it. So some of these nights I be on for 8 hours and 12 hours sometimes. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna record that much. That'd be all my memory.
Yeah, yeah.
You said drop it right to YouTube. Yeah, you right. Then I probably got deleted after that. But yeah. But if it recorded my voice, I would do that though. But then that page would be that'd be a lot of memory out of that phone. A lot of gigabytes getting burnt out of that boy.
Gonna have to buy a whole new phone just for TikTok.
It's Mr. James right now. That boy pressing all type of stuff in there, man. Off the computer has another account. Okay. Might be some. But I'm gonna figure some stuff out. As I grow more on the on this app and stuff, I mean not grow, but I'm saying as I process more of this stuff or whatever, I'm gonna start upgrading some of my technology, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start looking at some stuff that you know what I'm saying, I can probably find me some something, you know what I'm saying? But man, it's my first time seeing you. Hold up.
Is
Have I
they
seen you
talking about
before?
Mr. James
Yeah,
Taylor?
I ain't never seen somebody. What the heck is you, CJ?
They talking about Mr. James Taylor?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta block my own nephew, but he pressing too much buttons in here. No, that's not bold. I just gotta wait till my sister wake up, then I tell her to come in here because he just pressing buttons now.
Oh, that was him who did that poll.
Ha! It is my nephew. He just pressing buttons, pressing buttons on my sister's phone while she sleep. I'm
Folks,
like,
I'm
but
kind of
yeah,
curious
I
what's the
forgot what I was
channel.
saying. Oh yeah, I ain't never seen. Okay, just welcome to the live though. It's my first time seeing you. Welcome to the live. Why ass? Nah, that's a that's a new name. Something new. I never heard that one before. But yeah, that's my nephew. I don't want y'all thinking I'm mean and stuff, but nah, he just was. I guess he just got a hold of my sister's phone, going crazy, putting polls up and stuff like that. You might have been putting the wrong stuff up here. I don't know what is going on, man. What was I talking about? Oh, I was just talking. Oh, I was just talking about the me posting the video. But yeah, that junk is crazy though. I literally had the. That's why I just did it twice a day. I'm like, man, because at first I thought my second video was gonna be like my throwaway video. So I was like, you know what? But then again, like when TT Kanai came here, I don't know, she ended up bringing the subject up. I had to let her know, yeah, I love what she doing, all that stuff, and then I start speaking on some stuff and all that. I'm like, oh yeah, this got to be saved too. Then I had to start it over again because I know how they do Cosmo sometimes. I like, nah, I can't afford the community guideline. I can now because we not really talking about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we is gonna talk about something, but I wanted the main two saved already, so whatever.
Man, I be
I
trying to.
don't think last time you was in here, you was good though, but you was asleep though. If they would have got you while you was asleep though, that'd been bad. Like they do got something against you.
Hell
Bring
yeah.
me some accountability back. It's like no, this got about 15 pages.
Man, on my second page, I hit 1,000 hella fast and they got. I did some goofy stuff, bro. Like, man, they won't even let me go up as a guest, but I like it say I'm restricted from my main, like going live from my account, but I could come up as a guest. But every time
Mm-hmm.
I tried, they be like restart the live, leave and come back, and they never do it though. Like they need to update this app. That way I can go live from my guest speaking app. I mean my guest speaking page. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got my. I do. I'm gonna make it. I might make a third page. I said I was gonna make that one. What's that? That's gonna be learn, Kev. The other one, laugh, which is this one right here that's sitting in the lights right now.
That's
This
the
one.
only reason I got all them pages. One of them mugs gonna hit 1,000.
Oh, that's what he said. What up, go hit fat, right? Cross the fingers.
Hey, how much money you made off TikTok so far? Like how much you withdrawed off it so far?
Man, I don't even know. I don't even think I'm really getting nothing. Like them gifts when they send them and stuff, that don't tally up. But then again, I turn them gifts back into gifts, send it to other
Yeah,
people really. So I ain't
I
making
need to get
enough
my
now.
stuff
No,
set up,
no.
save
That's
up.
why I
I
be
need to
looking at
stop.
people that got one. That now we got these levels. Now I'm looking at people that got one. I'm like, you are cheap. You're selfish. That
That's
mean you ain't
me.
send no gifts. That mean you ain't send no gifts. Like, no, it be exposed to people that.
Oh
That's why they got
God.
the level ups.
I sent hella like when I send gifts, I use my own money though. I was letting my balance save up.
Uh, I get you.
But yeah,
But
since they
man,
updated, I've been being Mr. Krabs.
yeah. They trying to make this. They trying to make the app like They trying to make it like this one app called Live.me because when you send gifts and stuff, you get to a certain level, you start getting like different privileges, I guess. Then you get to like when you some people got a higher level when they come in, they get a certain introduction and stuff. So like that way it let them be known on the screen. That's exactly what they used to do on what you call it? What the heck? Oh, I'm about to say he's back. That was the results coming in. I'm like, what the heck? You know.
I used to cash out folks too, cause that's TikTok be taking your money. But if I wanted to get somebody something, I'd rather just cash out them.
Yeah, right, exactly. 'Cause you don't get the full amount. Oh, I forgot I was supposed to put my cash up on this background. Oops. Oh, whatever.
This one girl be going live. She be like, "Don't send gifts, guys. I'm doing this for free." The people be sending gifts like a motherfucker. Reverse
Mm,
psychology.
right. Don't send gifts, but my cash up is down here. Wink, wink. You know what I'm saying? He be like that. I don't want no money. Give me money. I don't want no money with my cash up right here, though.
Motherfucker be
Like,
like, I need
okay.
it, but I don't want it.
Right. I don't want it, right. I don't want it. I need it, though. See, so where I'm at. Man, I'm not at. Hold up. I'm almost there. I'm almost there now. There we go. We there now. Had to get to that Bow Wow real quick. Was see Mr. Nose in here. Thank you for the likes. I've been
That's my second account.
what did you? I'm like, who was that? Mr. Nose. Mr. Dang, I done what I tap my own screen while I'm looking like that. I'm in here tapping off my second account. Who that in here, man? I wonder if I got an introduction. I gotta see something real quick. Let's see when I come in here. If I'm sweet when I come in here because I'm on level 10. See, hold up.
Disagree, don't disrespect. Follow if you're looking for solutions and positive energy. Click on my page, follow on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta
I need to
add your YouTube. Let me add your YouTube on my second phone.
put my cash up on it. You reminded me to do that. In my cash up. That's it. Even something. Man, I don't got no introduction. I must got to be on a like level 20 or something. Let me actually look at what the badges do. I think they tell you just like Loud.me used to do.
Your YouTube the same as
Oh,
yours.
special badge is 10. Level up celebration. Turn with less than 100 viewers.
Ivy, you need 1,000 followers to join.
Mhm. Michael, what's the deal? Michael in the building. Exclusive gifts. Special badge at 15. Exclusive gift. 500 coins. Oh, alright. What they give you?
What was your YouTube name?
It's the same thing. same name. Then my YouTube is on it's on my page too with the icon, the YouTube icon. You go right to it. Uh, So you get a special badge at 20.
That joint ain't hold on, I'm tripping. Maybe I gotta press it. Nah, that joint ain't popping up for me.
Special badge at 30. Then what's the highest? I wonder what highest level you can. Oh, a V level 40. Say you a vet. Stay tuned for more rewards. That joint seems sweet. What's the deal, Michael? In the building? Yeah, we chilling this Saturday, man. Or well, half and half. You know what I'm saying? I wait to get more people in here, and I'm gonna talk about this subject because I talked about it 2 times separately. So, but yeah, nothing much, man. How you feeling though? Oh my, exclusive 3,400. Hey, they be trying to get people to spend that money on here.
Yeah, man. Everybody on here trying to give advice, trying to be public speakers. Like
Yeah,
it ain't a such thing as bad advice.
mm,
Corrupting the youth.
exactly. Advice is not good. Welcome back, Art in the building. Welcome back.
I've been seeing a lot of people being held accountable though. All the toxic people.
What?
TikTok streets
As
is
always on the
hot.
road. Oh, you on the okay? That boy out there grinding, boy. Oh, you got the truck driver life, man. You know he big money around. Yeah. I take that back. I blocked two. He had to go. Let me go do my research real quick. Oh yeah, send me that. Hold on. Let me follow you on. Did I follow you on my backup page? I think I follow you on my backup page. Or if you not, it's my
That man said I
backup right
take
here.
that back.
Follow me and inbox the people you talking about if I know them.
Who that man out here blocking?
I said it's. I'm about to put it's me. The second one was a female.
Man, people be blocking me. I be wanting to know what
It
I
seemed
be
like you
saying.
just blocked it the way you just thought about it. Like, dang, well, I guess that's number two today.
Right, who live you just came out of?
That's oh, let me see if I'm following you. I'm not even following you. What the heck? I thought I was following you on my backup.
And then I
But
be
yeah,
playing.
when you follow my backup, send an inbox to tell me so I can see who you talking about.
I be playing too much on her, bro. I think people be thinking I be for real. They don't know me for real. I'm so damn goofy,
Mm.
but I be trying to be serious.
I was like, well, I can take you serious. You know you're da-da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. I need more. I need to get this water ran out of water. I ran out of wall. The wall. Oh, sweet. Now I can post this video. It's done. Now I can post that video on YouTube, baby. Did it say? Oh, look like a motherfucking I don't know. You remember that video? See, hold up. Man, why this video not saving like I wanted to save? Sitting here, sitting at the dock of the bay. Sitting at the dock of the bay. No flip. I'm gonna name it something.
Oh,
I'm not cheating. I'm doing stuff here. Potato, potato. That's what all cheaters say. I wasn't cheating. I was just doing stuff. Mhm. I called your phone. That's just AKA. That mean I was sending an invite. I sent the invite. What? You wasn't here. You left me 1 second. 1 second. I done send you over there.
No,
I
bro.
seen you. I sent up my backup guy. Seen you. Nope, nope, nope. Too late, fairy tale. So, but for me to believe you, that would be a fairy tale. I'm not naive. It's like, no, I'm talking to it. Mm-mm-mm.
Where's this dude on
Now I gotta
Instagram?
start singing my sad songs. Don't break my heart to say you love me again. Drink my wine. I was posting my videos. Oh, now you making videos now about cheating? Say no. Cheating on lies. My other people's cheating on my lives right now. I'm ready to talk about them too.
Bro,
I've
that
seen them
bruh
in
is
other
crazy.
views. My backup is watching. My backup got eyeballs. I'm looking right now. Look at that. Oh, you there? Okay, you there? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They better not see. You know how cheaters do too? When your live get to popping and stuff, when you got a name, now that's when they want to show their face. You know how that be. You know how that be.
Yeah,
I'm
that's why.
sorry I missed you. You done lost that weight and stuff. I miss you. Shit. Nobody trying to hear that. Nobody trying to hear that. You supposed to rock with me when I was down. Don't be trying to
Man,
come now. Don't try to come now. I need 5 viewers. Right, I feel you on that. I feel you on that fairy tale, man. Oh, I'm getting irritated because I can't find a way to say this video.
bro, what? Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Oh no, I gotta show you this one, Kim. I ain't gonna lie.
What is
I'm
on?
watching too much funny stuff on this pod.
Set it on my backup. Oh,
You got an
I'm
Instagram?
an addict. Can't help myself. Oh man,
You got an
but
Instagram?
that's what all cheaters say. What the? Is she naked?
Nah.
Oh, oh, did her wig come off too? She done knocked everything off for one.
She's a
No cap.
and this man posted everything.
You said you might as well go cheat on. Okay, do your thing. Keep your tongue. Keep your tongue to yourself. Your tongue hanging out a little too long. Watch out. Watch out with that. Let me see.
He said, "This is unbelievable. Why this man
Watch it.
posting all this stuff about black people? This is sad."
That's Microsoft Edge. You silly one. I very silly one. It's like, no. How you feeling, man? Hop up in the box, man. You can hop up in the box, man. You ain't gotta clean the evidence off. I don't judge you. The cheating eyeballs evidence. Radio Sammy, what's the deal? Thank you for following the live. Welcome to the live. Thank you for the rose. I'm a smell very good. I can smell the roses. I can smell the roses. I know, breathe, man. How's things? This is great, man. This is lovely, man. I'm loving it. Kind of growing life, man. I'm loving the growth. I'm loving the way, the interactions I get it. I follow and get into, what I'm saying? I'm loving it, man. Love this journey of trying to become a better person. Become another Nobody don't know about that. Master of the sky. But yeah, I'm loving it, man. I'm trying to be better than my yesterday. That's my main thing. Being better every day. Trying to be better every day. That's the point. But how you
Bro,
feeling? How you feeling, radio? How you feeling, radio? Oh, you gave me another rose. Wait, did you? What did I read that? I reread that wrong. What the heck? That's weird. That's weird. Oh, it tallied it up late. What the heck? Talk to you later. I'm ready to go run my 8 kilometer. 8 kilometer before it start raining here. Okay, okay. So you gonna cheat on me with health? Okay. All right. I can say that. Cheat on my life with health. Say now. But do your thing, man. For sure, man. Thanks for stopping by. Do your thing, man. You said you all right, radio. That's good, man. That's better than being, not good. You know what I'm saying? That's the goal, man. I'm trying to first staying in the bed. A lot of us stay prefer staying in that bed, but we got to put in that work, man. Put in that work. But um, yeah, man. I kind of do trying to get the stuff going, man. I believe that this gonna be way better year than all these others since 2020. You know what I'm saying? So this the year for growth, man. That's what I'm calling it. It's just you got to be up to. You got to be got to make that your goal, man. Really want it. You got to want it. You got to want it as them that Gucci bag. You know what I'm saying? You got to want it as bad as them pair of Jordans.
hey, kid.
Yeah.
Somebody said obese is the N word for plus size people.
Oh no.
You agree with that?
All grown people too. You said it's the word for. Oh wow.
You agree
Is
or
it?
disagree?
It could be. It could be. You know what I'm saying? They take offense. Everybody got their own triggers and offense. So yeah,
That's the medical
possible.
term, though.
So you can't say obese. I thought overweight would have been worse.
Can't say nothing.
You said any actions? Yes, all actions. That's the point. Any of your actions that you take, do you think about your future, your kids, or others, or do you just care about your now? I only want stuff on sale. Trying to hit the box, man. Don't be acting like an old man. The dude done get a birthday and stuff. Grow a gray beard. And that boy be acting like, that boy, man. You acting 30 before you 30, man. Where the heck is my other video at?
Man, why you want me up here, man? My back hurt. My back hurt too much.
Said my back hurt.
My
Act
back
like you
hurt.
act like you talking on the phone to one of your potty two potties or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But no, not that
Yeah.
part. But I'm just saying, lay down on the phone. I don't want to hear that other
I was
stuff.
gonna say, you already know. Like I said.
You like you know what I do to that back girl. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know I got a new beard now, so
listen,
let me.
man. Yeah, you
What's
already
all
know.
for
Like
that?
I said, I don't know if you caught on to what I said earlier, You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I heard you
Or
was saying something. I just wonder how that's what the heck is going on with that situation, whatever it is.
yeah, you can
Is it
find
some
out.
people we know?
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Oh, you said, oh yeah, oh yeah.
oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh
I
yeah,
think I
everything
seen
good, man.
what y'all was in the live, so I could only imagine. I done seen the live you was in. So something
Yes,
going
sir.
down
Oh
on these
yeah.
streets.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I missed someone down tonight.
Hmm.
I missed the delusional.
Yeah, we got a lot of realizations happen. So yeah,
Uh-oh.
it's about to be
It's about to go down.
Another
about to
delusion
get
alley.
crazy. Oh, oh, we waking people up. You damn right. People about to get woke up.
I miss everything, man. They
I'm
probably
always
got some
missing stuff.
expositions going on around. It sounds like some exposing is coming.
Who getting exposed next? I
Sheesh.
told you,
They
Kev, this stuff. The TikTok streets was hot a couple days ago.
hot, hot.
What?
You safe
Radio,
though,
come
This is
on,
Kev.
it.
pop up in the box if you able to do this. You
What
able
lies in the
to?
dark shall always come to the light. That's all I gotta say.
How you get exposed for lying on TikTok? That's
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, it's worse than that, my boy. It's worse.
Don't tell me somebody done got caught with their pictures and stuff like no. They got the
damn
somebody done
Tony. You
caught
finna have
somebody
me.
It
with
may
the
be worse than that.
Who live I need
hey.
to be staying in? Who live I need to be turn the notifications on for?
uh,
You already know. You already know.
I'm break
Bro,
my
I've been around.
heart
I've been
to
all
say
around though.
love me again.
All I gotta say is this ain't usually me, but I don't like to be taken for a fool, so we all gotta be involved in drama at least once.
He said,
Is it just
it's
me,
I
that
bro,
usually
time,
don't take
man.
this route.
or do I like being? I
I'm
like
gonna take it once, bro.
That's what she said.
Hey, hey,
I like being the
that is what she
mediator
said.
of the drama though.
Radio has
Getting the
joined the
mediator, I'm gonna let you
panel.
know. I'm gonna let you know right now. Ain't gonna be no mediator.
But that's the
Uh oh.
thing. If it get that bad,
Hey,
I love holding the person accountable when you know what I'm saying? If you making it hard for me to mediate,
oh,
you must be wrong.
I'm gonna let you know right now.
You dead wrong.
There you go, and she got
It's
the right background on. I mean, we about to be getting this party started when the background look like that. She
the
got the
Yeah, soccer.
soccer
it's about to
going
be
on
Sound
looking.
around
like y'all
here.
finna get loud.
That mean you trying
I'm
to kick
just
it, right?
I'm just saying I am definitely down for the drama, so
Oh,
Uh oh,
somebody
watch
feeling
out.
toxic
no, I'm just
tonight?
kidding.
Ooh.
She feeling toxicy.
Do you need me to go to someone's page and tell them their test results are in?
Oh my, she on a whole nother level. Watch out for her. She
Test
coming in
results
bringing
is
the
crazy.
the demon emoji
It ain't
coming out
that
and
bad.
stuff.
I'm gonna be
It's
Cosmo
bad. It ain't
Springer.
that bad
Oh,
now.
it's not that bad? Okay.
she said,
It's not
she said, I'll
that
make it
bad.
go to
It's
0 to
bad, but not
100.
that bad. That's 0 to 1,000 right there.
Right.
Mill.
So there was the line, way over it. Got it, got it.
Uh,
Yeah,
I got
this
it. I
this
got
is
it.
this is 0 to 99. Let's just say it right there.
Oh boy.
It's about there.
It's slight work? Is it
Oh wow.
So
is it
it
slight
was
work?
heavy. That's the
Oh,
oh,
it's
it's
hit.
gonna be, but it was heavy hearing it.
Uh oh.
But yeah,
Somebody done barked up the wrong tree. It sound like.
yeah, it's yeah.
Don't say it's a part four to a certain
Tony,
situation.
you ain't have 1,000 followers for that long, have you?
That long? Like
How long
I
you
done had
had
it
it?
for about a good month. About a good month,
You finna be
month and a
you
half.
finna be you finna be beefing with somebody. You finna go live,
Well, what?
or you finna join
I
somebody.
Man, I already be in a whole bunch of people's lives already.
What you got up in that cup? I'm
I'm
But
finna
watching.
start
I'm
yeah.
turning.
watching you.
I'm finna turn your notifications on.
Wine.
You
You
better,
said it's
Yeah.
Saturday
that
Anytime.
vibes
been
in that
going
bottle, huh?
crazy.
In that cup, huh?
Yep.
All
She
I gotta say is
It's cold.
try to
It's Canada.
I'm gonna try to
Gotta drink
remember
to
the
stay warm.
Sabbath and keep it holy.
Annandale, you ain't that far from me. I'm in Detroit though. You know, I can take it. It's a bridge.
That's pretty far. That's like 3 provinces over.
Oh my! I just
Provinces.
know
Oh,
Canada.
you're all Canada.
Yeah, I
What
got
the
you.
heck? I just missed the name. Oh, no.
But yeah,
Damn, what is that?
it might get a little
Oh man, he said it might get juicy up in here. What's the deal, Dazzle? We a
what's up,
mutual.
Dazzle?
Why don't? I'm trying to
Deal
remember
dazzle.
where did I meet her from?
I'm
Why we
mutuals with
mutuals?
her
Huh?
too. I know it.
Look
Let
at
me
this
click on her.
terrible ponytail.
I
Click
gotta
on her with
steal
my
that.
back up.
What's the deal, dazzle?
Where?
What's the deal,
But yeah.
Dazzle? Sounds like it could be like a TV show.
What's the deal, Dazzle? That might be
I
a
would watch
thing.
that.
That's gonna be
That
a little
do sound like
saying.
a
I'm
good
still in
TV
that.
show.
What's
Uh,
the deal, Dazzle?
What's
What's
the
the
deal,
deal,
dazzle?
Dazzle?
See, it sound good coming off everybody's tongue. Look what you just
The
created.
deal. That's natural. She about to come in here with that name next song. Wise. There you go. What's the deal, Dazzle? Today on What's the Deal, Dazzle?
Yeah, I would totally watch
But
that.
shazzle my nazzle.
The deal, dazzle. You better
Sappy, what's
copyright
the
it before I
deal? Now,
do.
what's the deal? Sapphic up there, all up in that corner quiet and stuff. What you doing and stuff, man?
I
Hey,
think I follow her. What's
What's
up,
the
Sappy?
deal?
what's up?
How you feeling, man? You
What's up?
staying untoxic, man?
I'm trying. It's
You
really hard
trying?
for
Oh,
me, so I'm
oh
trying.
man,
Kev can't be the only
oh man.
positive one here
Don't
tonight,
worry. Just
man.
give
Somebody
me
got
He
to.
give
said
me
I'm the
all your
only positive
toxic.
one in this world.
Hey Dazzle, how's it going?
I
There you
tried to
go.
be positive, Kev, but they came in here choosing violence, man.
Oh man, you know what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying?
and
This my detox log.
Let me add Dazzle on my backup, man.
how
I'm
was
trying to
this?
remember when did I add her? Have we talked before? Have we talked before? I'm saying,
All right, now
I
go and
like
get
it.
in
That
that
was good.
stew.
thank you.
You was singing in church too, wasn't
Whew.
you? You better do that
But
Usher.
yeah, dang, I got 15 people in here. It's about to be bigger than this 'cause I'm about to be on here for a long time. I noticed that when I stay on for dang on the latest part of the night, people come in all the time. That's just weird. Come in on my schedule. On
I know.
my schedule, man. Yeah, say that.
Dazzle, why don't you get up here?
Yeah, Dazzle, come up here. Dazzle in distress. I think about a
That's
Dazzle.
another good show.
That's another one. That's another one.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Kev, you on the road.
You're on
Damn,
fire.
Kevin. That man woke up and chose TV producer.
That was the action one.
I'm about to lay down.
Keep a notebook by you, Kev. Catch it.
I've been talking on here all day.
I
Now
feel
you
you.
gotta talk on my lie. Ha ha!
Yeah, you should not have said
Nah.
that. Now you gonna seem like a hypocrite if you don't come up
What
here.
has it been
What's
to
the
talk
name of
about?
that in that cup, man? You got something though. I seen it. I know it. You know what I'm saying? What is it? Something good? Is that good or something? I done gave some of that good stuff up alone. I gave it up a year ago. You know what I'm saying? I done
You
made so
should have
much
said a
change in
lot.
my life.
That's it,
I done made
Lord.
so much change. My voice
That boy
needs a
don't need no
break.
break.
Yeah, all right, man. Go
No,
ahead
he
and
don't.
work that mouth.
All right, now,
That's
Kev.
crazy.
That was
Whoa.
this. You made me say your
That ain't
whole
come out.
name.
That didn't come out right.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why.
I just got unfollowed. Oops. I didn't mean to say it like that.
See, that's why.
He
I
made
thought
me.
this dude was positive. What the heck is he talking about? Work that
That man energy messed up.
forget it. I don't know even know how to even throw that
He
verse
don't
on
even
no
know how to
card back.
recover.
I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. No, it's over.
Extremely
Did I
Tommy
expose? Nah, I'm
saved
about
him.
to be the next exposed. I knew this dude wasn't all positive. He talking crazy.
Should have thrown out the old. That's what she said.
Man, man,
Oh shit.
it's over. She done blocked me already. It's a wrap. It's like, but you're no different from all the rest of these men.
I
I
love
like
your
that.
woman
You had
voice. It's
defense.
very funny.
This dude can do all voices. What the hell?
Is
Goose,
that
we're
Miss
talking about
Deb in the
those.
building? What's the deal, Miss Deb? If
Miss
you down
Deborah.
there,
Miss Deborah, don't think different of me.
don't think different.
Oh, hold up, I'm echoing. I'm gonna drop real quick.
All right,
Tony, I did
When you have
not
an
expect.
echo, that's when you should start singing "Row, row, row your boat."
roll. All right, it be going right. Roll.
I did not expect Tony to have such a humble voice. You
That
talk
is
so
funny.
crazy in them comments.
Said he talk crazy in the comments, and he said, "No,
Are you
that's
talking
funny."
about Tony? Cause
Yeah.
same, same.
Wait, what
He
happened?
said, "Yeah, motherfucker, nah, man,
This ain't expect
all
you to
right."
have such a humble voice. You used to talk so crazy in them comments.
But
Definitely voted for most shocking voice of the year.
me.
Like in the
Well, I
top
just
three.
messed up.
Wait, my voice is shocking. Hello.
I'm finna start using my deep voice. I'll be talking.
Deeper.
Wait,
Hold
Safford,
on, I
did you
got
say
you.
my voice was shocking?
Kill, put
Yes, your voice
Let me
shocked
put.
me because I don't know why, but I expected you to sound like Mickey Mouse or something. Like some of your comments.
That's crazy.
Hey guys,
I'm sorry, but for some reason I just
not the
What?
expected you
Mickey
to be like
Mouse,
Hi guys, how's
squeakier.
it going?
not the Mickey Mouse. All my favorite people plus Hobo. Where Hobo at?
So now it's our turn
Hobo?
to guess who the hobo is.
um,
I know Hobo.
Is it me?
That's
Hobo
crazy, Bert.
Lion.
Why
No,
would you
he
do
talking
that?
about Hobo Lion.
It,
Invite Hobo Lion.
Where's Hobo Lion?
Where Hobo Lion? I thought you talking about Hobo Lion.
We're
The
talking
hobo
about
is
you,
lying.
Hobo. Where are you at?
Where she at? She in Rue? I never seen her pop
She's
in
not
here.
in here.
Manifest Hobo Lion.
Please
She
do
not in
not.
here.
He say please do die.
You thought I was Hobo?
Uh,
I don't even sound like Hobo. I'm not the one that sounds like Hobo.
Who sounds like Hobo?
mm, Hobo sound like AJ.
Manifest.
That's true. They do sound very similar.
They sound
But the more
automatic.
you talk to one, the less
Of
similar they sound.
course. Of course.
Tony,
I'll
you
need
know
to
who
hear
you
both
sound like?
to make a decision.
You know who Seven is on him?
Said you
Who
sound
do I
like her
sound
too.
like?
Heck, you know.
You don't know
Okay,
I
cool.
you don't
don't
know
Because
who
I
see.
was
Seven
just
is?
like, I do not sound like them at all.
Yeah, I don't see that
Seven.
yet. Because if she, no, the person that sound most like her will be AJ.
Yeah, he
They
spell his
literally
name.
like when they call me off guard. I
I
was like,
can't
what the
hear you.
heck?
Hold up.
He spell his name Sevye.
Hold on. I'm echoing again. Hold up.
What the? He
Something's
got
up with your
stuff.
phone.
Something go right. How the heck? He
He
must
be
be
the
looking at them Texas or something or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He looking at that phone or something. I don't know.
it be the Wi-Fi
Nah,
connection in headphones.
I was looking at a video. That's
Oh,
why.
video. Oh, dang. You gotta wait till you late
Yeah,
at night
get
when
off.
you're alone looking at them
Yep.
videos, man. You can't do that on here.
Hey yo, multitasking.
He said
No.
Oh wow.
Awkward.
multi ask.
Yo,
Gotcha,
Cosmo, what
Kev.
did you say? You said I sound like somebody named Seven.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah,
There's
I
somebody
don't
that's
know.
70.
No, he sound like my homeboy named Seven on.
Hold on real quick. Let me get my voice back real quick because y'all not hearing me. Hold up. Give me a second. Y'all must don't hear me around here. Get my important
Hey,
voice back
you ain't the
going
only
on.
one with a voice changer around here.
You know, boy, I'm a voice projector.
Can you
The
make it
That's
voice
like Mickey
crazy.
Mouse?
enforcer. Let me just get my earpiece first, though. So I can hear it.
Hold on, get my deep voice back.
Oh, good. No, I ain't
Hello,
ready for
Exactly. Let
deep
me get my
voice.
deep
hello,
voice back.
hello.
Hold up, I ain't ready. We got you
How you,
right now.
how y'all doing? How you doing?
How you doing?
Oops.
Nah, I ain't
I'm
gonna do
not
no deep voice.
turn
I
this.
ain't trying to scare nobody.
I ain't mean to. Is it? Oh, that echo, not echo. I ain't mean to do it like that. Now we got my voice back to regular, reporting live. Kev is in the building, you know. There you go. You see, radio. Even think I'm on the radio. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
Right.
good read.
It's a good read.
Is this ASMR?
Nah, I ain't trying to scare nobody with no deep
Oh, y'all
voice.
want to hear the
I'm not gonna
AMSR?
do that.
Y'all want me to scrape that?
ASMR.
Scrape the mic.
Do you want me to
You gonna put
scrape
me
the
to
Wanna,
sleep?
mic?
them people be so weird to me, though.
Would you like me to mist it with water?
Right. You want a water noise? You want me to pop my lip again?
Whisper.
Right. Oh, that be making me so mad. How
All the
you like
whispers put me to sleep.
that?
Yeah,
Somebody been
bro.
watching a little too much. They got all the sound
Yeah.
effects.
Tony be watching that shit.
Nah, I hate ASMR. I hate that
They be
shit
Let
like,
with a
me
Oh,
just
passion.
I
boy.
like the ones with
snuggle.
the soap and the
Piercing
cut the
noise.
soap.
Yes, I like the
Soap.
soap cutting. I like
The
Yeah,
soap
soap
cutting,
cuts.
but that's it.
I liked
those
it.
are nice.
Actually, I liked it. Where they be scraping the paint out the paint thing. I think that looks soothing.
Yeah, I like the visual
Yeah,
ones
you're a
more than
psycho.
the
There's no
sound
way.
I
ones.
Oh, you know the other one? I like popping pimples too.
Yeah, me
You're
too.
a psycho.
Since we
Yeah.
getting
You're
weird,
all
Cause it look
psychos.
relieving, man. It look like it just lost type of stress behind there and stuff, and then be like, bloop. You know what I'm saying? It's like it
Yeah, but
Yo,
I only like the
what? Look
blackhead ones. The white ones are gross.
no, y'all
look
some
it looked like
animals.
it. You know,
But
it
since
looks like it was. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird feeling. I guess I understand some of the AMSR people, but that be irritating me sometimes on some of that stuff, man.
Would you
Yeah.
like
They be like,
me
make that noise.
to unravel
You
this
know that weird.
cape
This is a chipmunk
Oh
eating a
my
nut.
dog.
Let me
Is that a
put the
fetus in here?
chopsticks up to the mic.
And they're just gonna come in here and say hi to one, not even the host first. Just gonna, okay, fetus.
oh damn,
She
I ain't
can't
even
talk
see
to her
her.
elders first.
I ain't
Nah,
see
don't
her.
come with that. Hey y'all, nah, quit it. Yeah, dang on fetus.
I ain't see your comment because my
And
screen
come
broke.
up in the comment. Come up in the box, fetus.
Hey,
Don't you have to change the
Yeah, hold
layout
up.
for that?
I
I'll be
do.
back.
am I the only one who watched the
Who just said they'd be back?
ingrown toenail removals?
Oh, Tony. Did it echo again? Or did he just left?
He said he'll be right back.
Uh,
I'm the only one who watched the ingrown toenail removals.
I've
ingrown.
watched those. I've
I
watched
never
those.
seen that one.
Thank God.
I don't like feet.
No, I don't feel comfortable. Oh, I just thought about everything that just went down in a quick blue seconds. I just thought about that.
Drama.
My brain makes sense now. I thought about
Okay.
that.
Well, I'm lost. Wait, so somebody said they don't watch or they do?
I do watch ingrown toenail ones.
Thank you. I'm
I ain't
not
never seen
weird.
that one. What is that about? That sounds weird.
That's
It's
when they cut out the ingrown part of the toenail.
Oh my, that sounds just weird.
nah, it looks like it feel good as hell.
Yeah, it looks like it feels good because those poor people who get ingrown toenails, like that looks so painful. And then when they pull it out,
Said you at work.
it's nice. It's nice.
I thought I was the only
I
one.
never noticed. Fetuses work? Fetus work? What the heck?
Told you, Kev, we be thinking we the only ones thinking a certain way. There's always somebody out here thinking like
I'm
you.
still trying to understand the ingrown toenails. It sounds just weird.
Go on YouTube,
I just
bro.
smell stink soon as somebody
Worst
say
nightmare.
something like that. It just smells stinky or something. I
You
don't know.
gotta watch the right one though. Like watch the Asians on.
You seen this one with the egg though? That was so irritating, man.
Oh, when they are peeling the egg, but just the shell.
Here you go, here you
Oh,
go, here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. He keeps saying that was making me so mad. He just was peeling a little tiny section off. And my silly self sat there and watched too. I just wanted to see. I'm mad. Before
I
we
know,
won,
right?
shame on me. I mean, shame on you.
I'm like, what's about to be at the end, man? Did this dude just come at the end, just right on the marker, like egg number 255? I'm like, you really done got people 255 times, man. That was irritating.
It's funny because we all did that. We all went,
I'm glad. I think I
We
blocked
all at
him too.
least watched it once,
bro.
you
Cause
Yeah,
he
we
know?
pull
watched
up.
it once. That's how many times he done fooled people. He was on egg 253.
Damn.
That dude got too much
What are
time on
y'all
his hand.
talking
Didn't it
about?
take him about an hour to peel one egg? Just imagine. Like, dude, you go to bed.
He
Sit
burst in
there
my
boiling
bubble.
eggs just to peel it.
He pulled out a brand new spanking egg. Boy, I was so
Oh,
mad.
that made me too mad when he came. Right, came with a new one. Like, dude, we got to do this again now.
Yeah, I don't get how, honestly, I don't get how
I just
lives
realized.
that don't have like any conversation going like happen. Like how do you stay entertained just peeling an egg for 3 hours?
People be
We
it's that
Some
waiting on
people
that
just don't
surprise
get
like
it.
we did, like we fell for it,
I
or
know,
I
but the
did. You know what I'm
person
saying?
who's making it, I'm just like, how are you doing this? Because it's so boring. Just sitting there going, yes, yes, yes,
He
no,
was.
no,
Right, you
no.
just reminded me. Yes, yes. It's almost there.
Exactly.
It's almost there. Like, dude.
Oh man, he was
I'm gonna have to go
teasing that
watch it.
hard.
You said
Exactly.
what?
Just let you
Radio.
know, yesterday was my birthday and you missed it.
Happy birthday.
Happy
Oh, thank you.
birthday. Go ahead, sing it
To
for him, radio. I know you feeling real
you.
nice right now. Go ahead and sing it. Let's see what you
Mm,
got.
definitely.
How
I
old
sound
are
like a
you?
stepped on cat, so probably not.
I'm 27.
Not a stepped on cat.
Well, happy 27th birthday.
Yeah.
27.
Yeah,
You don't
Aw.
notice
appreciate it.
that in his
Where my
voice,
gifts at?
man? He almost hitting the 30. Yeah. And it
Hey, you
goes a
see my
little
beard,
something
right?
Oh,
like
we put
run
that deep voice
You
into
see
away,
my
it.
love,
beard.
love, love. Sorry, man.
You see the beard, right? I grew that in
I see
yesterday.
it. It's right.
Yep.
Quick with it too, and it's gray like my patch. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. Hey, that's when
Giving
that 30
Santa
kick
Claus
in,
a
it
run
kicks
for
in.
his money.
Mm.
Because he got the ho ho ho.
Ha ha ha.
Gotta go for a second, but I'll to you, I'll
Talk
to
slow,
y'all.
y'all.
Okay, I'm gonna just fill that in. Yeah,
She skipped the whole word. Her brain,
that's
her brain
fetuses
skipped
for
the
you,
whole word.
man. Fetuses for you.
You knew what
We
she
be
meant.
I
rushing.
know she really. Yeah, no.
Why do we
Gotta
be
mess with her because she
rushing?
always messing with somebody. Got to mess with her. She be
That's true. She is
bullying
always
people,
messing with
and she be
somebody.
acting like
Bro,
she get bullied, but she be bullying people.
bro, you sound like me, Kev. I be getting on her
No,
head.
last night she was messing with Empress while you were sleeping.
Oh, I did. You talking about at the end of the night? I did was dozing
Yeah.
off a little bit. I was trying to listen to that music. I was feeling it. Can we talk?
She was in here. I would have stayed if I knew she was in there.
Yeah, it was smooth last night though. It was But
It
how
was
y'all feel
smooth
since I
dance
just trapped
night.
y'all up in here? We not even. How y'all feel about that topic though, man? How y'all feel though?
What's the topic?
Say
When
when you
you
take
take
actions, do you think
I got a
about the
blues hat.
kids or others or your future?
Do
No,
I?
don't look all in. No, don't. No, it's a
I'm gonna
wrap
say
now. You got
I'm gonna say
caught.
the kids because the kids are the future. Um, I think about like the legacy I'm leaving for my children
Mm-hmm.
more than like outside things.
I
Mm.
got two kids.
That was quick, Tony. That was quick, Tony.
Wait, Tony, how old are
That
you?
boy get 1 year and now he got 2-year-olds.
Yeah, 1 year and 17-year-old, man.
Damn,
I'm
Tony, I
30
thought you
years
was in
old
your
now.
20s.
Yeah, I am in my 20s. I'm
A
27.
1 year and a 17-year.
That's a big age
Oh
difference.
my! All that happened
Nah,
in a
Tony, we
matter
ain't
of
talk.
days. That's crazy. That's some hectic
Hey,
math. That's
man,
that mysterious type stuff.
I thought you was finna. I
being
was
a
finna say
father is
we,
hard.
we was finna have to hold you accountable. cooker. What the hell?
How the heck?
But nah, Kev, you realize you realize
I realize.
okay.
Enough said. I know it. You said enough on a whole mouthful off that. You know.
Damn, delusion.
I don't really
Realize
realize though, so
it's the opposite of delusion. Are you delusion?
You
You don't
realize.
realize you delusion.
it be.
Don't
She
worry,
said, I could.
this is a good type of delusion.
You know what?
Cause
Let's check out.
Admitting is the first step to something. I just know it's something good.
yeah, don't
Most
worry.
definitely.
This is good delusion
Admitting
right here. You're
and
in a good place.
accountability. That's the first step of growth for real. You know what I'm saying? You can't grow without being aware of what we're doing. What's the deal, Renek? Hold on, let me give her a good announcement. What is the deal, Renek? I don't even know if I'm saying it right, but we gonna just roll with that. 154. Was this one? Was that smooth?
Yeah, anybody who's just dozing off, you just woke them up.
Yeah, make sure I woke him up. Wake up. Oh yeah. Wake
Tap
up,
the screen.
beautiful folks.
You know what? Tap the screen.
Man, tap the screen, man. Hit me in. Share, man. It's 28 people. What the heck? I'm not even really talking about nothing today. It's 20
But
people. Yeah, man. Go
to
ahead and hit them likes and share, man. Go
to kind
ahead,
of bring it
man.
back to the topic, don't y'all hate when people say you can't control your kid, you can't control what your kids do?
All right.
Like,
Do I hate
yes,
when
I
people say
can.
that? Yes,
You can control
I do hate
to
when
an
people say.
extent what kind of values they may have in the life. Like
Exactly.
you can instill things in your children,
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
but that doesn't necessarily mean that they will use it for the rest of their life
No.
or
But they
anything.
gonna
They'll go
remember
through
it though.
trials and errors and probably
True.
come back to it.
It
I would
is
say
the
you're
most
right,
powerful.
That's
but
why I use kid
it's
currency.
very kid currency.
Yeah, you find out what they love the most, and then if you gotta
Use
like
it against
punish them
them.
or whatever,
You're right.
that's what you take away.
That's genius.
Wait, what does that do? How would that benefit them?
Well, if you
Like I
so
said,
for instance, my daughter's 17.
hey Tiffany.
She likes her Xbox video games, right? So for curfew, if she's late for her curfew, then every 5 minutes she's late is a day off of her Xbox.
Ooh, you making it
Shit.
burn.
So then she's not late.
Let it burn. What's the deal,
Also,
Tiffany?
me
Is in the hold on,
having
let me
my
give her a good
phone
one.
and Xbox.
What's the deal, Tiffany? Amber is in the building. What is the deal? How you feeling today?
I
So,
like your
Radio
way.
Sammy, I have I'm probably gonna be called an asshole for this by your daughter, but just let you know she can play her Xbox from her phone.
Ooh,
Just let you know that.
What?
not the booty hole.
No, she can't if she
Especially if
take
she
her
has like an
Xbox.
iPhone, she
I'm
can pretty
chill.
much use her
How's everyone?
phone as a screen and she can
I
just
know
have
I'm
her
smooth,
controller.
man. I'm
She
cool. I'm
going to take
chilling.
her Xbox right now.
God damn
So pretty much I used to do this where well I don't do it anymore, but I used to do it where I would be tired of like sitting in front of my TV. So I would just lay down, grab my controller, and just stream my TV to my phone and
Uh,
then play on my bed.
oh my. Somebody gotta teach me that
Yeah,
one though. I'm about to play me some Call of Duty right now.
Man,
that
it be
would be
lagging when you do
terrible to
that.
do.
I know, right?
But
I
yeah,
had
nah,
to
you
rush
can
over
do
today
that
because
though.
she had to go to a wedding on Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, what? Oh
She
Wow.
had a
wow.
what?
At least
GTA
be
is
on
lit.
Sims with it.
Two of her friends were getting married on Grand Theft Auto.
On gun.
You made her miss the marriage.
Oh,
Yeah, she's like, hurry up, we have to get home. I was like, oh my god, it's not real.
No, what? No, no. I'm letting you know now. Marriage on GTA, a wedding on
Hurry.
GTA is next level. Like I'm mad, I missed it.
yeah, GTA wedding is crazy,
Then I'm
PlayStation
listening to
has
especially
Mount
that
role
one
Zion.
play. You
person
got the
with a
PlayStation. You
jet
got the best
across it.
system. Oh man, don't play them
Yeah,
games, man.
let's
You
all
know what
right.
the
Let's
best
go ahead
system
and
is.
stop you. I'm gonna
Oh yeah, I
stop
Do
you
it.
forgot I
right
got me
there.
some Xbox heads up in here. Yeah, say it louder, Tiffany, for 'em. PlayStation, right?
Yeah,
They were
let's.
doing the whole thing. Does anyone
Yeah,
object to
y'all
this
got
wedding?
that
I was
from
gonna
us.
burst in and be like, I do.
Is that Tiffany? Hey, I know you.
And she's speaking
UTA
of
wedding is
facts.
crazy though.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm so
I didn't even
mad.
know it was a
Everybody
thing.
put on their suits. I already know all the people put on their suits, and then the girls probably found a dress.
Yeah,
Do they
people were
got
all
dressed
dressed
up?
up in their
Bro,
avatars.
wow.
That has to be extremely well like role played because like all it takes is one sticky, and that
What's
wedding
the
is over.
deal, Stays? I
That
see you
wedding
in
is
here hitting them
completely over.
likes. How you feeling?
You know what? I'm finna
Once
see
I
if they
heard a guy
YouTube.
say, if your body count, I want to know if you think Xbox is better. What
Ah,
the heck? If she thinks Xbox the best, it's a red flag.
Oh no, no,
Oh
Tiffany!
my.
Now I gotta come after your wall tapestry.
There we go. Now you
Gotta come
speaking
after
all
your
right.
wall
No, no,
tapestry.
no. You speaking that good
Nah,
stuff.
hey
How you
Stays.
feeling, Stays? How you feeling, man? How many lives have you
Tiffany's wall
changed, you know?
tapestry.
And how many people has kissed that shoe of yours? You remember that? We had a chick come in my live talking about she done made her son kiss her shoe. I was like, what? We just got to talk about punishment. You gonna
Kiss
make your
my shoe. That was
right? You remember
crazy.
that? Yeah, Safi, you was in here with the bumblebee at that
I
time.
still say kiss my shoe every
All
once
right,
in a
I'm trying
while
to
after
bring it
that.
back alive again. Kiss my
911.
shoe. We ain't gonna talk. I'm like, you think that junk smooth? What the heck? You gonna make your own child kiss your shoe?
Kiss a
Shoe?
damn shoe.
I got bad news for you.
And it
When
was a
you're
dirty
old,
tennis
Tiffany is
shoe too.
it's gonna
crazy.
come back around.
Yo, there's 42 people in here. Y'all better like the
Right,
live or something.
Tiffany just gave
right,
me an idea.
exactly.
Oh,
I
happy
know y'all
birthday,
just ain't.
Shay.
It's 40. Right, it is 42 people. Y'all not just in here just hitting that report button like crazy. Y'all gonna interact in the chat or
Wait,
something, man? What the heck?
Yeah.
Ain't no way.
What are these 42 people doing?
Some
Right, I don't
people,
understand
I
wait,
that one.
know
That
that
should be
some
Stays,
weird
people
and
you're
at
at
scary.
night they'll
32?
turn on a live to listen to before they go to bed.
Yeah. So while y'all
Oh
listening,
my
hit that
god.
follow then.
We
I
Before
put
got
on
y'all
some
go in
Sue.
there, hit
office.
that follow.
We got
Listen to that
Sue that
follow that
voice.
you got
Kev, do your ASMR.
and
We
share
got
it.
Sue them
Right. All I
voices.
gotta do out here. He's like, oh, that blew my own ear out. That done hurt it.
What is that? Is that a chipmunk?
I
Moving
don't know what that
to
was.
the
I might have just
Oh, I
ASMR
lost some
thought
board.
followers.
Sage said
Nah,
her
leave.
birthday was yesterday.
My ASMR not that good. Got your ASMR or something. I don't
Dude,
even know if I spelled it right.
Just
silly, bro.
gotta pop a balloon into the mic.
Look at Sapphic. You know she a pro at it. Pop a balloon in the mic.
At
That's
least
right.
it
You're doing
At
gotta
good
go
least you're
along
things.
to the
against
bank.
tarot and astrology.
Yeah, you say pop a
Pray.
I'll
balloon
give
in the
you that, I
mic.
guess. I'll give you that.
It'll blow their eardrum out.
At least I don't get.
I
I'll
don't
give
know,
you
it's all
that
the
too.
same shit. So
But I was called a
Mm-mm-mm.
narcissist earlier because I was because I'm an Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius
Uh-oh.
moon, and I was like, oh,
Aquarius are narcissists. They could just be stubborn.
as hell. Which yeah, I can agree to that.
but you gotta think of the good parts of every sign too, right? Because the Aquarius is the humanitarian of the zodiac.
What's the
So
Scorpio?
that means I think of people or something.
Oh, don't let me start talking about signs now. I'm gonna
Oh,
lose
you
some
know.
followers if I talk about that.
We finna
Hmm.
talk about
I
it.
mean, the numbers are still there. We mentioned
Mm.
it twice.
It's
They
gonna
not
go
real.
higher when I'm done with it.
They not real if they don't stay.
I came to the conclusion that people that be into these signs don't know how to take accountability. Up there it go. I just lost some friends now.
That's great.
Hey,
Every
real
Leo
talk though. That's
says
how I
this.
feel, man. They found something.
They
They found something to blame their traits on. So they, you know what I'm saying. I act like this because my sign said that. You know what I'm saying. So that's a
You
lack of
lost.
accountability.
You lost two. That
Not
was
my
two
fault.
of
The
them. They
moon's
was
in
doing
Yep,
it.
there you
Taurus.
go. Go ahead. Y'all ain't gonna like this talk, then. Get on up out of here. This ain't for you. Yeah,
Crash
non-accountable
into
mothers. Like,
cars.
nah.
Exactly. We
Uh
start
oh,
Oh,
okay.
crashing
They
wow.
gon'
cars. Sorry, I'm
they
an
gonna
Aquarius.
expose you, kid. You better stop it. They gonna record.
It is. I know. Next minute, I'm back on my backup again.
No, I ain't
Hey,
talking about.
guys.
I ain't talking about
I'm
TikTok. I'm talking
humbled.
about the for TikTok streets.
You're right. It's cool, though. It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Oh
I'm in the
man.
signs though, but I'm an accountable person.
I'm my sign. My sign is the child of God.
Is what?
Or my sign is all the signs. That's
I
what
wasn't
mine
supposed to
is.
laugh, bro.
That's
What
what
the
I.
hell?
That's what I tell
That's a
people, man.
toxic mess.
My sign is the child of God, or is all the signs, or is the 13th sign that people choose to ignore?
The Prince symbol?
Yeah, that.
Nah, it's like
Stays in
a,
here.
it's an
What's the
octopus
word?
symbol.
Stays.
Hey, I did. I will forever drag that wall tapestry that I seen. Yes, I will forever do it.
The
Forever.
what?
That wall tapestry. It was like one of the first times I had ever seen Tiffany live. She had a wall tapestry, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a red flag."
Tiffany went live? What? All this time
Yeah,
I've
Yeah,
been
it
seeing
was. It
her. I
was.
don't know what be happening with Tiffany.
I
We
feel like people should have
be like, I
more wall
follow her, then
tapestrides.
it don't follow her sometimes. I'm like, what the heck? I remember
Nah,
her
I
from
just didn't mess with
Kanaru.
her.
That's where I met her from.
It was like real. It was a long time ago. She had like came up on a live. I forgot who it
I
was,
said
but I
50
seen that
people
it
in
was
here,
like,
man. I'm trying to lose people with this 50 people in here. I said that signs, people that do signs don't know how to take accountability. Now let's go. It's like, nah.
the
you just
goal is
made
to
a
get more
topic and
views,
not
bro.
I
everyone's just gonna
disagree
reach.
with that. I think it can show you where you need to be held accountable for things, and you can work with that,
Mm.
if that makes sense.
I'm an asparagus.
Kid feeling
All right,
taken
there you
care
go. I'm an asparagus too. I'm gonna be that. I refuse. And what you said? So
I
you think it?
refuse to take
Okay, Savvy. You said it
accountability.
shows you where you need to be. No, but the way people use it now, be like, I'm only this way because my sign say this. You know what I'm saying? People use that to, you know what I'm
No,
saying?
people who are actually into astrology use it as a tool, not just to blame things
So
on
So
when they
how
were
many times have
born.
you heard somebody like, man, you know I'm stubborn, that's my sign or something like that? People be doing that, man. There you go, see,
I've
she
heard
radio know
that,
she
but
heard
that's
that
people
before.
who
Yeah,
only
that
follow sun
that's
sign
my best friend.
astrology. If you
Ah,
only follow sun sign astrology, then you're only going to use it as a way to get away from things that you need to work on. But if you
mm-hmm.
follow like your whole birth chart and like look at all of the different signs and things like that, then you can use it as a tool.
Right. And
Sounds like a lot to
you
keep
know
up
what
with.
else I do though? Know how I figured, to me, why I figured it was BS, you know what I'm saying? There you go, this is still about to jump up to 300 now. But, because I, at one point, okay, I used to look at the astrologies or whatever, the horoscopes and all that. I'm like, hold up, okay, that sounds like me. Then I looked at another date. I'm like, hold up, this one sound like me too. Then I looked at like a couple more. I'm like, why these all sound like me? You know what I'm saying? So I realized that they say the stuff that people, you know what I'm saying, like, average thing that people do and all that stuff, and they be like, oh, that do kind of sound like me. And then the thing is, people will take that and try to grow with that and be like, you know what, that is my characteristic and stuff. Because everybody can be stubborn. Everybody can be what they say Scorpios is freaky or something like that. Everybody can do that, you know what I'm saying? Everybody can be two sided like a Gemini. You know what I'm saying? They not the only people that got the two sides or something like that. It's like whatever they say,
Not
you
too
know, all that
much on
signs it's the
Gemini's
same
now.
thing.
Can I make a
Not
new
too much
sign?
on Gemini's.
Can I make a new sign?
Yeah,
Mine's
it's
gonna
two sides.
be called
The,
the floorboard.
What?
A floorboard.
Floorboard?
Yeah, it's like a wood, like a piece of
Yeah, yeah.
wood in the sky.
Hmm?
And
you
it's
said
just
that's a
people
new
that just don't
sign,
have
man.
emotions and they don't do anything.
Is that a sign?
No, I just made it up.
I know I'm about to say we can follow that. That sound like me. Watch
Yeah,
somebody like
Yeah,
that sound like
I
me.
can do that. I'll do that.
Right there.
yeah, we are now floorboards.
Oh
Floorboard.
No, I don't
god.
want to be a floorboy. That mean let people walk over you.
Not well.
No,
Just
no,
be a
you
ceiling
don't
fan
because
or
you're in the
something.
sky, so you're not walked on.
Oh, you get you getting walked
Like
on.
What's
in
wait,
like a
wait?
Not
So
that.
what
non-traffic
floorboard you
area.
talking about?
All right, I got
Mm-mm.
another one now. I'll just rename it traffic cone.
So, okay, I'm curious though. So, for the people, that's
You get stolen by a drunk guy?
he laughing. I ain't even
Just gonna
saying
say,
nothing.
no, living it,
For the
Tony.
people that's
Warns
in
a
here
hat.
with the
You
horoscope
project other
stuff, man.
people's
So,
voices.
what do your signs say about yourself that you feel like resonate with you? You know, I'm
A
curious.
traffic cone.
And what's so
That I'm
special
very
about your
adaptable to
sign?
my surroundings.
Hmm?
Like that I'm very adaptable to my surroundings and like can kind of get along with everyone.
Hmm. I wish I had that ability.
Kinda. What do kinda mean?
I
Like
wish I
I
had that
can go
ability to
into
adapt.
any space and kind of and have like a good conversation and make friends basically.
So the other signs shouldn't be allowed to do that, huh?
That's
No,
right.
that's not what that means. That's just
Mm-mm,
I think
mm-mm.
one
I said, what's your
aspect of my
specialty?
sign.
I said, what's your specialty? I want to know the specialty. It's
That
because
is the specialty of my sign that is in particular that is good at that. But that
hmm.
doesn't mean that other people aren't good at that. Also, technically everyone has every sign in their chart. So
Yes.
that's why you get the whole like oh I can relate to all of these signs is because you have other signs in your chart
Mm-hmm.
that probably align with those things.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all want to be real, if you're not studying the moon and the sun and the stars every day, like literally, you're not really knowing your like you gotta study your behavior on the days of the
Mm-hmm.
moon,
Mhm.
full moons, you know what I'm saying, half moon. You gotta remember the actual cycle of the moon, 28 days, them the real months. Like you gotta know all
So
that.
here go
a
another thing.
traffic cone.
You
Traffic
know,
So much
cones
more
back
are
in the
better
detail.
than
day
all
before when they really
people.
started the sign stuff, right? Okay.
Back in
You
the
know
day.
that we ain't had these many months before. It was different. The time has changed. It wasn't at one point. It wasn't never 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? A day it wasn't 24 hours at one point. Or all that stuff has changed from back then and now. So what make you think that the stuff that we getting taught today ain't get tampered with or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Our calendar system is, yes, it is. Tiffany is on point. I like that. Yes, yes, it is. It should have been 5 a week, 5 days a week, right? I mean, it's so much stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't even know what the truth is, and then we feed
Asking
If
that,
I'm
into
not
what they
mistaken,
say.
Saturday
I
and
guess
Sunday were a biblical thing. I think.
that'd be sick now though. 5 days without. Imagine now though. If we had no weekend, that'd be sick.
That's why I hate daylight savings. Why are we doing this?
Hmm.
Go back an
Yeah,
hour, go
daylight
forward an hour.
savings makes no
Why?
sense.
Yes, that's what I said. All this stuff, man. People don't be thinking about this stuff, man.
It's the same time.
Yeah, we
So
don't
what?
need that anymore, but for some odd reason we still use it.
Yeah, hate it. We tried to vote it out, but it was 49% and
No,
50%.
don't leave, man. Don't be trying to leave. I need me a horoscope person in here. I'm about to get signed. No, I'm done with the horoscopes.
But yeah,
I got
I
about
mean
50
technically
something. I got about
there's not
25
even
people in here that's over here hitting the button on me right now. He's talking about me.
yeah,
Get him
technically
up
there's
out of
not
here.
even exactly 24 hours in a day. And it won't be for another million years.
Hmm.
until the
You know
second
the
sign
golden
come
Not
thing
out.
I
even a
ask
million.
people.
Actually, wait, go ahead. You go ahead.
It's on you.
No, you go ahead. No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I
Because you're
was
going
saying,
off.
I was just saying the golden little question. I was back on the horoscopes. I used to ask people, I was like, so, if people that follow the sign, I'm like, what happened if you have a baby out in space then? Like, what sign they gonna follow?
Traffic cone.
It might be that one. You right. It might be the floorboard one too.
Floorboard. We're floorboard. Like I
The
said, we're
floorboard.
born above everyone else so they don't get walked on.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. The
Bro, what
ceiling.
floorboard is
But
you
how's it going to
talking
be on
about?
the floor?
Why would they call it? So you telling me it's something out here
Oh,
called a floorboard, but we never walk on it?
what about
Mm.
ceiling beam?
The ceiling, right.
I said ceiling fan.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they high and above everybody. That's what they traits gonna be. I am very prideful. I am above all. You can't
The
reach me.
ceiling being people are very stuck up, but they're not stuck up on
Stuck
purpose.
up, but right.
It's only because they're actually feel
Literally.
stuck.
Hey, uptight. What you guys talking about, man? We talking about what original topic is. When you take actions, do you think about the kids, others, and the future? Hello.
Oh yeah, Tiffany, I seen that video. I know what you're talking about.
My sleep schedule ain't never gonna be right.
That's how funny it was, right? And the thing is, like, people don't realize that they be missing their blessings, they miss opportunities and stuff because they just so deep into the sign stuff. And they think because they had a bad experience with another sign that every last person that is the same thing. Like, dude, everybody is human. They got their own ways of growing up and stuff. They will not be following that sign all the time, man. That's crazy. What
And
sense?
if
Actually, somebody has said that. I was just
unknown,
saying
we're
any
talking
type
about
of
traffic cones.
choices you make in life, basically.
Projecting bad traumas.
All
We're
the
talking
choices you
about
make in
traffic
your life,
cones.
do you think about your future, your kids, or others?
Projecting bad.
Hmm.
I mean, I feel like I should say yes, but it's probably no.
Yeah, I think the average is dang near no. You know what I'm saying? They just care about they now. You know what I'm saying? They
I
like
Wait,
think
would
whatever
you
happened
talk about
tomorrow is
from
gonna
like an
happen. But I want to
overall?
feel good right now. So you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying like that. So it's all about me. There you go. At least you being real with it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm the
Hopefully
one.
you don't
I'm the
have kids,
opposite of
because
him.
that'd be kind of selfish. But yeah, understandable.
Understandable, right?
But yeah, I would say nowadays people live too much in the now, which kind of fucks us over. So for a few
Yeah,
generations.
that's what's messing us up. And then we complain about what our nows done set us up for. Because we never thought about setting up for the future.
Yeah, but you don't know if you're gonna get there.
And so what happened?
In the future, I mean,
What if
the
you never do
future is
anything, save
forever
up all your
happening.
money, and then you like die, and then you don't even get to use it?
I feel you. I feel you on
See,
that though. But
I
hey,
mean, but then again,
that's why the
if it's for
kids.
lineage, that's where it would go
They can
yeah.
make their own
to
money.
lineage.
Look,
I
if you're
mean,
Nah.
of
selfish, just
course,
say
you know.
that.
I'm just
That's
saying.
where you'd be
I
They
We're
safe.
can
not
mean,
make
gonna
their own
we're
money.
not
let's
gonna
say if
I'd
I
sugarcoat the
make
had like,
selfishness.
I'd make
We
my
can
own
read
money.
between the
They
lines, you
can make
know.
their own money.
Nah, that's not the goal. The goal is not to make money just to say you did it. Like I don't. It's to
Right.
make money to build
And then
generational
you go
wealth.
right.
Wow, they can make their own money.
Mm.
Nah, that's no point of having kids if you don't want generational wealth.
Ugh.
I mean, I would say it like this:
Preach,
if you had
Cosmo,
to start
preach it.
over every time, I mean, I would say that's equal, but like you putting that on every single like this is the type of stuff that like people in Egypt did, like pharaohs. They were buried with all their wealth,
Yeah, well, it was theirs.
and
That's
what
why
was
they
given to them, they
collapse.
pretty much made themselves.
They also married their brothers and sisters, so
Yeah, I
Also
mean
did
that's
everything
beside the
America
point. But
doing
I mean,
today.
hey, you can say they didn't leave family behind. Ha, get it? Funny.
they really didn't.
But I mean, yeah.
No, I mean they're gonna be fine. People don't need like you don't. They don't need like all this money handed down to them. You know what I mean? Like
When you wanted some money handed down to you, right?
no,
You
All right,
wouldn't.
put it
I think
like
that's
this.
an interpersonal thing.
Say
But
I. Oh,
I
go
would
ahead,
say
Tom.
set your kids up as best as you can.
You're right.
That's all,
All right, so
for the
say
best
all
possible
four of
future.
us set it our kids up as best as we could, and then we all put them in the same community where they can grow together. That's kind of like that's generational wealth right there.
And then again, I would say let's go outside of money. We could do behaviors.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's behaviors, how you
Yep.
want them to
Behaviors, way of
interact in
thinking, all that.
society, how you would want them to respect others or treat others.
Yeah.
There's all those things too.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's yeah. Oh, that's important.
And mostly you should lead by example, which means more of an action instead of saying, because anybody could say anything. I could tell you I'm a millionaire.
exactly.
I'm not a millionaire.
Mine was raised in the
But
poor but happy and taught morals and how to survive while helping. That's a good way, you know what I'm saying? I
So
believe that.
they'll be perfectly fine. They'll work.
Why?
They'll do their thing
No,
like everybody else did.
Yeah,
they won't be fine if you don't put them around people who like minded, like
Well, yeah, and
establishing that common sense and
yeah,
creating a
that I'm
community with
saying
that
like
common sense.
they don't need like money. They don't need to be handed down money.
manifesting. Yeah,
They'll be fine.
yeah.
Yeah, they don't
also,
need money. But what if the
um,
community need money?
I would say using words like moral kind of subjective. Now remember, morals is that comes from like person to person or culture to culture. Some things can be moral, like morally correct in their culture.
Yeah,
So like let's say there are certain religions or cultures that they cannibalize other people. That would be morally right. But
Hmm.
you come to like a place like America where that's like, it's kind of frowned upon.
of
Where
course,
you don't
right.
want you eating other people or walking into their house and drinking their juice. But
Respect, no judgmental, etc. No judge.
but I understand what you mean by that. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Or judgment, or if you saying judgment, that's part of life. Judgment is part of life, and it's a safety type mechanism, a
Yeah,
survival type
I would
mechanism.
tell them to be judgmental actually,
Yeah, exactly.
because
That's like
judgment is pretty much another way of showing discernment,
yes,
and you would definitely need that
you need that.
because
All of us need that in life,
you can't
right?
just you can't just go up to a rich person and then to a poor person and put them on the same level. Obviously, there's reasons why he's rich and other reasons why they're poor or
Yeah, but
I would
that
homeless
say
means
be
or
you're not judging
observing.
them.
I would
if
say
you're
be
not judging me, you
observing.
put them on the same platform, right? And then you find out the reason why that guy is rich, and then you find out the reason why that guy's poor or homeless.
Mm-hmm.
You don't judge them though. It's
One
it's
guy
not
probably
judging them
didn't
until you
have any
say,
standards for himself,
Nah, them
or
gray hairs is working on Tony, man. I like how you talking tonight, man.
"No,
Or
hold on, don't
did
hype
I've
have
been
him
like
up
this
standards.
since
yet.
I was like 12.
I'm gonna get on Tony yet.
Like somebody's gonna have,
It's
like
no Tony. Look, you say it's if you judging them, that's like saying the poor person is bad for being poor and the rich person is good for
No,
being
it's the
rich.
way you judge them, though. It's different type
I'm
of
not saying that
judgment.
they
they're
might
good or
look
bad.
poor
It's
to
only
you,
one way
but
to
they
judge.
might not. You know what I mean? They might
But
have
okay,
money
if
enough
I'm
for
gonna put it
you.
this way though, because even that. So say if you got a person that look like he can't, okay, look like he broke or something like that, or whatever. I don't know, whatever. A poor person, or whatever. It look like he can't keep a job or something like that. Would you hire them, or you gonna make that judgment and be like, nah, I don't think he can be able to handle? You're not gonna let you. I doubt you're gonna hire him. I'm just gonna answer that for you. You know what I'm saying? I doubt that. It look like they
Why
can't
wouldn't
keep a
you?
job or something like that. Why would you set yourself up, you know what I'm saying, to a person that look like they, you know what I'm saying, looks, I know they say looks can be deceiving and sometimes,
That's
you know what I'm saying,
different.
but some of the times it's just best to, it's a automatic defense mechanism. That's what all of us have. If somebody look like they,
Yeah,
bad for the environment, something like that, it is what it is until you get to know somebody.
That's different
yeah.
because
You,
that
especially if it's at your detriment. Like,
Yeah.
when you go into a job interview, you going to you supposed to impress. So me as a person who's interviewing you, if I'm not impressed, I'm not impressed. It's not judging. It's just I'm not
Yeah,
impressed.
but
But that's a judgment though. No matter how you try to put
No.
that, that's the, you just,
see, I mean, humans subconsciously judge.
yes.
That's how you
Well, or
make
do
it
you,
through life.
it's like qualifications too. Like if you don't meet qualifications, that's not judging. That's
you can just
observa-
lie.
obs- I observed that
You
you
said what
didn't
now, Cosmo?
meet the qualifications.
I would
I'm
say,
just,
like I said, I would say humans subconsciously judge. That's how you make it through life.
That's how you make it, all right.
I mean, think of it. Let's say you was walking down like a dark alley, or you seen a dark alley. We're just gonna put it like that. We're not even gonna put it on a human standard. Are you gonna walk down that dark alley because you think it's safe, or you're gonna judge and be like, you know what? That alley's pretty dark. I'm not gonna go down there.
That's not a person. That's a dark alley.
I
I
mean,
don't
yeah,
think you
I
used the
tried to
right
keep it out
word
of
in
there. All
No,
right,
that.
he
we can
just
go to
saying
a
the key
person.
thing he's talking about is just judging. He just saying he's
Yeah,
judging based off
subconsciously.
how
So
Well,
let's
he's
that's a
not
say,
gonna
different kind
probably
of
make that
judging, though.
decision.
That's like a judging
Decision
safety
making.
measure,
That's decision
I
not
mean,
making.
yeah,
person.
environmental judging. All right, let's go to more human thing. All right. So, like Cosmo said, we're gonna go for interviews, right? Um, Perception is literally key. That's one of our first things we use when we judge anyone. Perception. If I see you in a firefighter outfit, what am I going to think you are? That is my judgment to think you
A
are a
stripper?
firefighter.
Just kidding.
Ah,
But nah,
that was
like
the wrong
safely,
stripper
you
you
walk
ordered that
into
day. They said they going out of
like I
pole
didn't
the
order
same
this.
way, huh?
But yeah, it's perception is mostly key, especially with first impressions, especially also when it's at your detriment. Let's say if you walked into an interview and you walked in wearing stripper boots, a thong, a cowboy hat, spurs, and you had two guns on your head. Do you think you're gonna walk out with a job?
Is the job at the rodeo? Heck
Mm,
yes.
No.
that was a good comeback. I like that one. That was a good one. Hold up, wait.
Or
A
let's
quick little
say,
break now, cause I'm a little loud with it now, so everybody can hear. But we got 51 people in here. I need y'all to go ahead and share, follow, and hit them likes, man. Tap my
53.
face and hit them likes. And stop
50.
tapping that report button. I know that's what y'all doing right now. Chill. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Don't report
Follow,
me.
share, and like right now. And don't make no
yeah,
judgments. But you can make
Oh
judgments.
my god, you just said judge.
Nah, you might be right.
yeah.
The
Now,
ability to make considered decisions or come to a sensible conclusion.
Thanks for the follow.
yeah, I do understand that there is a part when things become a little too judgmental.
Yeah.
That's when they start becoming more than just your detriment.
That's discrimination at that point.
Yeah, there you go. Discrimination.
I mean, it can get there.
Cause
You can actually lose
yeah,
out, if you judge too much,
Yeah.
or especially if it gets verbal. I would say if it doesn't help your experience in a positive way on how you would outlook life, then you're probably judging a little,
This is called righteous
too harshly.
judgment. Righteous judgment.
yeah.
People
Google
don't know that. I
Google
don't want to say
says
that though, because everybody in the Bible is, you know what I'm saying?
Google says if you're reflecting your personal preferences and subjective opinions, then it's discriminating.
Hmm.
But yes,
Judgment.
the whole point of this soul thing is that that's like nature, that's naturally in us, and people try to deem it to be like it's only a bad thing when they hear the word judge. You know what I'm saying? That's how we get through life. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to sit there
Yeah, yeah.
and guess
I get it.
I'm gonna sit. Oh, that's a lion. You know what I'm saying? We're cool. You know what I'm saying? We've seen what lions do to people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to. I'm my. You know what I'm saying? I'm a judge if I'm gonna go past them or not. You know what I'm saying? I'll make that type of judgment. Another thing is, why we got judges for? You know what I'm saying? If judges is so much a bad thing, you know what I'm saying? Why do we have judges? Hmm? Because a lot of people just don't, their judgment's not good enough. That's why they need a higher judgment. You know what I'm saying? So
It's like my
it's
dream to
just
be
part.
on like the.
Huh?
What's it? Oh my god.
Say that again. You're speaking really low.
The what? What is it? The jury.
Jury.
The jury.
You not done
Yeah, I
yet?
want to be on like jury duty.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're gonna hate it. Don't worry. You'll hate it when you actually do it. Unless
They
you
almost.
unless you just like have tons of time to just do stuff like that. But
Well, my
if you
job
don't,
will have
you're
to
gonna
let
hate
me go because it's jury duty.
Mm-hmm.
it. Well, yeah. But yeah, like I said, judgment is a part of life. I can understand how some people don't want to be too judgmental. It's just that when it destroys your discernment, that's when it becomes problematic. At that point,
Right.
you're looking at everything from like a socialist type like view, where you would think everyone should be the same. I mean,
Mm.
newsflash, we're not. Everyone's just not the same.
No.
So, you shouldn't look at everybody in the same way. It may sound bad, but that's just what it is. We're not all the same.
No, we're not equal.
Yeah. And only when you start looking at things like that is when people's their nuance in their actual behaviors, their ethics, their ambitions start to show. Because they don't have to show it if we're all equal. Neither do they have to show accountability because we're all equal. If we're all going to get the same punishment or the same consequence of anything, they wouldn't have to show any type of accountability because we're all going to get the same thing, so might as well.
I disagree. When I was on the football team,
My legs.
and if one person got an F on a test, or if one person, got in a fight in school, the whole team had to run. You know what I'm saying? Do laps. I don't know
Hmm.
why dislike my coach, but now I think it taught me a life lesson about
Well, it's hard to
accountability.
like think of other people if you're gonna do something. It's gonna affect your whole team,
I think,
not just you.
see, those things there are put in place to I guess to show teamwork and leadership, especially for most when it comes to like men and stuff. That's why they do those things. Everyone, I would say, let's say you take a class of 20 men, 20 people, I guess you could just say whatever. 20 people, right? If one of those people fail, everyone fails. That means you guys have to move as a unit. Yeah, you have to have almost damn near perfect sync, especially if one person fails, everyone has to take the blame. Now, if let's say if you were to go to a job, most of the time managers there's no I. Okay, yeah, you're right. Um, Managers manage the place, right? They manage everybody, but mostly if shit goes really wrong, who gets in trouble after that? I mean, of course you're probably gonna get in trouble, but they have to go to who, and they're gonna take that blame. More than likely, they'll probably have to fix things out of their own pocket. So I would say those things usually help build team leaders, and teams in general. The whole each one teach one. Don't let no one fall behind. All that type of stuff.
Mm.
So I mean, yeah, I mean it does suck. I'm not gonna lie, having to take the fall for other people's BS. But yeah, it does build leadership in certain terms.
Yeah.
It's a wake up call. It lets you know, like, to be real, if you have to take accountability for somebody else's actions, you gotta look at that person, and then you gotta ask yourself, why am I around this person? Because this is weird. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Why am I
Yeah,
having?
it's either you, yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah, yeah, you either ask yourself, why are you around this person, and do I have to get rid of them, or you correct them? I
saying?
mean, you see this in life all the time. Nature corrects us all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nature corrects our wrongdoings all the time.
Yeah, most
If some
definitely right.
bullshit happens, if some bullshit happens, just as men and women, if some bullshit happens on the men's side, nature will correct it, and we'll see it. Or men or other men. If women do
What's
some
the deal,
bullshit,
Kenny?
nature will
Pop.
correct it, and we either they correct it or we correct it.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna get
I
corrected
would
either
say the
way.
ultimate teacher, yeah, the ultimate teacher is nature. And usually when it comes down to that, that's when things like the wall happen. Because you only live once from what we know.
You know, YOLO. What's the deal? 6'4" in the building. What's the deal, man? Welcome to the live.
Hello,
What's up,
six.
young brothers? The
Hello.
sister down there, how you doing this morning? Just listening to you
Hello,
guys
hello,
make
hello.
all the sense in the world. You know what I'm saying? And
Thank you
I
for
just, I,
solving a little
I
problem
just
for me.
want to, I just want to add that if you can't change the people around you, Chuck D said, change the people around you. And a lot of
Mm.
times we have folks around us because they bring a certain level of comfort.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, these people don't really serve a purpose for you. But when you separate yourself, you bullshit. You this, you that. You know, we had this thing. I'm an '80s baby, Generation X, and we used to have this thing, right? Where if a person made it out the hood, you know, they need to reach back to the hood. And the problem with that wasn't nothing in the hood to reach back for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like my dog, you know, he was playing. He ended up going to the Lions football team. He ended up being backup for Emmitt Smith. His name Kirby Richards. And you know, when Curb left the hood, everybody was tripping on Curb. You know, man, he got all these white folk in his circle now, and you know, his agent is Jewish, and his this is this. Don't nobody in his circle look like him. That was the gripe. Don't nobody in his circle look like him. But everybody who grew in his circle who grew up with him looked like him. So now it begs me to ask this question: while Curvin was on his way up and you was watching this, you ain't think he was gonna need an accountant? That's why you who's watching need to see what Curvin doing and then start saying, well, you're gonna need an agent, man. Since we both 15 years old and that's your dream, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be your agent. So I'm gonna start learning about what it is to be an agent. You see people on the come up, look at what they doing, and then affix yourself to it and help that person be great. If I know the host is about to open up a store, the first thing I'm gonna ask, well, man, who do your potato chips for you? Well, guess what, man? I got a hookup on potato chips. So when you open your store, brother, reach out to me. I want to put my potato chips in your store. See, when you move like that, you don't have time to move with the naysayers or give any kind of credence to negativity because everybody is paying attention. One of the biggest problems I see with our community is we let one person do all the work and then ask that person to come back and work us off. And here's my point, right? Because they all love, you know, we love basketball. That's something that black men gonna always argue about to the day we die. We gonna argue about us some basketball. You know, y'all got y'all LeBron today. We got our Magic Johnson, and we just gonna keep that until we just leave this world. That's just between us men though, right? But we love that little rivalry, right? We love that, but we also know this. With that being said, if we are going to call upon each other to give back, we have to be in a position to be saved. And see, I always ask my brothers this: what's Larry Bird's background? Who he gave back to? Who John Paxton gave back to? Who Kevin McHale gave back? I start naming all the Caucasian basketball players. And I was like, who they gave back to?
Steve
What have
Nash.
they done for their communities? Because we never know, because they always ask the black players, what are you doing? They never ask the Caucasian players, yo, Larry, what are you doing for the people in Indiana now you're in the NBA? They never ask him that. But they ask LeBron that. LeBron, what are you doing since you made it? Why do they throw that on us? Why is the black man got to get back? How come the black man can't make it and just be friends with his new set of friends and be happy? I get so sick of us putting these unnecessary limitations on ourselves instead of letting us be great and then look back and say, you know what? Let me go back and see in the hood who I can help. Not that I'm required to, but I looked at my situation, and because the first law of nature is self-preservation, I preserve myself so well that I can come to laugh or learn and say, hey, brother, what you need to make your podcast go greater. Not that he's requiring me to do it because I made it and he didn't.
Yeah.
See, ain't nobody entitled to bring nobody up. That's why I hate that crabs in a barrel mentality. Nobody in this planet is required to love. No one is required to understand. No one is required to be nice. Those are choices each individual make that's how they choose to be. That's why I say if a person be nice to you, be nice back because they ain't got to.
Right.
You see, we are in a place where we ain't got to do shit for nobody if we don't want to because you can't make it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't get into the racism debate, because racism is not real. It's a fucking, is what I call an angle. You can't make a white man like a black man. You can't do that. That white man got to say in his heart and mind, I like that guy.
Look,
Other than that, we're in America. I can't write legislation that says white people, you better like blacks. I can't do that. Just like I can't write legislation to tell blacks, you better like Asians.
I mean, I
The
don't like
good
white
thing
men.
about the good thing about obedience is that when people do it because they like you, it's better. I'd rather the white people say I'm with him because I just generally like black people, not that there's a legislation that's saying when I'm out in public I have to.
all
I
right.
don't I don't believe in taking choice from nobody. If that guy, listen, I got Caucasian friends, and I tell them, man, y'all have a right to be racist because that's your free will. If that's what you drummed up in your mind, that's your right. But you know what you don't have a right to do? Force it on me. You
Right.
have a right to think what you want in your head. Hell, I think I'm Lexington Steele times 9. A lot of you young boys might not know him, but he was one of our biggest porn men back in our time.
Oh,
I
whoa.
think I'm him. I think I'm him times 9. But you
Kev.
gotta ask the women, is he a Lexington
Got that
Steele? They
porn.
might be like, nah. But I think so. But I ain't got no but here's what I can't do. I can't force that on people. I can't make a person believe. I can't make the woman believe that. I can't be with her and then be like, you better say I was like him. No matter what I did, I was like him. What? No, she like, no, you failed. No, I didn't fall. Stop telling people that. No, I can't. It's all in the eyes of the beholder. And that's what I want young people to understand. Fuck what the world talking about. It's all in the eyes of what you see and how you summation it up. You feel me? And if we get off into what held us back yesterday, then there is no future. I
Exactly.
cannot, in good heart and faith and credit, tell the youth to latch on, black or white, to latch on to yesterday's fights, because as a 80s babies, yesterday's fights were so mundane and stupid that it puts a sad indictment on both blacks and whites, that our parents and their parents have fucked off immense amount of time on some dumb shit about a color, about some dumb shit about some white girl didn't want a black kid in a fucking swimming pool with her dumb ass. You mean to tell me we fucked off time in life because of that? We got these foreigners coming over here to America against blacks and whites, and niggas and honkies can't get it together over a goddamn water fountain? You don't tell me. I don't want to hear from a white baby boomer. I don't want to hear from a black baby boomer, because I'm liable to take both of you and unalive you, because both of y'all were stupid in y'all time. When I look at what the whites and the blacks fought for that time, it was dumb. You got to tell me those had to be kindergartners doing that. You can't tell me a water fountain in a bathroom was that goddamn important that we had to write a fucking legislation. You mean to tell me these grown human dumbasses couldn't get it together long enough to take a piss and get the hell out the bathroom and not give two shits who went in behind you? Don't tell me we have a generation of people who's still alive that fucking stupid. So I tell the youth of today, black and white, leave that past alone. Show them dumbass racists and dumbass race sympathizers of the past how it should have been done, and have no sympathy for them. See, my thing to the youth today, have no sympathy for those of yesteryear who was the problem of yesteryear.
I just want to say I'm Canadian.
Only thing I know about Canadians is from South Park, but folks is speaking truth.
Mm-hmm.
What the?
Right.
No,
Spoke.
I get you,
That's
man.
all I'm
I get
saying. You're
you.
not helping, nor
I
are
see.
you
I
adding
see you in the
any.
city with me, man. I see it, man. At least
Do
we
you
know
know?
some good parts around the city.
Did you know you muted
But,
6-4? You know you
but
muted
Detroit,
yourself.
So what?
And did he know he had muted himself?
I don't know.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. You had
Okay,
went out a minute
you in
ago.
Detroit?
Yeah, I'm in Detroit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
I
oh yeah.
seen
You
the
know,
area code. I'm like, yep, he's from Detroit with me.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, you know, Detroit is the city. This is the first city to root out white supremacy. We're the
Oh
first
wow.
city to do it.
I think that's what
And I
it
tell
with
people,
Martin Luther King.
this is where the Nation of Islam started. Where Marcus Garvey came to start his movement. He came to Detroit. He came to Detroit first. Now I'm gonna teach something about Martin Luther King. We like him, okay? Now, because we have Malcolm. Malcolm was speaking our language. By the time Dr. Martin Luther King came to Detroit, a lot of what he was going through in the South, he found it didn't exist here. So there really wasn't no need for King outside of the South. King wasn't needed in Detroit, Chicago, nor the West Coast because blacks had already done the damn thing. See, you got to understand, we didn't grow up under that Jim Crow. So there was never a history of whites dogging blacks in Detroit. There was always a history of healthy racial respect because blacks in Detroit is just simply not buying it. So when Martin Luther King came to Detroit and Chicago, when the South finally gave him the permission to leave, you got to understand, these are Jim Crow Negroes out of slavery. So the South actually owned those people. That's what that shit was all about, the ownership of people, turning people into chattel property, converting people into property. That's why the South is cursed to this day for that stupid practice of trying to convert a human and own them. That's why the South is cursed. That's why they cursed. So when Martin Luther King came to Detroit and Chicago, and you can find this in his memoirs, he was afraid. He was scared because he never been in a city where blacks controlled things. He was so used to the white supremacist structure that to see blacks in control, it totally threw him off. And to speak volumes to this, there's another activist who coined the phrase Black Power by the name of Stokely Carmichael, who met Dr. Martin Luther King. When King came to Chicago, Stokely Carmichael was the biggest, was the Martin Luther King of Chicago. And when he met Martin Luther King, he told him, he said, "Listen, man, we seen you on TV, we read about you, but up here we kidnapping people ass. Okay, so if you got a problem with that, then you need to go back down south. Well, if they throw anything at us, we bombing on them." King said that scared him because he's never fought back before. You see, he never seen, in the South at the time, it was against the law for a black man to look at a white woman. Brothers in Detroit was dating white women, pimping white women, having babies by white women at the same year. So when Martin Luther King got to Detroit and Chicago, it was a shell shock to see black people who was not afraid of the system that held them back. So then so of course we don't need you in Chicago. But since you're here, King, let's get some selfies. Everybody come over here. King at my house. Yeah, he's spending the night, y'all. Yup. He here. He gonna say that I dream a dream. He gonna have that dream speech too. Yeah, he gonna do that while he here. Come and get the selfie. Hurry up before he leave. So he went to the West Coast. He went to the West Coast. He saw the Black Panthers. Same thing. What up, King? Man, we saw you, dog. Yeah, we got machine guns out here, though. Yeah, we kill them out here. We unalive them if they try us out here. But let us get a selfie since you're here, though. We've been watching you, man. Damn, nigga. All that time, dog. Yeah, we got it together out here, though, man. So King left the South and found out that his movement fell on deaf ears because he found out that there was a population of black people who did not come out of slavery. And that made him change his mind about the whole black diaspora all in all. Because wait a minute, if all of us aren't from slaves, then what is going on? Because they thought that everybody black was from slaves. No, black people was here thousands of years before slavery. Yeah, we were. See, that's why we can't be racist. Because we are the original. That's why they say we the original man and woman. And I tell people, if black people are the original, the black man and the black woman is the original man and woman, then what the hell that makes everybody else?
Black.
Now, if you want to talk about skin variation, That's a whole different topic. That's why when I speak to my Caucasian brothers and sisters, I call them my Caucasian brothers and sisters, because I know what happened, and I can articulate it to you. And I'm gonna tell you this now: white people are black people inside out. Bottom line,
Yep.
whites are black people.
Even Chinese,
There was
all
no
them.
white Chinese too. There were no white people on the planet
And
up to
Asiatics.
70,000 years. Okay, up to 70,000 years. Caucasians, as we know them today, is only 70,000 years old as a people.
Some would
What
say
happened
6K,
was,
some would say 20K.
well, you know, well, they say 400 years of slavery, and they were saying that when I was a kid. So I know that number ain't right. You feel me? It had to be, you know, we. So what happened was, just in a nutshell, you had a bunch of a bunch of people from the continent of Africa. We don't know what country they came from. We just know it was that continent. It was that geographical location where it was hot. That's all we know. I don't know if they were from Madagascar, if they were from Nigeria, if they were from Somalia. I don't know. I just know they were from Africa.
Middle East.
So these 5 people, say me, the host, and this beautiful sister in here, and her sister, decided, you know what? We about to take a trip. We be back in a week, y'all. We get so far up in our beautiful land that we decide, you know what? We're going to stay an extra week. But during that extra week, something happened that neither one of us was ready for. The polar cap moved to the east and froze the Caucasus Mountains, which made it impossible for us to get back to where we came from because we never experienced cold weather. So the first thing we did was we took shelter. Hold on, man. When it get warmer, we'll go back. But right now, I don't know what the hell that is out there. I'm going to stay in this cave for now. Okay? I'm going to stay in this cave for now because it's too cold to go out there. 5 weeks later, it got colder.
Mine's 30.
20 weeks later, it's just not getting no warmer. It's getting worse. So now me, the host, this beautiful lady and her sister, we stuck. We can't get back home. So what do? We become resilient. We learn to adapt to the environment. We learn ice fishing. We learn how to eat cold meals because there's nothing there warm. We begin to adapt into something else due to the environment. So now you have black people who will begin as age goes on to get lighter and lighter and lighter.
Hair
and lighter
longer and straighter and a little bit
because
more
they have
brittle.
no they have no sun,
And
so
we're
the
pink.
hair is going
Yep.
to lay down. This is
The hair
why
lays down to the back of the neck to protect from the cold. Yep.
to protect the neck. Exactly. So now you have a Caucasian woman who used to be black. We call them pink African.
I am pink.
This black woman will then begin to give babies that look like Caucasians. Why? Due to the atmosphere.
Yep.
And because the ice age, now they say the ice age was, no, it was 10 ice ages, each one lasting over 100,000 years apiece. Now, could you imagine? There's a population of people who grew up without the sun. Hence why they're so cold. They're
They're in the
cold
north.
like their environment. So when they go places where it's warm, they got to take over because they have this barbaric mindset due to the way they had to survive in that cold. So you will see an African go from chocolate to white within a 50 to 100 year span. And then they begin to get even more resilient and call it Europe. Now the kids are growing up. They done made the way they learn how to live with the cold. They learn how to install electricity in the cold. They learn how to get the water. They learn how to make homes and huts they got out of the cave and they learned how, and then came the Moors. They brothers and sisters
I
who
was just saying
found them.
six.
Huh?
Did you talk about pigmentation
Yeah,
because
that's
of the
why I said
sunlight?
skin variation.
Oh,
I
okay.
said that's a different story. Yeah, because see, the skin would then begin to change. That's why they say white folks don't get cold.
Yes, we
well, that's
do.
because
What the hell?
Neither do they.
well,
Y'all
that's
gotta
just
get
something
Segregated.
black
cold at
folks
cold
say.
temperatures.
That's just something black folks got. We like here in Detroit,
I'm
it's
cold right
wintertime
now.
right now. It's wintertime right
It's
now, but
probably
I can go to
freezing over
Oakland.
there,
But
then.
listen, I can go to Oakland Mall right now and see some white guys wearing shorts.
Yeah,
And what
that's
black
just
folks will say,
that's how they are.
right? And see, black folks will say, white folks must don't get cold then. You know, we know that, but we just saying you are the cold when those shorts on.
You
No,
know
you
how
So
that's
see,
that's
kind of
guys.
true though too. Another thing is because like even with us, like right now, if we in the winter and stuff, we get lighter in the winter. You know what I'm saying? And then when it gets back summer again, we get
exactly,
darker.
Bro, hockey is
exactly.
y'all sport for a reason. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Oh
love hockey.
yeah. Because
Pets are
black
on
folks,
hockey.
we no matter how warm we dress, we still cold. That's because we have so much melanin in our skin that all of our nerves are there. But our Caucasian brothers and sisters, due to the lack of melanin in their pigmentation, that froze certain nerves in them
No,
that they may
we
not be able to feel
no
because of the lack
we
of
literally
of
get cold.
melanin. You see what I'm saying? See,
It's
I'm
minus
melanated,
30 right now. It's freezing in my room.
You
right?
see
And
what
see,
I'm
if it's
talking about?
minus 30
Minus
there,
30. Why is it minus
I
30
would
in your
probably
house?
die.
What?
But see, in that, I would be
I'm,
frostbit. My
I'm
skin will freeze
inside.
up.
I'm not
That's
going
freezer
outside.
temperature. That's the temperature of the freezer at my
But see,
job. What are
that's
you
what I'm
talking about?
right. And see,
We're
I would be in there with gloves on, and my hands would still be frostbit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
not
Now
Hmm.
look at
inside. We have
Hasid.
That's
heaters. We have
preservatives.
heat. We have furnaces.
Bro, but
And you're
anywhere
not
where it's
sitting in front of it?
negative 30. Look,
I'm not.
anywhere
Oh,
where it's
yeah,
negative
the
30.
heat's on. I'm not outside.
But I said that to say this: the pigmentation had to adapt to the weather.
Yep.
That's why it became lighter. The skin itself responded. They had
Yep.
nothing to do with that. The skin, it because your skin is a muscle. Your skin is the biggest muscle
Organ.
on your body.
Yeah.
And once the skin gets used to a certain thing, it hardens up. So that's
Hmm.
why when some like with the drug issue, when some of our Caucasian brothers and sisters take certain pain pills, it overcome them like it don't do us due to that lack of melanin. You see what I'm saying? That's why you don't put certain Caucasians on certain medications. You have to take in consideration the lack of melanin. This medication will do something to
Yeah,
them that
that's
it
the
don't
thing.
do to others. That's why some of my brothers who were Caucasians who got on pain pills ended up drug addicts because they went to the doctor for an emergency. They shot them with some codeine or something to sustain them, and then they became hooked on that codeine. Well, when black folks get rushed to the hospital and they shoot us with that, we don't look for that when we're done. We're back to normal. We don't look for that high again because the melanin in our skin
That's just
made.
people. I've been in the hospital, had surgeries. I never got hooked on painkillers
No, I'm just saying
afterwards.
as a general consensus. Like when
Yeah,
I look
you
at the
know,
news,
this
a lot
that
of the guys,
situation where if it don't apply, let it fly situation. So then he ain't talking about everybody. He just saying
Yeah.
this
right,
the norm and stuff.
right.
That's
I'm
all
just
it
saying when
is.
I listen to the stories, like some of my Caucasian brothers who are on drugs, they were never on drugs until they went to the hospital for something. And the hospital gave them a strong medicine, a strong pain pill. And that got them, that was their gateway. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Some they where in the hood, a gateway to drugs might be something different. But to my Caucasian brother said their gateway was pain medicine at the hospital that they could no longer get on the street, which means you have become addicted to what that hospital gave you. Now, how is it that I can go to the hospital and get the same pain medicine and not become addicted? Because I have a certain amount of melanin in my skin that fights against that intruder in my body. That's what the melanin does for us. That's all it do. That's why I tell my Caucasian people, don't think we anything special. The only thing the melanin does is it minimizes the attacks in our body, which is why I'm okay with Caucasian women having babies by men of color, because he's going to give your child something that a
I like
man
you,
of
man. I'm
non-color
gonna
can't
add you,
give you.
man. You on point.
Feel me? He can't give you like a Caucasian man with a Caucasian woman. That child is going to be sick. We seen that at first until the doctors get it together. But if it's a
Recessive and
Caucasian
dominant.
woman and a black man, then that child will be okay.
Like
That
in a
child will
blood
not
types.
suffer the same medical conditions So that's why I'm not against interracial dating, because it makes sense
Right.
genetically. It makes sense. White women should pair up with black men if they want healthy babies. And
Oh
that's no
boy,
diss to
boy,
white
boy,
men,
boy.
but this is genetic. All right, this is just genetics. One of my Caucasian homegirls couldn't
Hey,
get pregnant. She told us
I'm
that
gonna
she like,
jump
I can't
down.
have babies.
I'm gonna
Mhm.
jump down. I need to get some sleep so I can so I have the smoke ready for the morning.
Uh-oh. All
But
right, man. Thanks for
you know,
stopping by and stuff,
nice,
man.
yeah, nice talking to y'all.
Yeah.
All right,
Are
Tony.
you
Yeah,
saying here,
But
brother?
everybody
it's
have a
Yep.
it's funny you talk about this 6'4", because that's just it's because I always tell people that like most of us is the same and stuff, and we having this war and stuff over some silly stuff, and we all really the same people and stuff. We going off of different skin tone and all this stuff, and it's funny even that you mentioned that my father, he just got done talking to me about that. He like, dog, you really don't know. I mean, people just don't know that we really is the same. And the thing is like because we were all separated at different areas, our skins adapt different ways and stuff. It's no different. Like as human, we adapt to where we go to and all that stuff. So it's like he like even the Chinese people the same as us and all. I mean, even if because they look different, it's just they just adapt to their environment and all that stuff. I was like, I like wow. I said
No,
I knew it was something like that though, because I'm like it's
no,
not that
no.
much.
Now I'm gonna tell you about the Chinese. Now let me tell you about the Chinese. Now
Yeah,
that they differ. They differ. And here's why. Because they're the Down syndrome people.
yeah.
That's why every time they talk, they like Dow. That's that speech impediment in Down syndrome babies. The only thing that keeps them sane is the black gene. That's the only thing that keeps them sane, which also adds to their supernatural ability to work numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Without the black gene, they would be literally in padded cells. That's the only thing that keeps them high functioning is that they are Asian. And as the Asiatic black man, we have given birth even to them. So that's the difference. That's the thing with the what they call Chinese. And the reason why their eyes are slanted is because they're from the north in China, and the wind blows straight to their face. In other parts of China, the wind blows across, so you got fatter eyes, so they can
Mm-hmm.
squinch. See what I'm saying? The eyes will tell you where they're from. Eyes and hair will give is more of a descriptive of where you from and who you are than anything else. I
Mm-hmm.
can look at your hair and tell where you're from. I can look at the quality of it and tell where you're from based on what the sun does to it. If the sun make your hair lay down, your lineage is in Europe. If the sun make your hair frizz up, your lineage is in Africa. There ain't no degree, no college to go to. There it is in a nutshell. Now, if people don't like that fact because it was never told or taught to them, because you have a lot of Caucasian men who knew this, the older ones, but refused to tell it to their people because then their people would get
Yep.
with the
I heard
program
about that.
and then go against them. Like, well, Dad, then why aren't you with it then? See, they didn't want to. Those guys held critical information back from their community on purpose, and they started the Catholic Church. That's why the Catholic Church is so powerful because that is a white male structure. That's
Mm.
why they can go. That's why they can go to that booth, confess all their sins, and then walk out like they have a clean slate. Because in their mind, the Pope is their God on earth. That's why they could do all that. That's why you see in the movies the mob always going to confess, but turn around and do the same shit again. Well, how you just confessed to God and then turned around and did the same damn thing? Because in their mind, that Pope, that guy behind that curtain is God. And as long as my God gave me a free slate, I'm free again to do it again. And they'll continue to do it. And the priests are the double agents. That's why the grapes in their community don't get reported, because the priest is also a psychiatrist. So if I'm an evil man and I do something wrong to my daughter, no one will ever find out about it because I'll send her to the church. The priest will counsel her.
Mm.
He'll never let it get out.
Mm.
Their
What's going
priests
on, you
are the
guys? I've been
gatekeepers.
listening for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna 6'4", that's you talking. I was gonna say, man, you are like on
Yes.
point. I'm hearing a lot of the stuff that you're saying, and I've run across a lot of it in my research. But the reason why I was in the comments saying that I wanted to come up is just this one little thing. And forgive me if I sound pretentious or like I know something that you don't know, but all of us are going to get here eventually. Like I had an issue because Bill Nye, the science guy, got on uh, Michelle Obama's internet talking about if you go to another region where the UV light is lighter, then your people become lighter. And I heard you kind of say something to that effect. But the only problem with that is you do realize that everybody but albinos actually do have melanin. And our people have a thing called new melanin or NU melanin. The other people also have melanin, and it's not even the same type of melanin. It's not that they don't have as much as us, they don't even have the same type. So that's the reason why the people in South Africa that's not supposed to be there have not gotten darker in 5 or 6 generations. That's the reason why the people that inhabit the British Isles right now, because it's actually fairly warm there. That's why it's always raining. They've been there for thousands of years, and none of them have gotten darker. The people in the American continent have been here for a couple hundred years, and they are continually not getting darker. And the way you do it scientifically, the way you get somebody to lose that type of melanin is you have to put them underground. So, and the only way you can force a human underground is the ice age. So all we have to do is look back to
Mm-hmm.
their history, look back to their books, their religious texts. They say they just popped up about 4,000 years ago. Well, guess what? There was an ice age about 4,000 years ago. So let's
Mm,
put two and two together and we'll figure out where they really came from. They're still us, they're still human, but it's not quite the same thing anymore.
mm.
So that's the only
No,
thing that I
I buy
wanted to
that.
interject because you could
Yeah,
take
I buy
a
that with a
black
tip.
man and put him on the moon and he'll never lose that melanin. Ever.
Nope.
Not in a
So
million years will you begin to be lighter.
you
It's
know
something
what?
that you're going to always pass down.
No, you're right. You're right. And like the brother say, in the wintertime here in Detroit, we all get lighter. You know what I'm saying? But 50 years of that same weather, we will continue to get lighter. I mean, that's
But
just
you'll never
genetics.
be
But I
white.
tell you this, no, we wouldn't get that light. But it
And
would
guess
be an
what? You take
obviously,
two
it'll
of
be
them
an
light skinned
obvious
people,
change. It would
do
be an
you take two of them
obvious notice.
the weather can bring that lightness out of your skin, but if two light skinned people that were much darker and have been living in Detroit for 50 years have a baby, that baby coming out black like
Oh
they
yeah,
were
definitely,
before they moved to Detroit.
definitely. Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Now here's the thing about the albino. The albino do have melanin. They just have it in their ears. Melanin is in your ears and melanin is in your eyes. That's how we see and that's how we hear through melanin. They have it. It's just not as strong as it would be in us because it's not evident on their biggest muscle on their body. But they wouldn't be able to hear if they didn't have melanin because melanin has something to do with your hearing in your
True.
scene. You know, so
But
they have it. It's just not as prominent on their bodies as it would be everybody else. And that is I had a friend who was from Ghana. You know, it's 110 in Ghana, even in the shade. You know, the albino in Ghana only got 20 years, 25 years before they time out
mm,
because it's too hot. It's too hot. It don't turn them. It just basically like the vampire effect. You feel me? That's why they say, oh, some of them are vampires. Well, that concept probably came from that. But all in all,
absolutely
like you
it did.
said, we all are. That's why we all. There's not races. There's one race, the human race,
Mm.
and the separation is what America is built on. America is not built on racism. America is built on separation of races. That's
Mm.
Real,
different. You
real
see what I'm
quick, I know
saying?
this is going to sound like a conspiracy theory, but you touched on something really important. When you don't have the sun and you don't have that melanin, you have an iron deficiency. And the only
Yes.
way to get a bunch of that iron in your body all at the same time is to drink a little bit of blood.
And
Mm.
that's why they like their food half
Can they be
done.
considered a vampire again?
That's
Well,
what I'm
that's why
saying.
they
I'm
like
not
their
trying to get
food
too deep
half
into the
done.
conspiracy, but that's where that blood drinking vampirism thing
Oh.
comes from. Not being able to be in the sun and needing to actually drink blood.
Oh. Okay. That just clicked in my
Yeah, that's how
brain.
you get. That's how you get
Wow.
protein. That's how you get iron.
Y'all teaching me
That's why
some
they.
stuff tonight. I like this live tonight.
I
That's
got
why they
two
eat
people
their
I gotta
meat.
add now. What the heck?
Look,
I've been
that's
trying
why
to
they
be.
eat their meat medium raw. That's why they want blood in their meat. Because
Yep.
they
Mm,
figure they getting that blood from that animal. Oh, I ate the
mm.
bull. I ate a bull. I ate a steak from a bull. I'm strong as a fucking bull. Yeah, that's where that come from. Yeah, that's where that come from. And we like, nigga, you just ate a bunch of meat, but you about to have a heart attack. That's what you gonna do. You, we can just take Flintstone vitamins if we need some. Look, we need protein. All we gotta do is
Not the
pop some.
Flintstones.
Look, all we gotta do is take some Flintstone vitamins. Black
That's
man energized. They
that's
gotta
And
eat a
look,
classic.
steak half done. You
That's
know,
yep.
and
classic right there.
yeah, real shit, real shit.
And
Yeah,
you know
I
what
don't.
they
That's why.
used to do to our private parts, and like, not for nothing, if you look down, your private parts are usually the darkest part of your body, even though that they don't experience any kind of sun. So like that's where a lot of your melanin is packed into your skin.
Mm,
So that's why they used to do weird stuff to our
that's
private parts. And if
factual.
you go to the grocery store, there's plenty of testicles from cows, pigs, and all goats. Aren't they called mountain oysters, or is that the pig one?
Yeah,
So
yeah, they
like
call them mountain oysters.
yeah, you can go to the grocery store and buy a whole plethora of testicles from all types of different animals because they're trying to get that iron. Like they understand that they're iron deficient.
And they think for some reason if I eat a bull's testicles, I'll have the strength. I'll have his iron. Therefore, I have his strength,
Yeah.
which is
It's just a
absolutely
myth. They're just
asinine.
trying to resist the sun.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's all that because they know the sun and see the sun will eat them up. You see what I'm saying? The sun, and that's why they put on suntan lotion because too
Mm.
long in the sun and they'll start cracking. Now I tell them that ain't nothing to be upset at us about. What you do then, you pair up with us and we protect you from that. That's when the black guy got him a white woman, and he got everywhere around his house is shade in the backyard. He got her swing with shade around it, so she could still enjoy the outside without the harmful UV rays of the sun. You know what I'm saying? And then in the wintertime, he accommodates her lifestyle with the skin and the jet ski. I mean, the mobile, the snowmobile, and that's why they love to take trips to Aspen, the cold places, and have fun. And they could be sweating all day in the cold and not have a cold, but we sweat in the cold, come home, take our coats off. We I mean, I need a Tylenol, nigga. I got a fever. I got it. They get in there, they getting in the home. They ain't sick at all. They ain't got no cold. They ain't got no flu.
I mean, remember, they told you that they came out of the caves. They told you that all of us did, but we know for a fact that in Africa, there aren't any cave systems for us to come out of. So let's go look to Europe. And damn, you got plenty of mountain ranges and cave systems for them to come out of. And that's what I was saying. Like, they had to be forced down there into there. So, like, yes, we went up there first, but what came out wasn't us.
No, it was our. It would be our cousins. Our cousins had went through a tumultuous time in the mountains, and
Yep.
because they were diseased and they were diseased up, we had to we had to tell them you're roped off. We had to rope that part of the world off. That's why they call it Europe. You're roped off. That's why they
What's
call
the
it
deal,
Germany,
Sass?
because Germany is full of germs. So they had to name it Germany. So don't
Mm.
go to Germany because you will be infected with something. So the Moors who ruled Spain for centuries, that's why Spain ain't nothing but black people. Because if you rule a place for centuries, ain't nothing there left but your bloodline. Okay? So they went and they cleaned up. They introduced to what then became the European concept of baths. The Moorish women introduced perfumes to the women. They told the men, don't mess with your daughter. Y'all need to come out them caves. Be a community so y'all can see there's people around. Commune with each other. The Moors had to re-educate a Caucasian European populace to become civilized all over again. Because that time during the Ice Age was so tumultuous. Well, y'all ever saw the movies where they talk about the Vikings?
Yeah.
That's the Dark Age that they're talking about. Those are the Dark Ages.
I think Vikings are dark skinned people too, though.
It just
Well,
flipped them
they may
around.
have had a dark complected tone, like what we call them the dirty white guys. You
I
know
mean,
what I'm saying?
Vikings.
That dirty tone to their skin color.
What
They
we
just
got to
painted
Like
like
realize
here in
an
is
image on
Detroit,
them and flipped their skin color.
like here in Detroit, right? In Detroit, the guys, the Arabs that's from Yemenis are very distinguishable versus the Arabs who's from Saudi. We know the Yemenis are Arabs, but there's also a tint to their skin. It's obvious and noticeable.
another thing. Viking is a job title, not a race or ethnicity. They weren't a
Right.
people. They were like pirates. You can be anything and
Yeah.
be a pirate right now and back then. So they were multicultural. There were women. They were men, short, fat, tall, long, skinny. They were the undesirables.
But it was a time when there was like a group of people who moved, like invaded. They called it invading Europe because they lost their homeland. I forgot to what, and they was calling those people Vikings. I don't forgot what they was called.
Vikings were more so vagabonds,
Yeah.
people who were cast out of society. And what they did was they grouped together, say, okay, well, since we the ballers and we got the bag and the guns, we just gonna terrorize those who don't like it. That's all. Since y'all want to outcast us, then we gonna outcast y'all. We taking
I mean,
y'all
look
shit
at
from now.
they were
But
proud of being Vikings. So like it's just a misnomer. Like they're the same. Vikings and pirates are the exact same thing, but it just so happens that a lot of Vikings didn't look like us, so they got a different job title. It's like the same thing as a cattleman and a cowboy. You are recognizing cowboys as for what they are now, but it used to be cattlemen, and the cowboys were us. But we did our job so well, they were like, "Nah, we finna call ourselves cowboys too." So now you don't hear of cattlemen anymore. It's the same thing with Vikings and pirates. They were all pirates. They started liking the job. We did it better, so they started calling themselves Vikings.
and they were the hired hands. Kings would hire them. Listen, this nigga getting on my nerve. What y'all need to do something to his kingdom. See, the Vikings, those who called themselves that, they became their own business. They began to get ostracized because they were different, but then it turned out to be a business for them. So now we them boys. Now we the police now. Yeah, guess who got the badge now? Uh-huh. Now the table's turning for us because if you will, the Vikings were no more than the police at that time, a version of police at that time. So you got the Europeans who were once black people who turned white due to the Ice Age. The Moors come, discover them, say, listen, we know who y'all are. We've been looking for you niggas for 100,000 years. Finally found you. All right. Send them a text. Let them know we found them. We're going to stay up here with them. Tell them to send us some shit, though. We're going to need it. Stank. We're going to need some mops. We're going to need some brooms, some pine sauce, some fabuloso. Yeah, we got to clean this motherfucker up while we up here. We're going to have to pay. But I'm going to stay here. I got to clean this bitch up. So we're going to teach them agriculture. So the Moorish men taught the white men agriculture. The Moorish women taught what then became the Caucasian woman how to do her hair, how to get the oil out of it that built up from the sun pressing down on it all day. They taught them how to smell good. They taught them religion. We taught white folks everything they knew.
Pine salt.
And once they cleaned up, they ruled. They said, okay, but now we here. We did all this cleaning and shit and leaving this motherfucker. It's ours. Shit. It's our place now.
And that's
So
the
the
power
Moors
of pine
had it
salt.
for centuries. Now, when the Moors left, no one drove the Moors out of Spain. The lie is that that Alexander the Great or some European drove them out. No. The Moors found out that Spain really wasn't shit. And they just gave it up. They said, man, listen, I'm not about to fight for this piece of shit ass land. We did what we had to do. We got our people together. They back on track. We can get the fuck on. We going back to Morocco. We going back to where we're from. Because we did our thing. We helped y'all. We got y'all know how to trade with us now. Y'all know how to spell now. Y'all know how to read. Y'all know how to write. Y'all got commerce. Y'all got action going on. Now we can leave. We're going to leave a few more here.
And then they rejected all of that and went back to normal. Because everything we taught them, they identified as black. So bathing, that's black.
You know he muted himself.
Drinking clean water, yep.
Well, I did sound like he cut his own self off. It just stopped. He muted in the middle of talking.
But they're not born crazy. When they were up there in Europe, they stopped using those viaduct systems and they had no clean water. So we all know they were drinking beer from a real early age. You can go to Germany
Oh
right
wow.
now and drink beer at 13 years old. So like that's what it is. It's alcohol induced. It's called fetal alcohol syndrome. It makes your ears turn backwards. It makes them look like railroads, like the poked out ears. It makes your chin recede. It makes your hairline recede. Am I describing anybody for you? Like you can see the attributes getting passed down after generation. When you think of a yokel in Alabama, the way they look with the teeth all bucked and all of that stuff, that's not nuclear waste or electric power lines doing that to them. It's fetal alcohol syndrome that they've been passing down since they were in England and continue. So that's why they act like that. They're not born crazy. They've made this. It's chemically induced.
Well, they act like the environment they from cold, callous, unforgiving. They're just like that's why black people always so happy. But we ain't come from no cold and depressed environment. Nigga be happy with nothing.
Yep.
Like nigga, I'm just good. I'm good for no reason. They always got a problem with something. With them, is always something wrong. There's always something wrong. Nothing always right with white folk. I'm gonna tell you that now. And I'm not
And
dissing them. I'm
melanin.
just saying I recognize that. I can ask one now, how's things? Oh well, man, guys, shit. I asked a brother, what up, though? Man, the worst shit could be going on. He's like, shit, nigga, I'm good though.
Yep. Melanin is
That's
like
something.
one molecule away from being chlorophyll. And chlorophyll is what lets plants eat the sun. So if you don't think we're out here eating sun because we're starving, like we don't got food, we don't got clean water, and you in Detroit, so I know you ain't got clean water. Like we literally don't be
Oh
having
no,
anything at all.
wait. That's Flint. That's Flint. Our water good. That was Flint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Flint, Michigan. I'm
I'm
our
sorry.
still
water
scared of
good.
my water though. I
Yeah,
drink bottled
no,
water.
we still border. We still do our
Yeah, you
thing though.
could
But that
taste
was
it. I
Flint.
know you could
Yeah,
taste
that
it.
was Flint though.
Man.
That was
They
Flint.
they
That
too
was
close.
fucked up.
Yeah,
Look, that was
it's
fucked up
They
what
close.
they
too
did.
close
Yeah,
to
that
us,
was
man.
Flint
I
though.
ain't doing
You know,
it.
actually, Detroit had the third best drinking water in the nation when
Hmm.
Kwame was mayor. When
What's the
Kwame
deal?
was
No
mayor.
waste time. What's the deal, man?
Yeah. So no, you're right though. Um,
I'm in
They
that
did
Detroit.
though.
Detroit dirtier than any other city in the nation, actually, because by all accounts, if you look at like our history, Detroit should be one of the biggest cities on the planet. That's where all of the vehicles came from. But
Motor
since you
City.
know who was working all those factories, they ended that real quick now, didn't they?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what happened with that. Now, this what y'all probably ain't never known, and a lot of people didn't know this until I was on the lecture circuit. Um, Ford, GM, and Chrysler, Lee Iacocca, Ford, and who was the owner of Chrysler at that time? They did Detroit bad to get against Berry Gordy, Motown Records. See, y'all got to understand the Midwest of the United States is for one reason and one reason only. We the manufacturers of the world, the steel manufacturers. That's why people come to the Midwest, the Rust Belt, because this is where you produce shit at. Well, something happened in Detroit that they wasn't expecting. A nigga named Berry Gordy started a record label called Motown Records. So instead of niggas going to fill out applications, niggas getting dressed in three-piece suits, singing at some fire, talking about woo, woo, woo. Why? Because Berry Gordy gonna make my dreams come true. I ain't got to get a job. All Barry got to do is hear me, and he gonna make me a star. So niggas wasn't even getting jobs. Niggas will dress up in a 3-piece suit to meet another nigga at the corner store to sing harmonies about a bitch nobody fucking. Why? Because if anybody from Motown Records heard me, they gonna take me right to Berry Gordy, and Berry Gordy gonna give me a check. So they conspired and said, hold on, ain't nobody working these jobs. Lee Iacocca, Ford, ain't nobody building our cars. What's up? We losing money. So they said, you know what? We got to get rid of Motown. So they went to the black women. Yeah. Your man ain't making no money singing out on them corners. We paid $3.25 an hour. That bitch burnt that nigga suits. Like, nigga, you ain't going on that corner and sing. You going to work. I talked to the man. That's what black women got the man from. I talked to the man, and he said, just come down to the plant. He gonna hire you. Next thing you know, the streets quiet now. Ain't no more harmony in the streets. Crime was low because niggas was too busy listening to other niggas sing. So now these niggas is going to work now. They don't want to be singers no more. They are plant workers. And it worked like a charm. Motown left. Next thing you know, niggas just want to work at Chrysler, Ford, and GM now. That's all they need. That's all niggas talking about. But when I graduate from school, nigga, I'm getting into plants. That's all. That became the real shit. That's how Motown got destroyed. The automotive industry did that. That had nothing to do with the Illuminati. That had nothing to do with the government. That was the automotive industry. They're bigwigs saying, Detroit, y'all here to make us money, not record no goddamn songs.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but the government did turn around and take all of those jobs away right after that because we were doing too good there. And America as a whole
Yeah.
is lower class was starting to become as middle class, and that is affecting the big wigs' bottom line. Like we pretend like we don't want all of that free labor coming up from the South, and we pretend like we don't want to lock people up. But how do you think we're able to compete with China? They're literally throwing themselves off of the roof to the point where they got to put up nets just to catch them from committing. I'm not going to say it. I almost got banana. They got to put up nets to catch them from doing that. But over
Yeah.
here, we got all this free labor from down there and right here, us. That's why we are the prison planet. Like there are more people incarcerated in America than any other country per capita, period. And Louisiana is the capital of all of that. It's more people incarcerated in Louisiana than anywhere else in the entire world per capita, including the United States. So, like, that is why we are able to compete with other people as far as production goes, because there are no more factory jobs. You can't find a factory job. You go to Silicon Valley and make some computer chips or make a computer program, but you're not about to make a car.
Nope, today's manufacturing is not yesterday's manufacturing. That's for sure. That's why nothing in your car is American made. You go to the
It's
plant
cheaper.
and the plant puts together the car with foreign parts. See what I'm saying? So I say that because to say to a newer generation that there's more ways to get money than it was when we were coming up. You know what I'm saying? And I advise the newer generation to go that route so you don't get caught up in a rigmarole that works for somebody for 50, 40 years, then you retire, then 4 years later you unalive because of that time in their plants. Every generation will grow bigger and should be a bit smarter than the previous. So the generation over me, they were plant life dudes, going to the service type dudes. Okay, when I came up, it was plant life, service, and get you a business. See, the dudes before me couldn't do the business thing because of the racism shit. So you see how we got something in our generation that the generation before didn't. We had the jobs, the service, college, and now you can be a business owner. So now that's a new option given to a new generation of black men. Now under us comes a generation who got all of what I just mentioned, plus Bitcoin, plus stock portfolio, plus NFT, plus music, plus this, plus that. So it wouldn't be no reason for a generation under us to be slowful when they have more at their disposal than what we had at ours.
They may
That's
be
why I
smarter,
don't.
but they can't make nothing. They can't use their hands to make anything. If all of this, if the lights were to turn off right now, they'd be out of here.
Well, and this is where they would shine at, because see, this would be the generation who who divest from that. See, a certain part of this generation is going to divest from this stuff because they're waking up and they're going to get away from it, and they're going to build. That's why you got to watch shit like Demolition Man and the Terminator movies, because what they're showing you is the population who didn't buy into it, so they underground. That you ever saw that movie, The Running Man? Young men, go look at
I
The
turned
Running
the
Man.
comments off, man. Give me the 10K. I turn it back on, man. Y'all just in here. Y'all not even trying to interact or nothing. Y'all hearing this good info here. But I turn the
Yeah, the
comment back
maid.
on when y'all get it to 10K.
Yeah, the
Look
maid
at the
Kev man.
look at Demolition Man. Look at the Terminators. Look
Who
at
is that
the
fat lady?
Running Man, especially the Running Man. Look at the Running Man. The Running Man speaks volumes about what's going on. The Running Man, how society is going to end up. How are you going to have that group of people who's no longer invested in the internet, all of this stuff, and they living their lives, and the only thing is I'm protecting it from anybody who don't live like me. Because if you don't live like me, you're an enemy. That's how they're gonna start looking at you. It ain't gonna be black and white no more. It's gonna be, how are you surviving? And how you surviving, they'll know your affiliation, how you surviving. People been paying attention to the wrong movies. One thing about sci-fi, they make it sci-fi so you would think it's not worthy, but truth is in sci-fi. The truth is in science fiction. They always put the truth in science fiction. That's why I'm quite sure y'all saw that movie Idiocracy.
Hmm.
Look at that movie Idiocracy again. Tell me we ain't living that shit right now.
I was just about to say we live in it right now. If Terry Crews
Yes.
as president was for sure rump number 45. That was like
Yep.
a 1 for 1.
Yep. His whole cabinet was dumb. Wasn't his cabinet a bunch of oddballs? You feel me? Idiocracy spoke volumes. Brondo. The world gonna be so stupid they gonna forget it took water to grow a plant. That's basically what they saying. This world is gonna be so stupid that they forgot it took water to grow a plant. Oh, go down to the corner. Just make a left, please. You
I'm
feel me?
40 years old, and the first time I seen a banana with seeds in it was last year. So
Hmm.
imagine my children's children. They're not even gonna know that a banana would have seeds. They're gonna think the banana is the seed and try to put the banana in the ground to grow a banana plant. Like this is what it's not. This isn't a joke. Like this is a serious progression of stupidity. Just like you're saying. Like we are literally about to get there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If there's certain sections ain't already there, certain parts of this corner, stop at this Chase Bank on the corner. Certain populations is already there. I think they already there. Like real shit, they already there. TikTok. TikTok is a version of idiocracy. Look at how they let stupidity rule. Look at how a person who's not a woman can say I'm a woman. We live in it. Look how a person who's not a man can claim to be a man. We are living it. You got women who are now questioning what they are. You got a woman saying, what is a woman? Huh? You a woman and gotta ask that? I'm a man. I don't need to have a debate on what makes you a male. That ain't enough for discussion. But in an idiotic world, All rationale is up for discussion. All logic is up for discussion. Stupid on levels I never thought I would live long enough to see. And I'm 50, and my kids say you don't look nothing over 45, Dad. That's why people treat you the way, because they don't know that you're older. They think I'm one of them. I say I need some gray. I need some gray real quick then, because I look too much. My sons and I look too much alike, and it's getting hard for them to tell a peach from an apricot. So I got to do certain things to put on an older man's face. So I try to let my beard grow out a little bit so the gray could come through, so they can see that I'm not young like you. You know, I'm not you. I'm a whole different person. But if I continue to look this way, I'm blending in too well. And I don't like that, because I don't want to blend in. I need to stand out so you can recognize me from day one. Now, okay, that's my man. He's older, which means I'm coming out of a different bag. That's all I'm saying. I may come because of my age and my experiences, which I don't push on nobody. I just spit the bag that I'm coming out of, and hopefully that can piece some things together for you who want to know, like, well, why did this happen and why is this today? Like, one girl made a video on TikTok about why isn't there generational wealth? All right, brother, appreciate you. Why isn't there generational wealth for today's kids? And I answered, I said, because your parents ain't do nothing to do that. I said your parents have to be into certain things as parents. Like, I leave my son generational wealth because back when I had a hairline, I was a one-hit wonder in the 90s. I got hit. One of my songs end up making it to the Sony Midnight Dub Edition video game. So I'm basically all right for life.
The only thing about that is I'm 40, and when I was in grammar school, Rosa Parks was supposed to come to my school to talk. So our history wasn't that long ago. And when Rosa Parks was walking around is when they were burning down and flooding all of our cities. 300 something of our cities. So that's 300 cities full of thousands of black folks that would have passed down that generational wealth. And not only that, when they came back to those cities, when the banks were miraculously not burnt down, they didn't have any of the paperwork to show their account information to get any of that money out of the banks. So the banks kept that as well. So, like, there's literally a million something families, individual families, where you could say man, woman, a million man, woman pairs that could have passed down something that's exponential. Because let's just say they had 2.5 kids like you're supposed to. And then those 2.5 kids had 2.5 kids. That's the generation that we're in. It happened to them. They had kids, and here we are. So we would literally be looking at millionaires every every fifth person, every fifth black person that you saw would damn near be a millionaire if things that were let to go on the way they were supposed to go on. So yeah, some of us didn't do the work and didn't save, but a lot of us just got it taken from us.
Well, I just want to let you know, to add to your commentary, because you are absolutely right. Let me add this to that, and I want y'all to notice that everything he talked about was purely Southern. They didn't do that to the Northern blacks because the Northern blacks wasn't having it.
Well,
They did that to the South. See, keep in mind,
I'm
the most
sorry.
tumultuous things that happen to black communities of wealth and stature happen in the South, not in the North.
Most of it,
Rosewood.
sure, but it did not happen. One of the most
Well, here's how.
egregious ones happened in the north. New York, the Central
Okay,
Park. So
okay, hold on,
the area
wait. Okay,
around.
to me, New York is not the North. Okay, when I speak of North, I'm speaking Midwest. So go ahead. Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, New York, it happened, and it was one of the most egregious offenses because the area around that Central Park was black, and Central Park itself was a church community. So the
Mm-hmm.
black people around there all went to the churches that would have been in that park. So first they destroyed the city around the park, then they flooded and burned down the churches and cities that would later become the park. So like that whole entire area was black and had been black probably for hundreds of years because I don't know if you know, but some of us was already here.
Oh yeah, I said that. I said black people were in America long before slavery. You know what I'm saying? But I tell people to when you look at those, look at where they took place at, because wherever they took place at, there was a supremacist mindset structure already there. Rosewood, all those things, the Emmett Till, all of that happened where there were no black power.
Chicago originally was called Du Sable. It was founded by a black Frenchman, and they got rid of it. And now Du Sable is a county of Chicago. It's a suburb of Chicago, but that's its original name. You should be
Now,
calling Chicago Du Sable.
and you call in Illinois is still Native American.
Yep, that's a
Illinois
Native
is a
American
Native
name.
American owned state. That's Native American, just like Michigan was Miigama. You know what I'm saying? All of this Midwest stuff was Native American territory. So if
Yep.
you were
And
in a,
Target
if you
is
were in,
Tarjay.
Yep.
there it is, there it is. You see what I'm
But no,
saying?
those are all native words.
Lasher
Indiana,
is
Michigan,
Losser.
Illinois, Chicago,
Right. So if I
all of them are
told you
native
that,
words.
so if I
Montana, Dakota.
so and with those names being said, if I told you black folks was in America before slavery, wouldn't that make you think that those were them black people?
Hmm.
Okay, I can hit you
See
with
what
some
I'm saying?
information. You could
See
go
what
to
I'm saying?
Texas. You can go to Texas right now and find the scarab beetle. You'll also you could go to Louisiana and find the crane that's represented as Thoth in the Egyptian mythology. You can go to Mexico
Mm-hmm.
and find the dog that's Anubis in Egyptian mythology.
Yep.
You can
Yeah.
go to Mississippi, find the Mississippi River, and trace that up from the Delta all the way back, and you'll find that it's the longest river on Earth, and it seems to have been split into seven rivers, just like their book said it would be later on. So, like, a lot of that information is right under your feet right now. We're the mound builders of the Mississippi River, but we used to call them
Right.
pyramids.
Here in Detroit, we got a street called Mound. I had to let my neighbors know we're on. They called it Mound for a reason.
Kev, this live just
They
got deep
called
as
this
fuck.
street Mound for a reason. It's mounds in Michigan. That's why it's Mound Road. It's a mound. I live on Mound Road. I live on the mound. That's why I'm never moving. I got 3 properties. That house I'm always keeping because it's on Mound Road. And there
One
is a
here,
historical significance to that. Detroit just ain't brung it out yet, but I know, just like in Atlanta, there's mounds in Atlanta, there's pyramids in Atlanta under the
I was
ground.
just about to say. And here's going to be some somewhat controversial, but it's going to make sense after I say it. Atlanta is near the Atlantic. Where do you think Atlantis was? That's not a
Mm,
mistake. Why you think it's so black? They didn't get there. There wasn't no mass migration. They were already there.
yeah. And they would take, and that's why that disgruntled Southerner took his BS everywhere with him. See, they know who you are, but when they see that you don't, then they assume your position.
Yep.
Hmm.
And then when
Almost
you try to claim it, they just go, huh?
kitty corner from Atlantis is the lost city. What's that they call it City of Gold. I can't remember, but it's in central Mexico. It's right there. And that's where a lot of us actually came from, the Amazon. Like the Amazon rainforest actually isn't a forest, it's a garden. You can go look at those
Right.
plants and see that they're from all over the world. It's not a forest, it's a garden. And they took the gardeners and brought them up to America. That's why it overgrown, because we're not there to take care of it anymore.
To make it look like a garden. So if it's not taken care of, it'll look like a forest. Then we'll say we got to go in and maintain that. It's going too big. Let's go get them trees, get paid off them trees, stuff like that. They're very diabolical in their approaches, which is why I tell my brothers and sisters, if we are smart, if we are smarter than the average bear, Stop looking at shit and look into it. Look
Mm-hmm.
into it. And there is your liberty. You will see it. Once you ain't gonna see it looking at it. You gotta see it by looking into it. And once you abstract that, you apply that to every facet of your life. That's why you got a lot of men who don't get jobs, but they become skilled tradesmen because they learn the history of the skilled trade. Civilization was built because of the skilled trade, not college.
Absolutely. Now you're hitting the nail right on the head. College is almost completely obsolete at this point. The whole reason why they sent you to school is so you would go to the factory job and do what you're supposed to and know how to use a number two pencil. Ain't no more factory jobs, so there's no point going to school. Like, on what I was going to say on what planet? This planet, the creator, and I'm not talking about the Christian one, did not put you here to have to go to school to learn stuff. You learned that from your father, your father's father, your uncle, and your older brothers that were already doing it before you got here.
Yeah. That's why back in the day they treated you according to your trade. They married like that. Oh no, his daddy a carpenter. No, my son, no, my daughter ain't marrying no carpenter. Uh no, my daughter marrying in the rods. See what I'm saying? Same
Hmm.
concept. So I tell the brothers, get you a skilled trade, learn how to do something with your hands, because when the lights go out,
Whoa.
you will still be valuable. Like they talk about the high value man, they don't know what a high value man is. To me, the electrician, a
Right.
high value man. Let
Yep.
your lights go out. I'm calling the electrician. He the high value man. Let my basement flood. I'm calling a high value man called the plumber
Right.
because he got some information that I need, and he gonna charge me an arm and a leg. I
I
thank
heard
God
some
that he did it.
I heard somebody say something similar. I can't remember who it was, but I'm sure I didn't agree with most of what he was saying because I think he was one of them passport boys. But it's basically like this. Why would you go call a man in front of your wife to be a better man than you in your
Mm.
house? Because she ain't finna do it. She ain't finna call no woman to come cook. That would be crazy to her. Nuts.
Oh no, I get it. I say that every time I call the plumber. So I let my wife know. You know, your husband, that nigga back younger than mine. Okay, you need my back. You need my back just like I need your hand. So I don't want you in
Yeah.
no plants. I don't need you bending over 24 times out of an hour. I need your back too. So
Yep.
that's why I tell the brothers, learn the skill trade, get you some money for yourself. As a black man, the first law of nature is self-preservation. Preserve yourself first. Get your money first. Build your business first. Get you a home first. Get you a car first. Get you a bank account first. Get you a stock portfolio first. Get you a revenue of residual income first. Because why? As a black man, you need to layer yourself. Nobody got your back, brothers. I'm gonna tell you that now. You a black man. Ain't nobody got your back but you. Your mama ain't even got your back.
I mean, while
Like
we're
you
here,
got your back.
there is no such thing as a monogamous relationship. It's all polyamorous or poly, as people will say, because what's required is for you to love yourself and another person. So if you don't love yourself, then you're actually in a monogamous relationship because only one of y'all love one of y'all. But if you love yourself and you love her, then you're in a real relationship. And that's a polyamorous relationship because you're in love with two
Mm.
people, yourself and her. So if you go
I see
in,
people like throwing curveballs tonight, huh? Mm.
yeah, if you go in doubting yourself and not loving yourself, then you're already at a deficit. You can have all of that and no love for yourself, and you will not be paired properly with anybody, and you will not raise good kids.
No, that's
That's
facts.
not.
That's why I taught my son. See, let me tell you something. I don't want to skew the conversation, but that's just like with this relationship piece. You know, I said the worst thing that could have happened to this is that the young bloods start hearing this, and it will confuse you because if they didn't have a father in their life or a good uncle to micromanage and help in the shaping of their thoughts and emotions, then hearing it from the Samuelites and everybody else, which I fucks with Kevin Samuels, that's the wrong way to hear. That's the wrong way to hear. You hear them after you've been taught. You feel me? So like I taught my son, he's 27. Ever since he's been a little kid, I always taught him self-preservation. I always taught him that a woman can't bring you peace. I said, your mama didn't bring me peace. I was at peace when I met your mama. I was already stable. So I was able to look at her different, and my requirements for her was different because I was already in a different space than the average dude. So when I met her, I moved her in with me. I didn't move in with her.
That's
So
what I'm talking about.
you have to already be stable because you run that shit. And I did not let your mama came to my house one time before we got married. And she said, I do not like burgundy curtains. And I said, well, you need to go find a man who got the curtains you like. But if you like it, but listen, my curtains do cover the window. Okay? I ain't changing shit. My roof don't leak. Every door locks. Guess what she said? Eventually we'll get some new ones. And she stayed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want my young men out here conforming to what women say do to obtain them. If they don't like your 1-bedroom shack, fuck her. Find you a woman who likes your 1-bedroom shack. Let that woman find a man who has a 10-bedroom shack. But once you become stable in that piece, my brothers, you reached your goal. I
Right.
don't
I
care if
mean,
you're a paper boy.
if you get to a point where you're actually happy, you'll be literally turning people down. You'll have them,
Yep.
I mean, not for nothing, you'll be trying to beat them away with a stick. No, I'm good on that, ma. No, I'm good on that, sis. No, I'm good on that, ma'am. And then you find the one. It's not just, oh, I got to get me one, because that's how they're operating right now. I'm looking for one. I'm looking for one. I'm looking for one. And they're turning me down. You should be turning them down. That's how you know you're in the right place.
Yep. And the power is not banging. I taught my son the power is denying them the D. That's your power. Denying them the D.
Absolutely.
That's where your power is because when you deny them the D, you deny them the story. You deny them the BS that they'll come up against you with because they feel some kind of visceral connection to you because you banged them good. I taught my son, it's okay, perfectly okay to date a woman, take her out, have a good time with her, and leave her coochie dry. Make
Now
her
she's gonna be
wonder,
wondering, is there something wrong with
why?
Forget
me?
about TikTok friendly, buddy.
Did he
Yeah,
want me? Am I
yeah,
desirable? What's wrong with me
yup,
now? I gotta step it up the next time I see him.
yup. If you bang her, you lose. Banging her, you lose. You didn't win because you out here knocking them down. They won.
Right.
Because now they all get to talk about what you about. See, I'd rather us talk about what they about than them talk about what we about.
You can look at it
Because
in
then they
nature.
think they
You're
know
right,
you.
Immortus. Men do set men set all the standards, but it's males across the whole planet that set the standards. We're the ones that do the song and dance. We're the ones that go to get pretty. We're the ones that go find the nest and put it together so that she'll want to put something in that nest. So like there it is right there. Like you have to have yourself together first. They come to you. It's supposed to be a job interview, and you're supposed to say no to a couple of them, not the other way around. If you chasing them, you
Right.
done already fucked up.
Yep. They supposed to see you that they're the fish and you're the shining thing on the other side of the hook. They got to come to you. And then once you get them, you pick them out the water. Oh, no, man. I'm taking this and throw that one right back in there. Oh, hell no. Try it again. Pull that one up. Oh, hell no. You know what? I'm going to go to the pet shop Give me a fish. Give me a goldfish. But
Yeah.
our brothers wasn't taught to be selfish. See, that's all I'm saying, black men. Y'all need to be so selfish that you love yourself so much you refuse to see yourself on a broke end.
Yeah. You should have your
Because
nails done. You should have your feet done. You should fucking always have your lining right. You should smell good. You should eat well. You should be able to cook a good meal. Like all of that good stuff. So when she comes, there's nothing that she can do for you that you haven't already done for yourself. But when she does do it, you're going to appreciate it so much more
Mm-hmm.
because now you don't have to do all of those things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
and
You're not
she
supposed to
knows
just be
if
like,
she
oh, I can't even fold a pair of clothes. Like I don't even know how because my mama coddled me and just like let me just do nothing from 12 all the way to 18. So that's part of the problem.
and where they messed the boys up at is when the little boys were 5, 2, and 3, the mothers ain't do nothing for them. They were too busy trying to teach the daughters how to say bitch. They put nothing into the little boys. Then send the little boy to school. The little nigga can't sit down in class for more than 5 minutes. They put him in special ed. That's because the mothers never put into the boys what they put into the girls. That's why the boys lag, because the mothers are totally biased against their boys if they have a daughter. They're going to always protect baby girl. That's why, oh no, we got to protect baby girl. See, I had boys and girls, and people used to say, well, we got to protect baby girl. And I said, no, we got to protect all the kids.
I've
We don't
actually
just protect
seen
baby girl. We don't protect baby girl around here. We protect all children around here. And if your attitude is, we got to protect baby girl, then nigga, get the fuck away from me. I protect all
Unfortunately, I've
kids.
seen the complete opposite in Chicago. What happens there is the boys are coddled and they're not taught to do anything. The girls are taught to do everything. They're basically little miniature slaves, and this is what you're gonna have to do. And the boys are taught nothing, but they're completely protected. They don't have to do nothing, ain't gotta clean nothing, just could sit in the house or go outside, all of that. And by the time they become grown men, they can't do any of those things for themselves. But guess what? Their sisters can do it all.
But see, it's happening in Detroit too. It's happening in Atlanta. It's happening in Houston. It's happening in Seattle. That single mother bullshit thought process is national and is uniform. It's almost telepathic. Because no matter where you go, the boys are lagging, not the girls. And that's wrong. That lets me know she gave that boy a bad hand. That boy probably got more whoopings for nothing in his life than the things that he should have got a whooping for. See, I'm an advocate for the boys because I know the mothers abuse them worse. I know when the boy do something wrong, she hit him with the force of God. Baby girl do something wrong, she brushed that shit off. Let little man do something wrong, she knocks him to the ground. He gets it upside the head. And then she would tell him, shut up, that don't hurt.
It's buck breaking. And you know where we
That's
learned
why
that
when
from.
that's why when a nigga piecing up a girl, I don't say nothing. Except shut up, that don't hurt. For the same reason your man piece you up is the same reason you abuse your children. Why you abuse your kids? Because they was getting on my nerve. Why your man knock you down? Because I was getting on his nerve. Why you slap the hell out your little boy? Because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. Why your man bust you in your mouth? Because he said I wouldn't shut the fuck up.
You proven it's learned behavior. It gets passed down. And somebody had to pass it down to us because we wasn't always like this.
Nope. And that's why I tell the brothers, when you hear brothers like me going off on them, nigga, you seen what I'm talking about. Just because that's your mama, nigga, I don't give a fuck. You know what I told my mama? You was wrong. I couldn't wait till I was old enough to tell her, you was wrong.
Right.
Everything you did was fucked up. I'm not about to let you get away with that. Mama, you was dead ass wrong with that one.
I,
Mama, you could have had a man, but you kept telling them men this. I ain't letting you get away with it just because you're my mama. You will stand in judgment too. That's what I liked about Shaka Zulu. When his mama fucked up, he put her with everybody else. He said, I can't even trust you no more. Oh no, You know what that nigga did? I don't know if this was just a fucking movie, but he buried his mama with the bitches. He had a mass, he dug a mass grave and buried them bitches alive for their relationship with the colonizer. Put his mama in the motherfucking grave with him. You talk to them about this. But Shaka, I'm your mama. So, put her ass in there
Accountability.
with him. Put her ass in there with him. Now, I don't
I
know
mean,
if that was the movie doing that or if he actually did that. If he actually did that, Shaka Zulu is the G of forever. He's the G. He the mob. The mob is like that. The mob will take out their own kids if that nigga ain't doing right. Why? Because you have to do right.
there we go.
Bottom
And that's what
line.
I'm talking about. That mob mentality probably is what we should need to adapt to because they would hold each other accountable. If you weren't taking care of your family, you couldn't sit at the table. You're not going to make no money with us just so you can not go take care of your family. You beating your wife, we got to beat you up. We finna take you
Yep.
back, take you out back, put some soap in some socks, and whoop you up real good. Not going to leave no
Yep.
marks so you can be all embarrassed and heard about it. We're going to beat you in private. But in public, we're going to stand 10 toes down together. But best believe, if you're hitting your woman, I got to hit you. In the back, though, not in front of nobody. I got to call you to the back and punch you in your stomach real quick. That's the accountability that we need. So if you see a man beating on his girl or his wife or his kids, you need to invite him out for a drink with the fellas, and y'all all need to be sober and whoop his ass. And then talk to him about it later. This is why we did this.
Hey, I'm telling you, I did. No, he's right. He's right. He motherfucking right. Because me and my boys and our wives, and one of my boys, you know, he don't cheat on his wife, but let her laugh too loud at my jokes. She gonna be wearing sunglasses, nigga.
See, he needs
One
to
day
have
we
the
was,
same pair of sunglasses.
well, what happened was we was all at Red Lobster. My wife's favorite. All my wife know we can afford to eat whatever, but she loved this spanking ass Red Lobster, man. So we all at Red Lobster, like we normally do. And my boy, girl, and my wife and the other woman was talking, and they giggling and kikiing about Idris Albert when he did his part in Suicide Squad.
Mm-hmm.
How they was talking about how he did a better job than Will Smith, and one of the women was like, and with all that dark chocolate, and
Mm.
the other girl was, you know, she kikied, and then that nigga did something under the table, and she stopped kikiing, and then my wife looked at me, and I looked at my nigga Keith and my nigga Fatty. I was like, Jerome, come on, y'all, let's go to the car and blow one. Till the food get here, we're gonna smoke one. So we got in the car, we blew up the blunt. I said, listen, dog, when you go back in there, you and your wife got to go. Man, what's up? I said, man, unless you want to get knocked off in this car right now, your best bet is just to say yes, because you ain't about to punk me. I said, when my wife looked at me when that noise happened under the table, she wanted me to elbow you in your head.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but you my dog, and we don't handle things like women handle things. So what I want you to do, nigga, is when we're done, you got to go to work tomorrow. You just got the text. All right?
Yep.
Keith, Fatty? Yeah, man, he got the text. We all in this car agree you got to go to work tomorrow, dog. Now, unless you wanted to be a problem when we go back in there, I suggest you go home and get ready for work. All right, y'all ready to go back in? Yep.
Yep.
Hold on, man. Yep. Yep, I'm ready. All right, let's go. We go back in. Yeah, they about to go. My wife wrong. Nothing. He got to go to work. He got a text. You know that you know how Magna is with Chrysler. Chrysler back up and running, and so they got to get into this shit.
Absolutely. You can't have fun.
What?
This ain't no fun time for you. You on punishment. And that sounds like something that you would do to a child, but like that's something that you have to do to an adult too. Like people don't understand just a punishment or just a talking to. Like
Well,
sometimes
hold
you
on.
got to
Wait
do
a minute.
all of them.
Somebody said so fake. No, that's the person who don't do that is so weak. Y'all so used to a generation of weak ass men that when you hear real men talk about what they do amongst each other, you just can't believe it because you're not strong enough to put a man in check. See, I'm an 80s baby. I ain't got no problem with putting a nigga in check. I ain't got no problem with going one-on-one with a nigga over something stupid. See, I ain't got a problem with that. It's you new test tube babies who making comments like that who got a problem with what real commentary is all about. I want to see you be real enough to check your boys. Y'all ain't got them kind of nuts because your mama ain't raised you with them kind of nuts. We are the generation with 20 times more testosterone than this generation could ever get. Actually, y'all have less testosterone as men than we do, which is why you don't like what I'm saying because the bitch in you coming out. That's the bitch in you responding. No, I don't talk big. What I'm saying is facts, nigga. We check each other. That's why niggas is weak, because they got friends like you. I don't want weak niggas around me. A weak nigga can't do shit for me. Fuck a weak nigga. I like strong men around me. Men who ain't gonna bitch up. Men, like some of you niggas that comment like him, when y'all go to jail, the first person y'all call is y'all mama. Y'all just like them niggas on the first 48. You notice how on the first 48, when them niggas get caught after they did the detective, the first thing they do is call for their mama. That thug nigga that just murked the whole block. I don't want to talk to nobody. Shut up talking to me, man. Shut up talking to me. I want to talk to my mama. I want to talk to my mama. Shut up talking to me. That's y'all favorite go-to when y'all niggas get in trouble. I want to talk to my mama. Where my mama? You can go to prison right now and them niggas in there talking about, where my mama? Where my mama? I used to be an advocate. Rode on the prison bus with them niggas. Where my mama? Well, as soon as these so-called hard-ass, gang-ass, dope-dealing-ass, gun-toting ass niggas get caught, the first thing they ask, where my mama? I don't want to talk to nobody but my mama. I don't want to talk to no detective. I don't want to talk to no judge. I don't want to talk to no goddamn police. I want to talk to my goddamn mama. That's just how they sound. That's just how them niggas sound.
I
And
know this
because
is
I
just
used to prisons, I used to also see their transformation. Yeah,
this is just
they
an anecdotal
transformation.
story, but like I can agree with him for the most part because like when I was coming, I mean, it's not just all of us, like the ones that are the '80s babies, because I'm an '80s baby too. But like the kids that was on the street, like I had a childhood bully, and then later on in life, I got into a little bit of trouble. Went to Cook County Jail in Chicago, and my childhood bully was in protective custody. I was in general population, so like just because you tough on the street don't mean you tough everywhere. And just because you not tough
That's right.
on the street don't mean that you can't be tough on your friends. So like you gotta really the guy in the comments, he got a twisted view of the world. He probably young, like you said, so like he just needs to learn. Like he gotta
Well,
do
like I
some
said,
learning.
if you had a real man in your life, if you ain't never had a real uncle, you don't know what we talking about because we talking about real men shit. We talking about how real men get things done, and one of the first things men do is check each other. We don't let shit slide like women do. Women to see a bitch being abusive to her children and won't say nothing. Men see that, hey baby girl, you want to lay off of me? Oh, thank you. You can't tell me nothing about my kid. Yes, I can. Women, men, we got balls. See, us 80s babies, we got the balls to check the bullshit. Why you think we on here without a cash app? You notice I ain't got no cash app on my profile. What I do for the betterment of men. If you want to stay a bitch made nigga, that's on you. But if you want to grow as a man and be the type who could provide for himself first, because a lot of young niggas can't even provide for themselves. They barely survive. They know work. They know better than the women. And my thing is humble yourself, young man, and let me tell you where you fucking up. Because if I can say, how old are you? I bet you ain't got half the shit I had when I was your age. You feel me?
Yep.
They ain't got half the shit. Like this one guy was on the live talking about when he was 19, how many girls he was knocking down. I'm like, so at 19 years old, nigga, you was a bullshitter. That's why you 29 and broke. That's why you a 29-year-old broke. Because when you should have been getting money, you was laying between some tramp's legs. And the fact that you was broke and she let you lets me know how stupid she was. When you're 19, you're 20, you're 21, those are the years to build your bank. Because when you turn 30, life begins that slippery slope. It goes down from 30, baby. Put your seatbelt on because you about to take a slide. So when you're 19, you use that 19 to 29 as the years of making nothing but money. So in that 10-year period, you will be a young man at 30 years old with about a close to $100,000 in your bank account. But if you grew up with a mom teaching your bank account. But if you grew up with a mom teaching you bullshit and never installed in you from day one to be a grinder. See, most of these little niggas wasn't taught to be a grinder until they need something. You need to be a grinder even when you don't need something. The worst time to get money is when you ain't got no money. The best time to get money is when you got money. When niggas learn that concept, they'll be okay. When you got money, that's the best time to get more. When you got money, that's the best time to save your money. Niggas get broke and then want to get good ideas. Fuck good ideas when you broke because you can't fund them.
And a lot of it is
You
just
feel
lack
me?
of
I own a
responsibility. Like,
transportation company. I got 4 shuttles and 6 cabs. You think I would have had all that if I was bullshitting at 19? Hit records. You think I would, if I was a bullshitter, I would have never went around the world. I would never have a gold and platinum album. I would never have none of that. If I was bullshitting, fucking with girls at the time, I should have been building my money and myself. And when I hear young boys talk that silly shit when they were young, I say, that's why you're old, your age now, you ain't got nothing. You just told me what you were doing at the time, you should have been getting money. Ain't no such thing I'm gonna wake up at 30 and start getting money. It's gonna be harder and harder. So you make it easy on yourself by getting it while you're able to at an age that allows you to get it. You ain't got no kids right now. You ain't got no felonies. You ain't got no reason why you as a young man should not be prosperous in some level. See, I'm talking real shit, not no bullshit. I'm talking shit that a father would have told his son. What are you doing with your life? Do something with your life, son, because you ain't got the time somebody told you you had. Time go by so fucking fast in this world, man. You gonna look up, and next thing you know, you 35 years old, and you ain't even got $3,000 in your bank account.
Right.
yep.
Damn, you depressing me, bro.
You gonna look up
I really
35 and
agree with
still
you.
don't
We're
own a
cool, man.
car.
Just we'll just squash that shit. It's all cool. You're cool. Anyway, what's going on?
Yo, what's the deal, man?
Up late, brother. Up late.
Well, look, brothers, I'm gonna go on and drop down, man. I enjoyed talking with you
All right, be a
guys.
good man.
I,
Oh
I
yeah, for
just want
sure,
y'all to
man.
understand. I want y'all to understand, man. The future is y'all. Y'all are the black community. You carry the black seed. You carry the black life. The black seed in the black community is not in the black woman. It's in the black man. Wherever you go, you take the black seed with you. I don't care what color she is. The baby is the nationality of the dick it came out of. All right. So
You're right.
you take it, you take that, and you be serious about yourself, brothers. You be better stewards over your bodies. Stop laying with any girl just because she got a fat ass and is letting you. Leave these trolls alone and build your life. Once you build your life, there will be, listen, you can lose money chasing bitches, but you ain't gonna lose one bitch chasing money. Peace out, brothers.
Brother.
Nice, nice.
That was a nice little exit. I'm not gonna lie.
Right, I liked it. That was nice. That was nice with it.
Go out on a high note.
But I'm sorry for the people in the comments because it's about to get shut off because I supposed to been at 15K a long time ago. So I'm gonna turn the comments back on when I get to 15K. You know.
Well, they were saying something about straightening out a man if he gets in a conflict with a woman. But sometimes you got to be careful, man, because she might turn on you. She might start hitting you with something, Sometimes you got to mind your own business because you got to be careful. It's none of your business sometimes, and it ain't right. It's wrong, but you can't step in a situation where you don't belong. Maybe it ain't your business at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth.
Right, you right, man.
All right, man, that'd be cool.
I feel him on that, man. That's what I said, man. We be fighting over the craziest stuff. That's why I be trying to look for unity and stuff because we really are the same people.
The
We
other thing
just,
is,
we
like, why are
come
you
in
gonna let
different
some
forms and
some
shapes and
some
stuff.
woman get you in some shit? You walk away with an injury in a fight, or some permanent injury. That's because that bitch was drunk. I mean, fuck that.
No, I wouldn't say intervene with somebody else's kids, but if that's your family or your friend, then you should definitely intervene. And I would leave the women to do their thing with the women, and the men should do their thing with the men. The women can handle themselves. Like, they know how to whoop a bitch because she's hitting on her kids too hard. And we definitely know how to do it too. So we just got to get it together as a community. Like, and, for not for nothing, you got to get together separately if you want to get together all together. So, the older men got to get with the older men, the younger men got to get with the younger men, and then all those men could get together, and then we could get with the women, because then we're on the same accord. But
Feel
they
you
got to
on
do the
that.
work too, just like we got to do a hell of a lot of work. And I'm not saying to fight black men just to be fighting them. Like, this is a serious matter. Like, if you really serious and you about it, when you see that young boy on that corner, even though he not related to you, maybe you need to step out there and be like, yeah, no, all y'all need to get off this corner. Says who? Says me. Y'all are off this corner now. If you really serious and really about it, and you think that, like, they're leading us astray by, like, being out here with the saggy pants and selling drugs and doing all of that, get them off the corner. Because the police ain't gonna do it. They just gonna get a couple of them, so the couple of them can stay and recruit your son so he could be out there so they could go get him. They never gonna clear him off the corner, but you can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, nobody's coming. It's up to you. That goes for life, your personal life, this world, all of it. Nobody is coming to save us. If you're looking for a hero, you should have been looking inward the whole time. And that goes double for Jesus, God, Hercules, Allah, I don't care. The Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, none of them real. Only thing that's real is you.
Mm-hmm. Good.
And I'm not trying to piggyback or like snatch Malcolm's thunder, but he said it well. Like, why we gotta have heaven up there somewhere? Why we gotta wait? Why you gotta pass away to have peace? Have it right here, right now.
Exactly.
That's part of the
I
problem.
missed
Like,
that
we're
part.
afraid of that. We used to not be. That's how they got us. We used to not be afraid of death. It was just a natural occurrence. Just like if any of y'all watch Black Panther, like the way he says that that's just the next step, we used to really believe that. There was no fear of death from us. That's why so many of us that did get on them boats jumped off those boats. They didn't make it over here with a bunch of people on boats. A lot of us got off that boat one way or another because we didn't fear death.
Cosmo, wake up, man. Dude done fell asleep in the chat and stuff, man. I mean, fell asleep.
We're gonna get there. And I
I
used to
be,
like try to fight the passport bros. I used to try to fight the Christians, the Muslims, like every little fight that I could find. I'd be like, you know what? I'm finna fight you to the death because I don't want you like spreading that ideology. But now we're to the point where we're gonna just have to work together. I mean,
exactly.
if you slow, then come on. You cripple, you misogynist, you're gonna have to keep that shit to a minimum, but you're gonna have to come on too. Like all of us gonna have to work together on this.
Exactly.
And our rally point can't be one of these silly ideologies or religion or anything like it. It's got to be about self-preservation. We can all get behind money and self-preservation, no matter who you believe in, what you believe in, how you run your household. You should be able to get behind self-preservation. And I heard him talking about the Moors, like that's a great organization, but all of us ain't gonna want to go. Some of us look as that as another religion or another system of control. So we're gonna have to
Hmm.
find something that we can literally all rally behind.
And we all can right, and that's what I be telling people though. Gotta look for some type of unity instead of the opposite. Instead, it's better to work with each other. We gotta just find instead of looking for differences, we gotta find similarities and stuff. That be the problem.
Exactly.
We stay looking at differences and stuff, and you know, and for what? Like, what is the fight for? We fighting over the silliest stuff. That's gonna be crazy. Oh my, that hair longer than mine and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's silly stuff, man. It ain't gonna get us nowhere. It ain't gonna better our life or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So,
You speaking straight facts, because like we use the word, but we don't understand the word. Like unity doesn't mean totalitarian, absolute unity. We're completely aligned on every single subject. No,
right.
we're just unifying behind a thing because like when you say, oh man, it ain't gonna never be no unity in the black community. Yes, you're right. And it don't matter because guess look who in charge of us. They have not stopped arguing yet.
Mm,
They arguing right now, but they are in power. They are in charge. Yet they don't have unity because that's not what it's about.
exactly.
So that's a silly thing to be like, oh man, we're not gonna get there because we don't got black unity. That isn't a thing. We just need to unify around a thing.
What's up, Lords? Welcome to the live. Yeah,
And like I
man.
get it, like, the kumbaya rhetoric and like liberals saying, oh well, we gotta, do it one step at a time. That ain't gonna work. That's like that's what's keeping us here in this place. Like in between fascism and communism is libertarian and liberal and Democrat, and that's the status quo. Like even some of the conservatives and the Republicans that you see, they're really just liberals because all they want is slow incremental change. They don't want no drastic change. They want reform. You could reform it a little bit. You could change it a little bit, and I'm okay with that. But don't upset too many people.
All right.
So yeah, like that's why blue and red don't make sense. A Republican and Democrat, that's two sides to the same coin. That's still a quarter. Heads is the quarter and tails is the quarter. No matter what
Mhm.
side you have it on, when you put it on that counter, the guy gonna let you spin it.
Exactly. Like
It
that one,
still
right?
functions. It functions in the same way. So no matter if it's a Democrat or a Republican
It
in
works.
office, we still bombing brown people all over across the globe. So like it don't matter.
All right. No matter how we look at it, it's just right. It's still the same amount. No matter how you look at it, if you spin it backwards or spin it forward,
It's still a quarter.
right.
And at some point we gotta figure that out. Like I've been seeing people get real loose. Like, and I don't want I don't want to get bananaed or like get put on a list or something like that. But eventually, we're just gonna have to give up on this project, if you know what I mean. Like, we're gonna have to let them have what they have to themselves and leave.
I feel
No
you
matter
on
whose
that.
it was at first or how much work we put into it, like we're running into a wall, and that's the definition of insanity: doing the same thing, expecting a different outcome.
Yep. The same exact thing. Like if it ain't worked that many years before, what make you think it's gonna work now? You know what I'm saying? They've been doing the same freaking way of doing it and never make no type of change. Junk still ain't that fit what expected. Just
Yes,
got that.
being a father to another man's child is self-preservation. Absolutely. Amortis down there in the comments lighten it up. Like
Yeah,
that's what I was
right.
talking about. Like sometimes you're gonna have to gather us up. Like you're gonna have to
I
go
need
get
you
that
to
kid
pop
off
up
that
in this
corner.
box then, man. You speaking some stuff, man. Go ahead, hop up. Don't be scared to hop in the box.
Like we pride ourselves on being strong and invoking fear in other people, but we fear ourselves. Like it's certain parts of neighborhoods that I'm not gonna walk down. Like
I'll be saying that too.
when I
And
was
it be
younger, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna walk any and everywhere. But that's because I was stupid and didn't
right.
realize the danger that I was in.
Wasn't aware. Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of how much danger I was actually in. Now that I'm not, scared, scary, or a punk or nothing like that. I'm
You
just
smart.
aware of the danger and move
Exactly.
cautiously now.
I be saying that junk too. Like, dude, even we scared about. And I be like, that's gonna be sad. The only time we really do some type of little bit of unity is when we feel like somebody opposing us or something like that with a different skin tone. That's the only time we want to sit there and act like we with each other and all that stuff. That junk's silly. But otherwise, we sitting there tearing each other down and you know don't care about one another. But that junk be man. That junk
You're
just be
right.
sad.
You're right. And it kind of goes to the point that 6'4" is making. Like, if you're doing everything when you're broke, then you're all it's like shopping when you're hungry or going to get a job while you broke. Like you're gonna end up in
Hmm.
a bad way. So like if every time we get together is to oppose something, we're gonna end up in a bad way. So
Hmm.
we gotta be okay with each other and get together when there ain't nothing happening. Nothing at all.
Yep. Exactly. That'd be the best route for real. Figure some stuff out, man, because we just be getting to it over the saddest things and stuff, man. The freaking pettiest things, actually. Just be petty. Stealing from each other and all this stuff. And then again, it's just so funny because people be making these excuses. Well, look at the area and stuff, but now we fully aware of it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people is aware of the situation and still living it and still doing it and stuff. Like, what's the excuse when you so-called say that you know of it or you say that you're aware of it? 'Cause if you're really aware of it, you wouldn't be doing it.
We are
You just
the
know.
ones that educated ourselves and made it out and all of that, but like it's
Mm.
40 guys in a trap right now. Two of them got a phone and ain't none of them using Google. They don't know. They don't know nothing. They could barely name who's the president of the United States. So you think they know
Mm.
the diaspora of African Americans in the United States? Like, do you think they're even trying to conceptualize things like that? They don't care. They don't know to care.
Yeah, they
So
don't care.
like
They don't want to know. Yeah, they don't want to know.
the people that are perpetuating the violence and drugs and like the promiscuity with the women and the men too, because when men lay with a bunch of women, they hoes too, not just women. But um, they don't know, and ain't nobody telling them because we too scared to go there. But for good reason. I'm not trying to go to the club, to the strip club, to be like, hey, y'all should cut this out. Or to like, the nightclub where they do the shootings at to be like, hey man, y'all should cut this out. I might mess around and get shot. So I gotta catch them somewhere else. And it ain't on TikTok. It's in the street.
Hmm.
So some of us, the brave or the dumbest of us, I gotta go out there in that street and risk our lives to tell them this stuff. or to snatch them up by the collar and forcefully take them.
where you at, man? What time is it where you at? Hello? It's 4:14 in California. So tired of party. It's 7:14 here. Oh, y'all know about Cali. There's so many Cali friends I got. They about three, yeah, they 3 hours behind me. California, knows how to party. So how y'all be partying out there, man? In the city.
Now, I'm at work right now. I work the night shift, so I'll be on here
Oh,
talking
okay.
crazy. And next thing I know, I have to
Oh,
deal with a
okay.
customer.
Hold on. What was you saying? What was that? I was saying where you was at. Like where you what time is it where you at?
What time is it right now? Damn, it's 6:15. I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. So you got an
Yeah.
hour behind me. Cali like 2 hours behind you then. And three
Yep.
hours behind me.
I'm originally from Chicago, but they on the same time as me anyway.
Uh-huh.
Same weather too.
Keep it rocking. Well, the weather outside is. Man,
That's
Texas
another
all that
thing.
stuff
Like
going.
I've been to Texas 6 years. I didn't seen snow one time while I've been down here. So there's plenty of places here where you can experience no cold right here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Yet they've
Yeah,
been here this whole time and they not getting darker. Telling you. And I can't say for sure how it happened or why it happened, but I know something happened. And it definitely wasn't just people moved to different areas and lost their melanin. Bill Nye, Bill Nye made me so mad when he said that shit, I couldn't believe it. But after all, he is not a scientist. He is a TV host. So he can say shit like that and make people believe it because he got science guy after his name.
Hell no, that's Einstein.
hmm He basically indoctrinated a whole generation so that later on he could be like this, that, and the other. And since you watched him every day before you went to school, you'll believe him.
Right. Bill.
He was one of my favorite people for the longest time.
Remember that stuff.
If anything, I'm a nerd, so yeah, I loved me some Bill Nye the Science Guy. And Beakman's World that came on before him. I don't know if anybody old enough to remember that, but like, and the Magic School Bus.
The
Like
Magic
we used to
Ride.
learn stuff.
Magic School Bus?
hmm Our cartoons actually used to teach us stuff. I don't know what they watching now. Fucking Caillou being an asshole to people.
Not the little spoiled baby.
hmm I sat down and watched that one day, and I was like, "This was my son watching. No wonder he acting like that."
All right, it was cheap. Bring the spoilness out that child quick. I seen
Caillou's
this one. I
clapping
walked
baby.
in on this one. It was like Oh, this is when you don't get your way, you stump your feet and fold your. I'm like, what are you teaching your kids this? They
Mm-hmm.
teaching the kids this stuff?
I
They
will
trying to
kick Caillou in his shit.
right. They trying to teach a kid how to get slapped in the back of their head. Come on now.
Mhm.
Ew.
Yep.
What am I trying to something else trying to do? Oh,
It got deep back there. We got a lot of information out. I do got to say, I don't support misogyny or misogynoir in any way, shape, or form. Like, I get into it with the Passport Boys all the time. I'm on other apps, streaming, and there's a lot of, super conservative black Christian males that's talking crazy and like doing this whole male female sex war when it ain't none. There isn't one. It's just a bunch of loud people that's super wrong and super loud. There is no war in between us.
mm-hmm.
We still the same people. I don't know how we gonna move forward without our women. That don't make no sense whatsoever to me. And quite frankly, like if you can't find the right woman for you, you're probably looking in the wrong places.
Look at
And
the
that's part of that
wrong.
whole gender role shit too, because like you know where you're gonna find the woman for you at work. So if you're expecting her to just be at home cooking and cleaning, how you ever gonna meet her if she can't work? That's like an arranged marriage. The only reason, and like when people are saying, "Oh man, I wish it was back like in the '50s and this, that, and the other," they you, women couldn't get a bank account. They would have to have their father or husband come with them, so it completely eliminates them from being a breadwinner completely. Like, so they were completely dependent on the man. So that's why those marriages, quote unquote, worked out because they couldn't go nowhere. They'd be homeless. So
Mm.
it's not that the attitudes just changed or it's different times. No, they're able to work. So they're not completely dependent on us. So you can't just get away with anything anymore. And like, quite frankly, with all of the men, like, oh man, we're just like that, and men ain't meant to be monogamous. You may be right, but that means that's the same thing for women. So like, you might find you a monogamous woman, but that doesn't mean she's gonna stick around while you're not being monogamous. That's not how it works. We don't just get to do whatever we want to, and they just sit at home. And to be completely honest, if you tell the truth you might find her. Like if you literally tell a woman the truth, look, I like you. I want to grow to love you. I want to grow a family with you, but I am a very sexual being and I'm going to want to go get some strange every now and again. So like, are you down with that? Or even better, like, how about we just get us a second wife? Would you be down with that? You never know. Just ask.
Ask and
What does
you
it hurt?
shall receive sometimes.
You can just ask. And then you won't feel rejected. Like if you come to a woman with conditions instead of just yourself, if she rejects their conditions, you don't have to look inwards on your ego and be like, oh man, it must be me. No, she rejected your conditions, not necessarily you. She would have accepted you under her conditions. So like you will move differently after that. Look, this is what I want. I want two wives. I want six kids. I want a big house with a big backyard. What's she gonna say? Yes or no. And that's the end of it. And they outnumber us like 2 to 1. So you get a hell of a lot more no's than you think. Like once I not the exact moment I turned 40, but once I got into this like range where I'm at right now in my age, where I got to the point where I just don't care anymore, and I will just tell somebody the truth because I really just don't care. Now I got, not that I want them, but I got 24-year-old women throwing themselves at me now. I'm like, where was you when I was 24 and hard up for it? But then you have to realize it's because I'm not working on scarcity. I don't want it. I'm like Bernie Mac. Like, talking about some pussy. Fuck pussy. I don't care. And now it's falling into my lap.
What's the deal? Toddy in the building.
That's when it shows up when you're not looking for it, when you're not thirsty for it, hungry for it,
Yeah, I feel you on that.
distracted. That's what it is. And you young men that's like thinking that you gotta go overseas. No, you just need to increase your maturity level. That's the reason
Hmm.
why the younger girls go after the older men. Because they're not about a bunch of bull. They're not trying to hop and jump around like that. It's the security.
What does your question say? Give no glasses. You better throw them dang on glasses on. Archangel in the building. Pop up in the box too, man. Don't be scared. Question is, when you take actions, do you think about it? Do you think about the kids, others, or the future? Do you think about any of the three before you make your choices in life or actions you take? You know what I'm saying? I don't know where they went. I went out last night. There you go. Having too much fun out there and lost your glasses.
No, that's right. Not to sound cliche, the kids are our future. So you better be thinking about these kids.
Exactly. That's what I be telling. And my voice, you lost your voice. No, we ain't using it. Go ahead and bring scratchy voice up here. Anybody go for that?
I don't know, say something real crazy. I probably will still say it though. Let me wait for this person to get out of earshot range of me. When men say they don't want masculine women, I don't quite understand that because these women are not acting masculine at all. Like, and the ones that actually are, y'all are too homophobic to deal with them. But I tell you one thing, these studs, they got that snapping turtle. I'm talking about that thing. It will take your ass out. And a lot more of them like you than you think. But those are the actual masculine ones, and these women ain't acting like that. I don't know. Maybe that come with age. I'm not insecure like that anymore. I'll take a stud out. Telling you. Yep, a snapping turtle.
Snapping turla.
That motherfucker get a hold of you and it will not let go. Telling you.
Yeah, but then again, it's a lot of blue whales out here. Like, no talking junk. Let me stop talking. That got no snap. Snap that back.
Yep. You know what though? Like, I think that's natural because it kind of don't make no sense to me because, like, say you with a woman for 20 years, you got with her when she was 17 and you were 17, and now y'all 37. If it's still the exact same way or better than when she was 17, it ain't because she only was with one guy, because you had your one thing that whole time going in and out of her that whole time. So like that's not what make it loose. It's the diet. It's not taking care of it. So body count kind of shouldn't matter. And for all intents and purposes, you want somebody with some type of body count because then you're gonna be teaching somebody something that you don't want to teach them. Nah, babe, you do it like this, and now you got your butt in the air trying to teach her how to arch her back. That's gonna be you. I ain't got time for it. You can get the hell away from me talking about some, yeah, I'm a virgin. You better get your virgin ass away from me. I ain't finna teach you shit. I don't got time for it. But that also comes with age. But I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of older guys talking about some, yeah, I want me a young one. It's like a young,
Keep going.
impressionable one so I can teach him right and all that. You want a daughter. That's what you want.
Don't go. Oh, you missed a lot, Cosmo. You missed a lot.
Yes, they are. Kegels
They
are
got
important.
the Kegel. Max Kegel. That's Max Kegel.
The only reason why there's not a Kegel class for men is because we too embarrassed to like participate in something like that because we gotta be like top 100% at all times. Oh no, no, I do this, that, and the other, and blah blah blah. Hey, if you don't take it, learn something, learn a trick or two. It will put you a cut above everybody else. I promise you, because ain't nobody putting in no work to do nothing to please a woman. I promise you, they not. You could do the most minimal amount of effort, and she gonna be like, "Oh my God, I've never had that done before." This niggas is lazy.
Oh shoot. Have a better arch. Let's take her to yoga.
Tad bit of piece of information that like blew my mind when I figured it out, and this is like you could take it with a grain of salt, but you just got to look and use your discernment. But if you've ever seen a picture of the Virgin Mary, that's a literal roadmap to the clitoris and vagina. That's all it is. Like all of those
Wait, what are you
stories.
talking about?
Yeah, the Virgin Mary, the way she's her head is tilted, the way her hands are in that steeple, and the way her robe is fluttered. That is the clit and lips and all of it. Like you could see the anatomy of a woman and the Virgin Mary. Because that's how they used to tell stories and allegories. But at some point, we stopped telling our kids that they were stories and told them that they were literal. And now half the world's stupid.
Sorry, I'm trying to process.
Mhm.
So let me just ask you a question. From what point did you realize that the Virgin Mary is actually, can I be can I speak how the words are? Like a woman's part? Because I'm just trying to be respectful to the TikTok live. We don't know which, whether they have trigger languages. But I feel like
You know, right?
it can be I'm trying to understand your perspective in a way.
Well, it'd be a lot easier if you brought up an image of it and then kept the other image in your head and you can see them line up. It's ridiculous. Even the colors, like every
But
time they draw her, that's the reason why she's in pink and red like that and purple.
so honestly, from my own perspective, I don't believe the images when it comes to possibly Christianity are even closely accurate to the actual people, to be honest. So I guess it's for my side, the reason why I would disagree with you is because it's an interpretation of man, of how the Virgin Mary would have possibly looked like, In text, we don't really have a description. In the Bible, we don't really have a description. We just have maybe features, maybe the skin or whatever. But you have to realize that sometimes the things that you actually see on social media aren't really connected to the religion in itself.
I mean, that's going under the assumption that those stories are real. Some of those
Yeah, if you
people,
put those, yeah.
some of those people were real people, but they weren't called that. They didn't look like that. And those stories are almost wholly and completely inaccurate.
Yeah, because you have to realize when it comes to religion, I feel like it's important for people to. So I'm gonna just put it out in the group chat. You have to realize that when it comes to religion, especially when it comes to Christianity, ask yourself why we have so many different versions of the Bible than other religions. Because
Interpretation.
Christianity and Catholicism and whatever was not only used for religious, it wasn't used for pure spirituality or for pure knowing your God and knowing yourself. It was also used for a political reason. So that's why we have the King James version, we have this version, we have this version. We have so many different versions of Christianity. At this point, I think there are almost 10.
Oh, it's a lot
So
more than that.
from yeah, so my fear whenever it comes to so that's why I've gotten to a point when it comes to religion is to realize the fact that I am not imperfect. I can't be judged to say this religion is wrong, this religion is wrong. Who am I to speak
Right.
for God? You get what I mean? Because there's a verse
Exactly.
that completely says the thinking of man is smaller than the grain of sand of God. People keep on fighting about which other religious view is better, which one is more perfect, or which one is more whatever. But you have to realize that sometimes we are influenced by our pastors, we are influenced by our pope to believe in something. There's a reason why when you go to this Christian religious, when you go to the church, when you go to kindergarten, when you go to religious school, they never tell you the bad part of religion. They don't tell you that the Pharaoh was actually influenced by God to have a harder heart. And in that same context, you have to realize, do we truly have free will? If God can influence somebody to go ahead and be like, okay, don't worry, just be harder. The more harder you are, the more Moses is gonna be like, okay, let's kill these other babies. You have to think of another perspective of your religion. And I feel if let's say we die and maybe there's a heaven, I'm not hoping to die and just die. Honestly, I don't want to be freaking Mulch, to be honest. I feel like I need something better than this. You get? But I feel like we don't even grasp the understanding of religion in itself. If you take Christianity and you think it's actually real, right? And then people normally come up and say, why wouldn't God show us himself? Why wouldn't God whatever? What if God came and showed himself and then we still acted like how Moses was taking the guys to the promised land, where they were seeing manna falling from the earth and fish and bread, where they were seeing clouds being formed and the sea being parted. That's why I say, like, when it comes to faith, it's about believing in something, but not actually seeing the evidence. Because evidence, regardless whether you believe or not believe, is going to show you, it's going to bring out a different perspective from you. So that's why I don't believe in that Virgin Mary thing that you were saying. So that was my thinking. Sorry for talking too long.
No, no, you're good. But
I hear
the
you.
irony in that is that I was literally saying that the things that they're showing you are not real and they're allegory for something else. So all of that comes from ancient spirituality. And our ancient spirituality venerated women and would have respected those parts. So they took a picture of those parts and transposed a woman on top of it and said, okay, here's your image, because they know that image works because it worked for thousands of years. They saw sculptures of it and knew that people were attracted to it. So in your subconscious, you still see it, whether you agree to it or not. Your subconscious still sees it.
So I'm going to give you a different perspective on how colonization actually affected us. So I'm African. I'm not going to say from which country, but I am African. I have sisters and brothers from different countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to realize the way we actually viewed women and men back before we were actually colonized and we were first to work and whatever was completely
Absolutely.
different.
Absolutely.
You
That's
see,
literally what I'm saying.
yeah, but you have to realize that so many different cultures show so much femininity in the objects that they actually create. There are some cultures, like for example, for my uncle, let me just put it out, he's in the West. So we literally have like, I don't know, it's not like it's like a wood carving to help you become fertile. You get what I mean?
A wood carving to help you become.
Fertile.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
doesn't work, but what am I to say? I don't play with African voodoo, to be honest.
ah, that's where you lost me. Because that is
Yeah.
the real spirituality. That's where they took all of this from. Like every story, every allegory, every like meaning where they were supposed to like just give you a story that was supposed to give you meaning comes from those ancient hoodoo, voodoo, all of those spiritualities that don't believe in a God. They believe in spirituality, not spirits, not ghosts. It's communing with your ancestors, but they turned that into zombies and talking to the dead and made us all fearful of it when we should be fearful of what they're putting in our face, because after all, they told us that we weren't even human, but then gave us the keys to everlasting life. And they don't want to be with us here on earth, but they want to spend eternity in heaven with us. This does not make any sense whatsoever.
So let me just put it out. Like, I feel like I really encourage people, especially when they think African religion might be the beginning of spirituality. You have to realize that we did have gods. Every freaking religion in every freaking country, mind you, we're like 47 in my country. So we have 47 other traditional values and we had 47 other gods. Spirituality wasn't just because we were being spiritual. It was the same way as, how am I going to say it? There are some gods you could pray for rain, and there are some gods you could pray for harvest, and there are some gods you could pray for this. You get what I mean?
Absolutely.
But
But
the saddest part is being in the generation I am in right now, I have completely no connection on even how my ancestors dressed. You get? So they wiped up all of that because people are trying to be so Western and people are trying to be so modernized that they
right.
forget the beauty that's within their culture. But like if you guys actually come and you want to see other cultures, I would really, really tell you to go to the Maasais. They are so connected to their culture and you will learn so much more. But the way they actually came forth is apparently the god that actually created them, because they can jump high, it was a nail that was swollen and it busted and then humans came out of it.
You
So
also have
it's
to realize that they've been invading Africa for a couple thousand years. So, like, if you're speaking English, then you're not even speaking the language of the people that made that original religion. So, when you say, "Oh, you can pray to the gods," that your people didn't say gods. They didn't have a word for that. It was the thing that relegated something. The rain comes from something. They prayed to the spirit of rain, not a spirit named Rain that was a man with private parts that could have a conversation with you. It didn't work like that.
But that's where you're wrong. Sometimes it actually works like that. Like, how am I gonna say? I feel like whenever it comes to the future for my children, when we're just gonna sort of like go into this topic, right? You have to realize like how you view religions from a documentary or from what you see in the news is completely different. People never talk about that, you know. There are some cultures in, for example, in Nigeria, for example, if you meet sort of like a medium or it's a spiritual guy who goes and does curses or like removes somebody from a curse, or even in Mombasa when we have like some people like that, you have to realize that sometimes they actually worship a god. So it's a literal, like, you see how you have Jesus on the cross?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a literal, like, wooden figure. Like, it's a literal wooden figure. Many African religions were based out of that, you know? But what I can say is that religion over here is, how am I gonna say, especially when it comes to the future of your children, religion over here isn't as fruitful or as flowery as you think, you know. You see those same pastors that you have in the States that just go and get a helicopter. Now over here it's worse. Plus we have volunteers, plus we have people who normally take advantage of religious people, regardless of whether it's actually going to be African spirituality or maybe Christianity. There are always going to be people who are always going to take advantage of that. So my true spirituality is not to judge, unless honestly, if you're doing some fucked up thing, like honestly, I just gotta say it, you know. But my own thing is like, when I was younger, I played this game, right? And then in playing that game where you have to say one word, and then over a couple of 4 or 5 people hear different things. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
The
there's some
telephone
form of
game.
document. Yeah, the telephone game. So my theory of religion is that religion can definitely travel. Because we had people maybe from maybe like Paul coming to Ethiopia or whatever. But religion, when it comes to speaking, is completely different. For example, if you go to maybe the Quran, they call it, I think it's called, what do they call somebody who might be like Jesus? I've forgotten his name.
A prophet.
Messiah or some a prophet. The prophet, you know, he's really similar to Jesus. But then if you go to like older religions, like how we had Hercules and we had these giants and we had whatever, wasn't it the same thing that was actually talked to Noah himself, that there were so many giants and that's why the earth had to be wiped out? You get what I mean?
See, that's what I'm saying. Like you're talking from a place of using the Bible as history when Africans were there thousands of years before they even thought of those stories. And they literally ripped our stories apart to make those stories. So Hercules and his 13 labors, Jesus and his entire story from 13 years old all the way to 33, and what's the guy's name? Hare Krishna for the Hindu people, and Gilgamesh for some other sort of Middle Eastern people. He had labors, and they're all an allegory for the literal sun going through the zodiac. So if you track Jesus and his miracles and works, the lamb, the lion, the scorpion, he runs into these characters into the Bible because it's an allegory for the sun going through the sky. So at some point, when somebody got a hold of our stories, they started teaching them to people as literal things. But when we taught them to our children, we told them that this is just a story. And when they became an adult, we explained to them the science behind it. So spirituality is absolutely not the same thing as religion. And what we had before is not even a grain of sand, as you referred to, that this is now. This is a snowball that snowballed out of control and is nothing like what we had before. And before is not 100 years or 200 years ago, because they've been invading Africa for thousands of years.
They have. I can't really lie. But like I feel like you have to realize that there's some context of some certain cultures that are really identifiable to their own religion. For example, when you come here in another countries, in so many countries, you get circumcised with no painkillers in the middle of when you are 14, nothing. You get what I mean? But then you get something like FGM, which is also part of African spirituality and what they actually believe in, because they think it's gonna make sure the woman is actually pure or whatever.
Yeah, that's not.
As much as
That's from
it
their
is, it
influence.
is.
That's their
No,
influence.
it's not
That's
from the
not from.
influence.
Oh,
Sorry.
absolutely, it is. King
No, no,
Leopold.
no, no,
Oh, yes. King Leopold came over there
no.
and taught those people that North Africa is completely compromised. That's the whole reason why you call it sub-Saharan. Anytime you call something sub-Saharan Africa, that's directly from colonization. So Northern African is
Sorry.
completely compromised. Completely.
So,
Everything
so let
above the
me just
Sahara
put it.
Desert is completely compromised.
So let me just put it out and say some of it is definitely African culture. Trust and believe.
With
FGM has
their
been there
influence.
before anybody. No, it's not about influence. Trust me.
Oh,
Go
I
look
mean,
at
have you
how
gotten
long.
past the Bible yet, though? Because, like, you keep on making references to the Bible and Nephilim and all of that. Those stories that they got from us are tens of thousands of years old. And you can do your research and find the original stories. You got to keep on going back and back and back, and to a point where you're not going to be able to find anything written. And the only thing that you're going to be able to do is talk to your elders, the ones that
Yeah,
still
that's what I'm
hold
saying.
it.
I have,
That's why they try to
yeah.
eliminate them and keep you from speaking your own language so they can't tell you those stories no more. So Google isn't going to help you. You got to go talk to people.
Hmm.
Okay. Let me just put it out.
Hey,
Sometimes,
y'all, hold on
how am
real
I gonna
quick.
say it?
After
Uh,
y'all get done with this, I'm about to probably shut it down in a minute though. So
We'll wrap it
okay.
up.
So let me just put it out for you. Sometimes you, I think you generalize. There are so many ways that colonization has affected us, right? That one I
Mm-hmm.
cannot deny. But the fact
Mm.
that you're saying that some cultures or some practices that I'm actually saying were actually influenced by colonization, that's where you are wrong. You have no, if you come to Africa, it's not about sometimes forgetting your language or not being able to be taught your language. It's not about how, it's not that your elders can't be capable to do it. It's more of an adaptation or trying to survive tactic, to be honest.
No, they
If you
were
know how many languages
beating
we
into
have,
submission. That wasn't, they didn't just change or like it. They were made to change. So the only
yeah,
country
they
in
were
the
made
whole
to
entire
change.
continent of Africa that has not been colonized is Ethiopia. And it's because of its mountain
Oh, that's why
range.
you're wrong.
Oh,
That's how am I gonna Ethiopia wasn't colonized, but you have to realize when it comes to Western views, they
imperialism
are
isn't colonization. I know exactly
adopted.
what you're talking about. So I stand
Yeah, that's a,
with what I said. That is the only country that has not been colonized. The imperials have shown up long after. Yes, it's imperial influence there right now, but it was never colonized. And it's the only
yeah,
country,
that's okay.
yeah, it's the only
That's
country in
okay.
the
I
whole
mean,
continent that has not been colonized.
yeah, that's okay. That's what I'm saying. But you have to realize that sometimes the influences from where we get from the Western countries still enter into Ethiopia. You have to do realize, to be honest.
Yeah,
Like for
through
example, I
imperialism.
guess,
Sure.
yeah, yeah, I
But
guess
my
I feel
point
like you
wasn't
have a
that Ethiopia was untouched. My point is that there's no place there that isn't touched. So can you honestly say, without talking to your elders in the language that they're supposed to be speaking, that you know the
mm,
history of your people?
yeah, yeah. The thing
So
is, you
you
have to
think your people were
realize
praying
is
to what? Where were your people going before Christianity showed up? Were they going to heaven with Jesus?
no, for example, for my own religion, right? For my own. African religion. We have this name for something that's actually called heaven. But you have to realize that whenever it comes to African religions, it's a completely different
I
perspective.
took it.
Things like heaven and hell have a completely different version. So, what I would tell you as somebody, sometimes what you hear from the media or the general view that you have for African cultures and African countries, it can be completely wrong. Completely wrong for every African culture. I'm telling you right now. As much as some people came and colonized us, we don't really dress the way we're supposed to do. We don't really actually go ahead and do things that we're supposed to do. But it doesn't mean that some of our cultures and religions were not toxic the same way Christianity can be toxic. You get what I mean? I feel like people normally see African spirituality in this form of completely purity and it's clean and nothing goes wrong. I'm telling you, bro, we had wizards. We literally have people. If you come to a place like Nairobi or Tanzania or Mombasa or whatever, you can literally see like a witch or I don't know. It's like a really spiritual person who's advertising a love potion on the pole. You get what I mean?
Yeah, they're
So
taking advantage of people's spiritualities, but that's not always the case. And they're
no, the
using
fact is
religion and
that
spirituality like they're interchangeable when they're not.
so
Religion
when it
has
comes to
dogmas.
yeah, but when it comes to African spirituality, it's both good and bad. Everything has to
No,
have a good and bad perspective. I'm just putting it out. Go talk to everybody. Go do your own research. Go whatever. Trust me. The same way we have how am I going to make it identical? Let me just use the Bible to make it identical for you. The same way we have
that's the wrong thing to use for
Moses
me.
killing. No, it's like something that can make it relatable to you. The same way we have Moses doing whatever, and a thousand or even millions of a whole country of kids had to die. Is the same thing we actually have in African spirituality and the Texas. They're both good people and they're both bad people. They're but good actions and bad actions. So my advice to you is to not just generally think that African spirituality is completely pure. That's not everything has to have a yin and a yang. We
Mm.
have people who are over here in the streets selling portions, not because, and I'm telling you, some of them, their ingredients are actually legit. They follow the texts that their grandmothers and great grandmothers had. You get what I mean? Does it make it right? No, but it exists. But I gotta go. My chicken is marinating.
Said that
So thank you
chicken,
for
nah,
hosting
you gotta
me.
share that chicken before you go anywhere. You
Bro,
gotta
mi
share
niko na
that
njaa.
chicken.
Hakuna kitu nye naweza kusema, imagine ni tu njaa. Sorry, naongea, I'm speaking Swahili, sorry. Sorry. I guess I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
All
The host
right.
was
Yeah,
completely silent.
thank, thank, thank you for stopping through, man.
So I was meeting you, audition, and having a conversation else. I guess I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, and it goes a little something like. Anybody alive in the chat? I don't hear nobody. The chat
Yeah, I'm
ain't
sorry. I
moving.
had to
53
cut out
people.
again. I see she's gone, but like I get it. She's trying to protect her religion and her ideology, and like a lot of her identity is wrapped around the Western world. And it's ironic that I'm over here and she's over there, and she has it deeper in her heart than I do. But actual spirituality isn't about that. Spirituality is about being one with nature, knowing that when you kill a deer, you're not supposed to half torture it to death. You want a clean shot and using all of the parts of that deer. That's what spirituality is. It's not following a list of rules that some man handed you, that he said some other man handed him, that God influenced him to write. That's religion. That's dogma. And we didn't have that. We learned that behavior from them.
Hmm.
So voodoo is not to be demonized. Talking to your ancestors or the dead is not a bad thing. That's where zombie comes from. The Zulu or Zumba. They're trying to like whenever you see zombies on TV, that's why they're always mowing them down like that. That's you. That's practice for you. Anywho,
Okay.
maybe she'll get it one day, but she's still indoctrinated. And they got the northern part of Africa real hard. Real hard. So hard in fact that if you're from Northern Africa and you come to the United States, you can mark white on the census. Did anybody know that? Because you should. They are considered white here, no matter their skin color. If you're from North Africa, you check off that box. The same way South Africans, no matter their skin color, the minute they step foot on American soil and become a citizen, what are they now? An African American. So you got to be careful.
Me myself, should I just let people do them at the end of the day, man? Because everybody literally is entitled to what they believe in, and
I know people want to hold on to the things
we
that their
can't.
mom or grandma taught them that held dear to their hearts, but yes, sir. I don't know. I really want us to like, have our little separate beliefs and all that stuff. But if your belief is inundated and indoctrinated in like, you know, envelope supremacy, then you're gonna have issues and you're gonna come on talking like that. Like voodoo is evil.
Well,
And, you know, I did notice how she sidestepped that point. Most people do when I bring it
about
up.
about the what? What was the point?
If you're less than human, 3/5 of a man to them, if they used you as cattle, why would they give you the keys to everlasting life? Does that make sense? You used to be in the house with them. Your mom would raise their baby. And then once you were free, they hated you so much that they don't even want to see you, but they want to spend eternity in heaven with you.
Yeah, I
Please
don't think it's
explain
gonna
that
be
to
the
me.
same though. I think heaven and earth is two different things,
Yeah,
and
okay.
I
So
think we're
why
gonna
would they
have
give
different
you the keys
mindsets
to
too.
heaven? Why would they get you there? Because all they had to do is not give you that book, and then you would have never made it, right? Because you don't have a personal relationship
No, I
with
think it
that
was
man.
I think it was a it was a time before the book came around and stuff. It's no different. I look at it. It's no different from the history books that we read now. You know what I'm saying? It's just some stuff that been passed down, and we choose to believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? Everybody choose to believe every last thing, even this stuff that you look at your history stuff. I'm pretty sure this information that you got right now, you looked it up from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's why I
Yes,
be
it has
telling
been
people that,
corroborated.
all of us, everybody gonna have their own beliefs and stuff. All gonna have everybody have their own information they done looked up themselves or whatever. And all that stuff can be invalid too because our knowing only goes as far as how much we done live, you know what I'm saying? Everything else has been taught to us. So we don't know at the end of the day, we could say we know the truth and all that, but you know what I'm saying? Your truth only came from your experiences and what somebody told you. Like no different from me. You know what I'm saying? All of us done learn something from somewhere. We never seen all the stuff that happened thousands of years ago. This stuff got told to us. So that's why I be
Absolutely.
like, that's why I tell people that really everybody literally is entitled to what they want to believe in at the end of the day. We can't tell nobody that, oh, you like this because they can do the same exact thing to us. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, my thing is, I tell everybody you can believe in whatever you want to believe as long as you ain't stressing out and you ain't hurting people and all that stuff. That's all that matters and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They might have religions like, oh, then you live this type of way and all that stuff. You're going to go this, whatever it is, what it is. That's you know what I'm saying. But sometimes I look at certain religions. It's called the scare tactic. They do that to get somebody to act straight and stuff. Because otherwise, if we live freely, we don't know self discipline ourselves anyways. You know what I'm saying? So
self-discipline, you know, I
Mm.
realized I made the choice to do that on my own, you know what I'm saying? Because it's teaching me to be more peaceful in life, you know what I'm saying? And showing me a lot of stuff that, you know, all these decisions that I done made is correcting me. And like, otherwise, if you ain't read up on it, you know, just like somebody was mentioning, I think it was you or somebody else was mentioning earlier, that nature gonna correct you either way, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, why we got to go through getting corrected about it when we already got a book that's telling us about what to watch out for anyways, you know what I'm saying? It's telling us like not to, you know, and that's what I figured out in my young 20s. It's like I realized what sin was, and you know what I'm saying? I realized that it ain't how people trying to put it, like if you do these sins it's going to send you to hell and all that stuff. No, it's really all the stuff that's sin and stuff, like okay, they say what lusting and what the gluttony and all that stuff is
Working
stuff
on
that
the
really
Sabbath.
affect us anyways, you know what I'm saying? Gluttony is when you just eat too much and you get, you know, that's why so many big people around here and all this stuff. It's unhealthy for you, you know what I'm saying? Lust, that mean you sitting there, you that's what people getting why they get cheated on and all that stuff or whatever, you know, having sex
You right
before
there. You
marriage.
see it.
Huh?
Like you're right on the precipice of it, but you won't quite say it. So like a sin is it's supposed to be just you're not supposed to do this. Can you self-regulate yourself? Because if you
Yeah.
don't, you become this way. But they
Yeah.
took that and
Yeah.
turned it into a literal thing where you go to a lake of hellfire.
Yeah, and that's that. I don't know. I don't know who put that in it, because even if you look in, and that's why I say that's why I tell people to read for themselves. Because I read the exact same Bible everybody be talking about, but it don't go nowhere how people interpret it. What the heck just happened? What just happened? Sunflower, what's the deal? What you in my room? I feel like a celebrity in my room. What's the deal, Sunflower? How you feeling? But hello, you hear me?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but no, I was saying that everybody got their own interpretation, and everybody I guess they got these bad experiences and all that stuff. And like I said, I learned from myself that it ain't how everybody put it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like how everybody look at it. And it's more of helping us than trying to control us. They say it's kind of control us and all that stuff. And after the whole thing, it's basically just telling us just to, you know, love ourselves, love one another, you know, and love our creator. That's all it's saying at the end of the day. But people trying to make more out of it than it really is. It's not really like that. And that's why I'm like,
I mean,
if people
it
got something to
literally
say
tells
about
you
it,
to
just
stone
go
your
verse for
neighbor for
verse with
working on
me.
the Sabbath, though.
Huh?
I get what you're saying, but it literally says to stone your neighbor to death if you catch them working on the Sabbath.
Show me. You gotta
So
show
that's
me that
not
verse, then. Show me that verse, yeah. Because I'm about to say all this stuff that everybody be saying. I want them. That's why I say anybody that got something to say about it, show me verse by verse so I can read it down. Because
real.
everybody, like I said, everybody got their own interpretation. So yeah, I need that
Well, I
verse
mean,
that
that's
you
your
talking
first.
about.
You got
Because
to read the
that don't
Bible
sound
then.
God like.
Yeah,
I said,
I mean, you just need to read it then. Read it for yourself.
no, I'm saying what verse is that so I can read it. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Give me one second.
Yeah, I'm about to say you saying that's in the Bible. That sounds crazy.
Yes, sir.
But like I said, I realized that sin, and that's like even that. Okay, having babies, or matter of fact, they say what sex before marriage, like that's showing a lot. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sex before marriage, you end up. That's why people got child support right now, going through traumas and all that stuff. They done picked the wrong person and all that. Like all this stuff is in all this stuff. All these scenes is for a reason. You know what I'm saying? It's really. It was warning us. That's all it was doing. But we just so fixed into our wants and stuff that we want to live this type of life and all that stuff. We impatient and all that stuff. You know. Hold on, real quick. Can't hear me. But you know what I'm saying, we be impatient and all that stuff, and that's the main thing that's messing us up because we're not patient enough, you know. Like, and then we get mad at everything else, and then like, oh, it can't be no God, and you know what I'm saying, all this stuff. Like, that's not is true. We really do reap what we sow. You know what I'm saying? That like we got choices. We got free will and all that stuff. We make these choices in our life. You know what I'm saying? We can't sit there and call upon them because our choices we done made was wrong and all that stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was the whole point of why things are written down or why we look at other people is to learn from it so we don't have to repeat that cycle and all that stuff. That's what that's for. You know what I'm saying? So like even at the end of the day, like all these religions, all these, all this belief, all this stuff is trying to connect to the same thing. It's just want us all to really just, help each other, support each other, love each other, and love our creator. You know what I'm saying? And then even I don't know the people that don't believe it, there's a higher being or something like that. My thing is, I don't think we're here by mistake. I don't think we sat here and created ourselves and all that stuff. That's some silly stuff. Like it gotta been something that created all this at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So my it's just be weird, man. It's gonna be weird. And people always trying to look for the worst in another religion to better their religion. I never liked that stuff either. Like, what's the point? Whatever. If you got a bad experience with another religion, that's you that had it with that. You know what I'm saying? Pick something else that's gonna fit you, but you ain't gotta deem everybody because everybody don't think the same way in that situation and all that stuff. Some people like they actually living a better life than you living because out of the so-called, the religion that you failed, that you saying that you talking down on, they having a better family than we got. You know what I'm saying? They, all that situation. Like, I never got the point of sitting there talking down on every other people's belief when they're not the ones complaining at the end of the day. Like, they doing what they can to get to where they gotta go. You know what I'm saying? What's the point? I never got that. That's why I tell people believe in what you gotta believe, what you feel like you need to believe in or not to better your life. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I know our creator, you know what I'm saying, know what we was gonna do. He knew this was gonna happen. We not, like I said, we're not here by no mistake or some coincidence or something like that. That's impossible. You know what I'm saying? That's not possible at all. We just gotta think bigger and be more open minded. Stop being so stuck in just the only thing. Because like I said, which I mentioned before in one of my other lives is that only like I said, I choose to actually believe in the Bible because so much makes sense in the Bible. Okay, but I said that I chose to be open minded overall. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. We know what you're saying. Okay, but I chose to be more open minded and stuff, because even that, like that can get proven wrong. What I believe in not can be proven wrong. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Like I want to just believe in whatever that can better my life. If it's another way of something I can, whatever, it is what it is. Because all we know is what we know. All we know is what we got taught. All we know is how we grew up and all that. We know our truths. We know this only our truths, you know what I'm saying? But only our truths don't mean it's the truth because everybody think they got the truth and all the stuff we did research on and figure this out. We don't know who lying to us. We don't know none of that stuff. We just follow what we feel fit our life. That's all we do. And that's why I be laughing a little bit, not because everybody be swearing they know what they know. What they know, I mean, they know that it's the truth or something. What they believe in is the truth, and swear that it's facts and all this stuff. Like you got taught this stuff. All of us got taught this stuff. You sound muted. No, you should be able to unmute. No, I just muted early because your background was loud and they couldn't hear me. You should be able to unmute. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't think I can unmute you. I can
Let the
only mute you. I
clubhouse.
can't unmute you. Oh, I can do it like that. There you go.
Man, you know what? I'm listening to your assessment. You are 100% correct in your assessment. And here's why you're correct in your assessment. Now, I'm going to tell you something about the Bible. I don't get down on nobody who talks about the Bible or think that there's a belief to it, or whether they don't or not.
Mm.
Because I have to admit that it was the book that outside of the Muslims when I was growing up, that was the only book that I read that spoke to a moral code of living. Okay?
Mm.
I say you're correct in your assessment because Dr. Clark says you're correct in your assessment. Because Dr. Henry Clark taught us that, like for instance, let's just take the Bible out of this thing. Take
Right.
religion out, right? Let's just take away religion. What's wrong with treating your neighbor the way you want to be treated? What's wrong with that?
Exactly.
Any damn way. And what Dr. Clark taught us was the black man, the African, the African was already doing what's in the Bible before there was a Bible. We didn't have a need to call it a Bible or religion because we just knew you don't take somebody's shit that don't belong to you. You don't need a Bible to tell you that. So when I talk to the people who believe in the Bible hard, I say, well, then you must be a hard-headed motherfucker. Because if I got to take the Bible at face value, the 10 commandments, which aren't commandments, there's 72 omissions of purity. It's not thou shalt not kill, it's thou has not killed. You see the difference in that? It ain't thou shalt not steal, it's thou have never stole. You get the difference in that person? If I tell you, Kev, I need you to come to LA. Listen, man, when you get here, dog, that shit you do in Detroit ain't gonna fly. So here's what you're gonna have to do. You see what I'm saying? Man, listen, you can't, the way you treat women there, you can't do it here. You can't covet nobody's wife here. Right. So when you look at the commandments was basically talking to a group of hard-headed motherfuckers. Saying, listen, if you come into this land called Egypt, you can't covet people's wives now like y'all been doing. You only tell a thief, thou shalt not steal. You only tell a coveted person, thou shalt not covet. You only tell that to people who do that shit. So look at all of the commandments that he commanded the Israelites. And basically the commandments are the omissions of the personalities of the people who had to abide by those commands. So if he say, thou shalt not steal, he's talking to a thief. You got to tell nobody who know some don't take nothing that don't belong to you. We already know that. You ain't got to tell me don't steal when I go over Kev's house because I already know I ain't bought nothing in Kev's house. Yeah. And as a father, I would teach my children the same basic life principle. Right. Now, it's a shame for you to practice these basic life principles. I got to create a God and a devil to get you to see something that neither contributes to because it's you that's doing it. I got to create a God-like figure to make you have a heart for humanity, really? I got to create this story to make you, to get you morally in line? That's why I say you're right. Because without the Bible, what you're talking about is still good living principles. Love thy neighbor as you love yourself. You don't even need a book or a religion. You could just start a whole new world with that right there. Well, man, what y'all doing on this planet? Love me like you want to be loved. That's how I do. Now, if you treat me like shit, apparently you want me to treat you like shit. Now, don't think that the book works that way, that it only holds me back and allows you to make me the sucker. No, that's not what the book says do. If you ain't gonna love me the way I love you, then we're unevenly yoked. So ain't no need us even fucking with each other. Flat out. Ain't no need even going. Because you already let me know the yoke ain't gonna be even. That's like us, me and Kev starting a business. Man, Kev, they just want 10 G's. Kev like, shit, I got 8. Well, I got 2. But yeah, I want 50% ownership. I should recognize that Kev is the one who came with the majority of the money, so I should automatically, in my own mind, be happy with the fact that I'm vice president of the company. I would be a dumbass to tell Kev, man, you do as much as I do. I came up with the idea too. But I came up with the main thing that drove and brought life to the idea. So with that money, because you wasn't ready when I was, logically, I shouldn't have to go get an attorney, nigga. Kev shouldn't have to go get the courts involved if we just adhere to the basic principle of logic. Kev bought the majority. Kev is the majority. Bottom line. You ain't got to be saved. You ain't got to believe in God. You ain't got to believe in Jesus. You ain't got to believe in Allah. You ain't got to believe in nobody. You just got to believe that principle. Kev bought the majority of the money. Kev is the man who's going to make the majority of the decisions. So one day I come to Kev and say, look, Kev, can I give you an extra this to get more interest, more say in what we doing? Kev might be like, man, I'm good. But I consider that's where your relationship with God comes in at. I'll consider, what you got? You know, and I got to realize that this is what happens when I should have been more prepared. It ain't Kev's fault that I was bullshitting my life with my money, and when it came to do something great, I didn't have it all. It ain't his fault. But we will put that burden on ourselves. So you're right, it ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing but human interaction with each other. That's why I say Dr. Clark says you're right, because Dr. Clark said that before there was a Bible, black people was already practicing those principles, and we didn't even have a name for it. We didn't have a name for jail because no one went. We ain't had to have no rules because some shit is just automatic. I don't know why ain't to some people. Some people, I guess common sense ain't common. But some shit is what Dr. Clark was saying is just basically automatic to our psyche. We already know if a man married, leave his wife alone. You ain't gotta make a law against that. You ain't gotta put it in no Bible. That's just real shit.
So
Leave that
Numbers
man's wife alone.
15:32 through 36 are the penalty for violating the Sabbath. And also Exodus chapter 31, verse 15 is further punishment for violating the Sabbath. And they're all punishable by death, preferably to be stoned to death by your neighbors. And before anybody comes in here and says, well, that's the Old Testament and Jesus came, and then we got the New Testament, then say that you're a follower of Jesus and only the new part, the new half of the Bible, because according to your book, Jesus came to fulfill the Testament, not to change it. So anything written after his death is a non-result, barring the words that are in red that they say are directly from him. So if you're a Christian and you're following the teachings of only Jesus, then I can respect that. But if you're talking about that whole entire Bible, one of the things that you can go to hell for and be punished by stoning to death is wearing two types of wool. If you wear a wool shirt and some leather pants, that is a sin according to that Bible. So like, let's not play games. Like, you can be a good Christian without that Bible. You can call yourself a Christian. Just recognize that that Bible was handed down by men and is full of dogma to control our people. Everything that we believed in is the devil in that Bible, all the way down to the snake. We venerated the snake. The snake was one of the most important animals in our entire pantheon because we didn't believe in monotheism. We didn't believe in one God. We believed in many spirits that you might call gods now because we lost that language, but they're really just spirits. And we were recognizing that nature is the ultimate and that we're a part of nature. So we even venerated ourselves, but they don't tell you that. They tell you calling yourself as a god is crazy, like Kanye crazy ass. But I mean, there's lots more. There's lots more. If a woman is on her period and she sits on your furniture, according to the Bible, you are to throw that furniture out because she is unclean and that furniture is unclean. And no matter how long her period lasts, she is unclean for 14 days, so you are not to touch her. So if you've ever been with a woman on her period, even if it was a slight drip, oh, it's my period over with. If it was within those 14 days, according to the Bible, the dogma, you are going to hell. Unless you're a
In which,
Catholic and then you can confess your sin and then you won't. But if you're not a Catholic, your ass is over with. Lake of fire.
but you know what, man? But the common mind should tell you to tell the hearer it's some discrepancies with that, especially in a time where like that. It also says that she's to be put up for a certain amount of days, like keep her in a certain quarters and something like that.
Out the
So
house.
I
She
would think,
can't even be in the
right,
house.
in it, right. So I would think the logical mind would say, well, if they didn't have sanitary napkins at that time, I only can imagine the mess that she would make everywhere she went. So it would have made only sense to keep her confined to another place so she wouldn't get blood everywhere if there
Whom?
were no invention of sanitary napkins. I'm
Man,
just saying
Who?
how an
Yeah, I
infinite
get that.
mind would think. Yeah,
I
yeah,
get that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
get it completely. But who? Who didn't have sanitary napkins? Because we did. Whose women
No,
was wearing dresses and would get blood everywhere? Because it wasn't ours. Because our men were wearing tunics and our women were wearing pants. So whose people would have had to throw out all of their furniture? Not us.
right, right.
So
Right.
that
And I
ain't even
said
our
that because
shit.
I would think, because I said that because I would think that that would just come. See, there's some things that's common sense that nobody can outright. You can't outright common sense. And if you try to outsmart common sense, you're going to end up losing. I'm going to tell you
Yep.
that now. You can't lose against common sense. So some things, if common sense ain't there, and I tell black people, leave it alone or take it as face value. Take it as that's just what it is, allegory. That's what Dr. Clark called it,
Thank you.
allegory.
And
You
you were
know,
saying
take
it.
it.
You
so
said it literally. The Moors had to teach them not to live in the barn. They didn't have a barn situation. Their animals were in the house with them
With them.
until the Moors
That's
came over there and was like, hey, the animals don't belong in the house with you. So, of course, their women couldn't be in the house because the animals will lose their goddamn mind. It's
right.
blood everywhere.
But see, that's why when it came to black folks, from my summation, coming out of the Moorish Science Temple, the divisive the tragedy to that is that the divisiveness and the devices that they use to separate you from the information, from all information, that was one of the tragedies, because you have some black people who only know the Bible. That's it. That's all.
Yep.
They know nothing else. They don't know nothing about the book of Enoch. They don't know about the lost books of the Bible. They don't know about they don't know a lot about Jezebel. They don't know a lot
Lilith.
about her relationship with Ahab. They don't know nothing about Jehu. They only know what the preachers have abstracted out of there, and sadly generations have practiced the same thing and never went beyond that canon because they are happy with what they've heard and it suffice for them. So once you're happy with what you heard, it's just like eating. Once you full, you don't want to eat no more, no matter what they bring to you. And then if when you ain't full no more and people try to feed you, the first thing you're gonna do is refer back to that one meal that really made you full. Well, I got somebody who cooked for me like that. They don't we they have divided up the mind so hard with this media and TVs. I think one of the greatest tragedies done to the black mind was that punk ass Alex Haley with that bullshit Roots. I
Yep.
think that next to the color purple, that and the color purple did one of the biggest traumatizing, dealt one of the biggest and most traumatizing blows to the psyche of the black community.
And
because
some truth still slipped through in there, but you absolutely right. Like that shit is mostly garbage. I was just gonna bring
yeah,
up the fact you remember when Kunta Kinte got on that slave plantation and the little kids was right there, and the Uncle Tom was like, "This a African." Why
yep,
you think Africans need to tell Africans that that's an African? Does that make any fucking sense to you?
right.
Because those were
Exactly.
natives telling natives, "Hey, this is an African."
Yep.
So I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
This is weird. I notice everybody when they do come to like, uh, if they go to the Bible, they go to the worst. Always read the worst parts to make it seem like that's the whole entire Bible, though. But so what do you think? What religion you feel like, or whatever, uh, belief or whatever? Which one you think is the most solid one, or that don't have no type of penalties or something bad to it?
That's the trick. There is
Right.
none.
There is
Okay.
There
none. Right.
is
So
There is
what
none.
none.
what what makes your belief though? That's what I wondered. Like where you figure all this stuff out from?
Well,
Common
here's where I
sense and
figured it at.
spirituality.
Common sense, but
Spirituality
common
is
sense
not
not common
religion.
anymore. So what? That's not even true no more. So I was talking about
Well,
that
for
some
me,
lives ago anyway. So we don't even know
It,
what
it
common
gets,
sense is anymore.
you're right,
for
Anyways,
me,
but it gets
for
taught
me,
to you
I
by your
believe my,
parents.
and I
But
believe
if
my
your
eye.
parents, yeah,
you
if
believe
your
what?
parents
Say
were
it again.
indoctrinated, if your
I
parents
believe
were
my eye.
indoctrinated into Christianity, then they can't teach you common sense, can they? Because all they know is Christianity. So it should have been taught to you. But if it can't be taught to you, you have to fight that indoctrination to
You
try
said
to
wait,
find it.
common sense. I thought that's something that they get taught in the world, right? I don't think that's in a book. You got to read about that. I don't know
No,
about
your
that one.
parents teach it to you.
Teach common sense to you.
Okay, well, here's what your
Yes,
parents do.
absolutely.
Yo,
The
okay,
stove
But
is
now
common
hot.
sense not
Come
common no
here.
more. So what is common sense? Common would be something
right.
that's upon the whole world or something like that. That means everybody will be on the same page type situation.
Exactly.
But
And why
everybody's not
isn't
on the same
everybody on the
page.
same page? Why isn't
Yeah. So
everybody
you
on the
can't
same
teach
page?
that. That's like
Well, I would say this. How come, what if everybody is, and because they are, we don't notice they're not. We think they're not. See, sometimes when shit running smoothly, you think it's a problem. If maybe everybody is telepathically, that's why we not bumping into each other like that. Because like that's like they say 56% of black men are fatherless, not in jail, doing good. Well, why you don't see them? Because they're in unison with life. You only gonna see the bad ones because they're in unison with each other
I can,
in thought and process and
yep.
emotion and the whole nine. So maybe we are. And the common sense is something that kicks in every individual at different stages in their life to me.
okay, I believe that section. That's what I'm saying right there.
You know,
This is how your
So that
mother,
means
like I know this,
hold up.
everybody's time.
This is how your
and I'm
mom teaches you common sense. She don't tell you the stove is hot. She let your dumb ass touch the stove. Now you know it's hot. That's
but wait a
common
minute.
sense.
But wait a minute though.
Yes.
Look, I was just about to. But look, I was about to go to that example. But let me add to that example. Me and my older brother tested that example, right? So my brother, he touched the stove, knowing it was hot, but he also knew how long he could stand it before he took his hand off of it.
There we
You see what
go.
I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see
So
the manipulation and what mama told me? Mama told me, don't touch the stove or it'll burn you. But
yeah.
my brother did what the so-called serpent did to Eve. Oh no, it ain't gonna burn you if you keep your hand on it too long. Let
Exactly.
me
So
know
it,
you can touch it. But if it feel too hot, don't get burned, dummy.
yeah.
So my
But
brother
that's
put
what's
his hand
happening
on the
right
hot.
now, though. That's
Yeah,
exactly
exactly.
That's exactly what's
Exactly.
happening right now because a lot of us know that we ain't supposed to sleep with a bunch of women and all that stuff, but we do that. And then what we get out of that? We get sexual transmitted diseases and all that stuff or whatever. I thought
Yep.
that was common sense to not sit there and sleep around with a bunch of people, right?
Well,
You
the
know,
common
Right.
sense part is that
it's
you
so
see
much
them
stuff that
doing
we
it,
do.
so
We
you
eat
don't do it.
unhealthy and stuff. That was thought to be common sense to not mess up and defile your body and stuff and kind of keep sending yourself to the hospital, right? You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So
Well,
if
I
common
gotta
sense
let you know
actually
on
was
that
so
one.
common, people wouldn't be making these mistakes, right?
No,
But
That's
he
why I say that
wait,
common
hold
sense
on.
is not common. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
he
But
just
on that
explained it to you.
dietary,
His
but on the
brother
dietary part,
knew that
but on the
shit was
diet,
right and did it anyway.
It's too much stuff that we do to ourselves to even call
but see,
anything
but see,
common.
but see, I'm gonna tell you, when it came to the dietary, that is something that we as children didn't know. That's something that we had to depend on our parents for when it came to our bodies, because when you 3, you 4, you don't know what the sugar and the candy doing to you. You don't know
Exactly.
what the salt and you now when you grow older, you say somebody put you up on it. Hey, young man, why you eating so much candy? That's why your teeth rot. Hopefully, a
Right.
lot of us didn't know to stop eating a lot of candy until the dentist told us to stop.
Yeah.
They just
If you don't
recently
stop it,
banned red dye number 3 in America. Red dye number 3 has been banned in Europe for damn near 20 years, but they just banned it in America because they just found out it may cause cancer. They knew 20 years ago that it would cause cancer, but they kept slipping it in our food. So even if your mother and father was conscious of all of the other stuff and the dietary things, the minute you go to school and they hand you some candy with red number 3 in it, you fucked anyway. So like
and here,
it's not that
but
common sense isn't common. You have people actively fighting against your common sense. They are trying to slip things under you. Why you think pork is so prevalent in the black community, yet that same Bible that you were talking about says don't touch that fucking pork.
Right. And they
but see
the toxins
exactly,
get
but see
sick off
like
of
with the
it,
red,
and
Motherfuckers got
dye,
gout, high
they put it.
cholesterol, high
yeah,
blood pressure.
exactly.
But
That's
see,
what I'm
here's
saying. A
where the
lot of this
common
stuff
sense
we
factor come in at. The common sense factor come in that there's a label on everything. See
and they
now
don't
how I get back to you. See how now I get back to the person. See,
exactly.
It's the individual, not the people.
it's just like the devil talking to Eve, the so-called
Yeah.
devil talking to Eve. Just like Devil's Advocate with Keanu Reeves and and Al Pacino. The candy, everything is there, and it got labels on it. How many of us literally read the back of the shit we eat? It's rare. It's rare we in them grocery stores looking at the nutrition level, looking at the salt, the sodium level, how much sugar in this, how much
Yep.
salt is in this. We don't pay it. But listen, is it that company's fault that we've been buying a product that got so much sodium in it, it gave us high blood pressure? And they can say, well, we had a label on there. Is it our fault? You never read the label? You don't have
Exactly.
any common sense?
Yeah, it did. Look, another thing is like people like I thought about
You
something
can
Like
as
read
my
the
common sense.
brain
labels.
and
Like, watch
Okay,
this.
but
look, right,
Even
basically,
if even if
like
we
we
taught
know.
you to read the labels, right? Somebody will have to teach you the science behind it too, because carbohydrates, your body
exactly.
turns those into sugars too. So even if you're watching your sugar and you start watching the label, oh, this got sugar in it. Let me cut this out. You gotta watch your carbs because your body is gonna turn the carbs into sugar too. So that's another thing that your mother and father would have had to teach you. That's why
Oh,
it's common sense.
but hold on,
It
but
comes down to
wait a
the
minute.
individual.
Wait, go back
But I
though.
think it's common that people
But
don't
see,
teach
if they
common sense. That's what's common. That's the
right,
funny thing
but think
about that.
about
'Cause
Exactly. But why? You
Kev,
gotta say why
think about
again.
what he just think about what he just said, right? So we read now, we conquer part one. We now reading the back of the label. Now
Mm-hmm.
that's the first step to freedom. Second step to freedom, we recognizing words we can't even fucking pronounce.
Yep.
This product is made out of something I can't pronounce. Common sense would say then research that word so you'll know what you're drinking. See? See, now that would be the next, that would be some, it should be something in you saying, okay, I need to know what carbohydrate means.
yeah,
Why ain't nothing in
everybody.
you saying I need to know what high fructose whatever or mesalalin means? How come we looked at that word and said, oh, okay, and still drunk it? If it said poison, we wouldn't have.
Yeah, and that's all. Oh, that's what I was about. You just remind me too. But one thing is that's common that everybody brain work different and stuff. So that's why we can't tell somebody that they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like we were just talking about earlier that some people get it at a certain age or something like that, or some people don't get it at all. Some people, you know what I'm saying? Everybody
Right.
brain work different. And then it's another thing. It's like the people that we can't tell the people that me myself, I just believe all of us around, because I put my ego to the side and stuff. I believe all of us don't know no better. We just only know what got taught to us. Because the reason why I say that is because as long as you open, you can learn more and more every day in your life. You know what I'm saying? So I've been put my ego to the side on everything on the situation. So I can't even tell you that what did my research on and what I know about stuff is the facts and all that stuff, because I only know. I know my truth, and that's me just put my ego to the side and pride to the side, because I'm still got room for learning and all that. And then another thing is like, somebody had to eat that poison. Like I tell people all the time, or I use this analogy all the time, somebody had to eat the poison first for us to learn from them. Now, the common
Yep.
sense would tell us to learn from everybody else's mistake, but people don't do that. You know what I'm saying? People don't learn from. They look at people do it and they want to experience it themselves. Somebody is gonna be that person that's gonna sit there and try to eat that poison, but eat it from a different angle. Okay, maybe the other person did it wrong or something like that, and still get the same effect. Like they end up
Okay, we all
getting
from the
unalive
hood,
from it.
right? Like we're all black African Americans. I'm thinking we all came up in the hood. Have any of you motherfuckers tried crack before? Because you've seen what it did to crackheads. Have you tried crack? Your common sense kicked in and was like, maybe I shouldn't try that shit. So like it's not 100% for everything. It's degrees of it. So like if you see somebody smoke weed and they have kind of a bad life, but you see somebody else smoke weed that had kind of a good life, you're gonna be like, maybe I could smoke weed and still have a good life. But if everybody you saw smoke crack had a bad life, common sense would be like, I probably shouldn't try that shit. But maybe you're stubborn. You'll be like, hey, well, maybe if I just snort it a little bit, I won't be like the ones that smoke it. So, like, yes, it is on the
Yeah. I
individual,
smoke
but
Okay,
half
there
the
are
way.
some
I
things
got a
that just
golden one for you then. Here you go. Here goes something right here then. Common sense shows that
Yeah,
if you sleep with
I'm gonna
somebody
smoke
nine
half
times
the
out of
rock.
10, you're gonna have a baby, right? And it's 100 people keep being babies by mistake. You know what I'm saying? Ain't that happening, right?
they're not by mistake.
If you
They
don't
know that the
protect
government
yourself.
is going to take care of them.
You're right.
The
So
men
if
are
we use
That's
common
running
sense
and
all
the
for
I'm
that,
women
saying.
are
That's
on
from the
government
girl.
assistance, so they don't care. It's not that they don't know, they don't
yeah,
Right.
care.
They
We're
don't
getting
care.
taken
Right,
care of.
right, right.
But
That's
guess
all that
what?
is.
If the government
Yeah.
assistance didn't kick in, and if the community, black men and black women, every time a black man tried to leave the house with a baby, was on his ass like, you bitch ass nigga, go take care of your kid. You out here smoking weed. You can't smoke weed with me today, nigga. You gotta go take care of your baby. Go get a fucking job. Guess what? People will stop doing
Like
that
we used to
shit.
do. Look, like we used to do back in the day. Nigga, how you got a new car and your baby over there ain't got no diapers, nigga? I talked to Keisha.
Exactly.
Yeah, mama, he over here. Yup, I see his new car. I don't see how he did that. And little Jerome ain't got no uniforms, but I mean, I guess, I don't know. Shit. Man,
Hell yeah,
y'all
we
niggas
telling on you.
clowning.
You're not finna have no
Man, y'all niggas clowning, man.
a
Y'all
side
clowning,
family on
man.
the
Y'all
other
niggas
side of
hate.
town and shit. We finna tell on your motherfucking ass.
Hell yeah, nigga, don't come around me bragging. But see, here's the thing, though. I ain't looking to dime you out. Don't start bragging and expecting me to put 100 on and agree with you. I'm not about to be in your bullshit. So if you're smart, you keep that shit to yourself and come with
Mm-hmm.
what we normally deal with. I don't want to hear about that dumb shit you doing with hoes, nigga. Because if it's dumb, I'm checking you about it. If you doing something stupid, I don't like one of my dogs that mentioned when we was coming up. I ain't know he was slipping Mickey's in girls' drinks. I ain't
See?
know. I ain't even know he was. That's how he was getting it. When I found out, it was like, dog, I'll never be around you and women again because I don't want them to ever think that I'm like that. So when he called me up, yeah, man, I got some hoes over, nigga. Okay, nigga, go have fun, dog. Because I don't know what you done did to them girls before I got there to get them in the mood. I don't even want to be implemented in it. So you gonna stay with do you, bro. I ain't even
Shit
down
will
with that shit.
change. If your guy
Real
came
shit.
around and he was like, yeah, man, I just fucked about 15 bitches this weekend. Damn, boy, you a slut, ain't you? You real hoish, ain't you?
hey, y'all try to be a little bit TikTok friendly real quick. I don't want this stuff getting bananas.
But
My
yeah,
bad.
but
But you get
that's
the
how we
point.
used to do. That's why I
Yeah, cause I
tell
want.
women, niggas, dudes don't tell men about that stuff if they cut like that. Because number one, ain't nobody there. They mama ain't there to stop us. They mama ain't there to stop us. I remember I was talking to a psychiatrist on here, and they was all, they all man hating, talking about old creepy Uncle Joe. Yeah, girl, creepy Uncle Joe. He was getting everybody in the family, and the men didn't do nothing. So I went on real smooth. I said, listen, who did they tell on creepy Uncle Joe to? The mamas, the aunties, and grandma. And
And
if
they
you
hid
notice,
his ass.
Yep, and every time, because every time you tell on one of the uncles to the grandma, the first thing she gonna ask you is, what uncle did you tell first? Well, don't tell Percy, because if Percy find out, he gonna kill. He gonna unalive
And
Joe.
that's, that's what we gonna do. That's why they hide their
Yep,
ass.
yep, 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 yep. Don't
Hey, give
tell
me one
Percy.
second, y'all, man. I gotta see what the new person. Jagger, what's the deal, man? What's up? What you got for us?
What's going on? I was just when they come on here, I hear you was talking about common sense and how you feel like it's not prevalent amongst everyone. But one of the gentlemen said that it's pretty much common on it's pretty much common whenever it's at when it's your time to be at that level. So it's stages to it. In college research, it's a word for it. It's called scotoma. It's like building a scotoma, and it's really the responsibility of your parents to give you the
Right.
guidance for the common sense, and it's building a scotoma. And one of the gentlemen also put that his mom will allow you to touch the stove and say it's hot, but that's building a scotoma, that water is wet, ice is cold, things like that. It's like a scotoma. We all have this thing called a RAS, a reticular activating system that's in the middle of our brain. That line that's in the middle of our brain, that's called the RAS. So that's what separates the right and the left side of our brain. So it's a determined factor from what you want to use the most, the left side or the right side. You want to be creative, or you just want to be a steady track. So common sense, it's within all of us. Are we choosing to use it? That's the whole question. But you can only start using common sense when you're at the level of being able to use your entire brain in its totality.
Hmm.
And it goes, and also it ties into the question that you asked initially about what religion pretty much that you can really trust and stuff like that. And it's really none of them, because
Right.
Thank
another
you.
word for it is religion has been created. It's called Zoroastrianism. All religion falls under that umbrella, Zoroastrianism. You know what I'm saying? And I know I'm not trying to come on here using big words, but these are the things that I've learned throughout the journey of life that I want to share with my brothers, like all of y'all and everybody that's in the chat. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to come on here saying thinking I'm smart and all this. I'm just sharing the information with the family. That's all it is. And that's why I just want to contribute to it. And Cosmos, what's up, dude?
I don't know if he woke, he fell asleep on, he got up and went to work. I don't know. But I got a big question for all y'all then. So I want to know, what's y'all definition of common sense?
Mm.
Being able to receive information in the manner of the time that an event actually occurred. What is your response to what is your response to an event that occurring in your life? How would you handle that?
It's all about
Hmm.
taking in new information, like
Mm-hmm.
that's in front of your eyes. So if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west your whole life, and then you move away and you in a foreign land and the sun seems to be rising in a different spot, common sense is supposed to tell you that your orientation on the earth has changed, not that the sun stopped coming up in the east, and or the sun didn't change, the earth didn't change, your position on the earth changed. That's where your common sense is supposed to kick in. But your
Hmm.
parents are all supposed to be teaching you that type of stuff, like this happens then this happens, or set you up to have it happen. Like if there's a plank on a piece of wood that's teetering and you walk to the edge of it and trip and fall, the next time you see a plank teetering on the edge of something, you're not going to be quick to walk off of it because you know what happens next. The
I agree
result
with
is you falling. But if the result is you getting high or having a good time sometimes, then yeah, you're going to walk that plank.
Or
until
the
you
result
fall.
was you fail, or the result was you fail, but this time you landed on your feet. Now you think you're a daredevil. Now
Right
you
now,
think you
you're
can handle it.
emboldened to try it again.
Yup.
I,
Depending
I,
on
I,
how you
host,
land.
can I want to address a comment that's inside the chat. I think it's from J Love 10211. He stated that so common sense is in stages now. And I would say yes, because when we're a baby, we have a baby stage, we have a toddler stage, we have a teenage
Mm.
stage, and we have a grown up stage. Do your common sense are you coming into this realm with full access to your common sense, or you have to learn the stages of life in order for you to process that information?
Man, and let me blow his mind with this one. Do you know that deers and fawns, they come into the world with a level of common sense already? That's why they can fall out of their mama's womb on all four legs, shake off and bounce with her.
Because they're
No
more connected
nursing.
to nature than we are.
That's
Yep,
that's
no
correct.
nursing,
That's
no
correct.
nothing.
That's it right there.
So it's funny because I'm asked that because I did this before in another live though. You know, it's a difference between common and normal, right?
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think a lot of the stuff is we mix common and normal together because like common would be okay. Say that okay. I don't want to use that because I don't want to be triggering people. I'm about to talk about but
I would think common would be for, like my man said, you in Detroit, and he was referring to the water. So you would think everywhere you go, the water is cool to drink because it's in somebody's house, it's running through their faucets,
mm,
ain't no signs telling us about what's really in the water. So,
mm-hmm,
it's cool, but then somebody might tell you when you go to their faucet, oh man, I don't even drink that water. Here, let me get you a bottle of water. And you're like, wait a minute, you live here. You
mm-hmm,
see what I'm saying? Now,
yeah,
it's common that water running everywhere. But what's the sense? It may not be good everywhere.
Right.
Yep.
yeah, right, right. Yeah, but mm, uh, yeah, I felt you on that one though for sure. Uh, the thing is, I think like I had thought of, I had it before. Basically with common or common sense or just common in general, the word common, it's like well majority, it's a majority type thing, a majority type situation. So if it's common that everybody feels that, say if everybody felt the sky was red instead, it was just common. Okay, it's common that people see the sky as red or whatever. Say it's like that. So that'll be like the common thing between majority, whatever. But then we know it's normal that the sky should be blue. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. It's like something that's natural.
Right,
Like
like
it's okay.
normally
Say
the
it's
sky is
calm,
blue.
huh?
Like, yeah, normally the sky, like you'll say that,
Yeah,
man, normally the
normally,
sky blue.
yeah, but yeah, but it's common that everybody wake up and see it red, something like that. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm,
different between normal and common. Common is like between like the general or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
okay, say
here's
that
the
it's
word.
common that everybody voted on this situation, but it's I'm trying to put it in a
No,
way
you're right.
because
It's common that everybody will vote on this situation, but they normally will go this route.
yeah, something
You
like that.
feel me?
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Basically, so yeah,
Well,
it's a different like so it's normal. It's
like the
supposed to be
word
normal for us
common.
to eat healthy, but it's common that people don't eat healthy. It's something like that. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Yep.
That's what that
Right,
is. Normal is
And
something that goes with your nature and stuff. That's something that's, usually something right. Like we normally
normal is
got one
general.
eye. I mean, we normally got two eyes, but maybe it's common, which I don't know. I ain't gonna say it. I'm just saying, but it'd be common.
But
Say
it's
it be
not
in the,
uncommon that there's some people who only have one. You feel me?
yeah,
And
right.
like, yeah, it wouldn't be a con. Cause now you gotta understand the word common. The first three words is that is communication. It's about communicating too.
Oh, yeah, right, right, right.
That's the beginning of that word calm. So you right in the sense where it has to be taught verbally because you're communicating what you want people to see or
Mm-hmm.
rationalize as a norm.
Yep.
Right.
You
so,
see?
like me and you got glasses on right now. Now, that means genetically we have a predisposition to either not be able to see up close or not be able to see really far away.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to ask why. Is our
Mm-hmm.
genetic. So then you got to
Yep.
look
Right.
at our mother and our father. But then you got to look at their each individual mother and father and what they ate and what they did. So all of that down to us is why we can't see.
Yeah.
So it's
And
Oh, I
not a
then,
like how you
thing.
said that though. Cause
Yeah,
and
so
here
we could
I
say
come.
this, say if everybody wore glasses or something like that. You know, it could be common that we wear glasses, but it's not normal though. That's the difference. Normal would be able to see
Right,
20/20. That's what normal is.
exactly.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
Right.
then that's why you
and,
have to ask why. Why can't
Yeah.
we see? Is it the
Yep.
things that we eat? Who put those things there? Who did something to the environment that changed the animals so that if we eat them, we will no longer be able to see straight? So, like, you just got to ask why, and you'll get there. Like, that's why
and then
common sense isn't common, because everybody isn't born the same way you were born. Some of
Exactly.
them are born
everybody is
with
not
fetal
intuitive
alcohol
like you.
syndrome. Some of
Yep.
them are born with mental defects. Some of
Yep.
them are born chemically lobotomized. And that's the reason why they don't got no goddamn common sense, because they don't have
Exactly.
the ability to.
And
Hmm.
then then you got that person might come in and say, I got glasses, but I ain't blind. I just like them. I ain't never on my sight. I just like wearing glasses.
See?
Right.
I think they make you look smart, and people pay attention to me more when I wear my glasses. So I wear the glasses, even though I can see perfectly fine. But I notice that a motherfucker will pay attention to me a little bit more if I wear my glasses and talk like this. Like, that's all it is.
So
Yeah, yeah,
I have a question to everyone. So we broke down what common is. So is sense normal or is sense common?
well, sense is just what it is. You know how a
I
dog
think
can
everybody
sense.
got their own.
You know, you can sense. You know what? Sense also come with instinct. That's what separates us from the animals. They have instinct. We have
Uh-oh.
common sense, or what we call rationale. See, like an animal got instinct. That's why you got to think like an animal sometimes when it comes to people. Because if you ain't shit, an animal gonna get rid of you.
Mm.
They don't play. You're no good. Get rid of them. Us, we gonna try to rationalize it. Well, maybe we rehabilitate him, get him some classes, let him talk to a couple of people, get the right hand of fellowship at church. He'll be all right. Then nigga turn around and do something even worse. Well, the animal had the right idea apparently.
That's what I'm saying. That's not common sense. That's empathy or something
No,
else. The
I was
reason
saying the
why,
difference. I was saying the difference between us and the animals is our so-called common sense versus their instinct.
well,
And
ours is worse. We're at a
I would prefer,
deficit
right. Well,
because
I
the
would say
animal,
their instinct got it right because if an
yes,
animal like a dog, like you train your dog to keep the wrong motherfuckers out of your house. So your boy come over and he shut up, killer, shut up. Man, hold on, let me put him up. He ain't gonna shut up. Well, that's because killer knows something about that nigga you ain't seen.
Hmm.
That's
female
why killer ain't
dogs
shut up. Killer
can
normally is
smell
shut
and
up when you
see.
say shut up.
They can
See
see
what I'm saying?
defects in the DNA. They can smell it. They can smell it in the poop. They can smell it in the pee. They can smell it in the fur. And they will
That's why
not
they smell it.
have sex with that other dog because they don't want to produce a dog that's defective. Humans
That's why they
don't even
smell it.
got that common sense. We'll
If
look at a
only we
motherfucker that's
did. Like,
clearly
And that be looking, man,
mentally
you
go take
smell
a
like you
shit.
got
Let me take it.
incapacitated.
HIV.
Baby, go take a shit. Go take a shit. Let me smell it. Like, girl, what you been
It will
eating
come
this
out.
week?
It
You been at
comes
the
out in the
hibachi
I
way they
grill.
smell
talk.
that
It comes
gonorrhea.
out in the way they walk.
You was at
Like,
the hibachi grill. You was at the hibachi grill, wasn't you? I
Oh
smell it.
man.
but you can
Look,
though.
you been drinking
But
the
you
Yeah,
just
glue.
but
lost that ability.
I would say we can. Like, I mean, one of our biggest organism is our skin, so we could really smell whenever someone not taking care of
Exactly.
themselves, and you know what I mean.
I smelled
Well,
that
what
a
we
few
can't
times
smell
in my
is they inner. But see,
around
we
people.
can't smell what we can't see. See, dogs can smell what you can't see. That's why they
Yeah.
sniff water before they drink it, because they can smell what we can't smell in water. You see what I'm saying? That's why if a dog can drink it, you can drink it. I don't care what it look like. If a dog drinking it, it could be
Yep.
drunk. Now you might not like what it looked like, and we might not have the palate they have. But if it's wrong, if the dog ain't out of his damn mind, it's not going to drink it. It's not going to eat it because it smells it. It's
I can show
sense.
you an instance where common sense fights instinct. Cats. Cats have been by. I know how people love to say dogs are man's best friend, but it's actually cats, and especially black people. Cats have been with us for several millennials, and they are so trained that They know they can trust the water that comes from humans, but their instinct tells them that if the water isn't moving, don't drink it. That's why your cat paws the water right before it drinks it. It trusts you. It knows the water is good, but it's still going to make it move because its instinct tells it don't drink stagnant water because that will kill you. That's an instance of common sense
Live.
and instincts fighting with each other.
Man, I hate you said that because now you got me thinking about, because I was just in a live debate about if the earth was flat or round. And what you just said proved my point that it's round because water got to keep moving to survive. So if the earth was flat, this would be one big ass swamp.
Yep.
Water has to
Look,
rotate to live.
I always tell people just look at the eclipse, man. That's another thing. You can just see how the moon when it's reflecting. Like if
Not to
you
change the
reflect, you see
subject.
half the moon or something like that. Why would it? You would see a flat little something blocking the moon off. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
wouldn't be
yeah,
able to see
yeah.
them. People don't be
And
thinking
to
about
me,
that.
that's common goddamn sense. All you gotta do is look up to the moon while the sun is behind the earth and you see that fucking shadow. Oh, look, the
Hmm.
earth is round. And that's
Right.
what our people did. 10 to 20 to 30. You know what? Like, I don't even want to go there, but I really think that we've been doing this shit for a couple million years. And we've even, like, reset ourselves several times. It's evidence of it. Like, in the literal religious texts that we be fighting over, the Hindus, the Maharabha, they talk about nuclear warfare and flying machines. And we look at that like, oh, they crazy. That's just crazy religious text. But then we'll read the Bible and be like, yep, all of that literally happened. Their shit makes more sense than that. And
Right,
if you
right.
go over there, they got an entire desert covered in glass. Do you know how you get glass over a desert? A lot of pressure and a lot of heat. And it wasn't no stove. So guess what it was? So when they say that they had nuclear warfare going on 10,000 years ago, I tend to believe them over that Jesus story that literally has no fucking proof.
Hey, host, I'm gonna get off. I appreciate you letting me on your platform to build with you
Oh yeah,
guys.
for sure, man.
I appreciate you guys, and y'all stay blessed and y'all stay safe out there and continue to give the information to our people, bro.
Oh yeah, for
Yes,
sure,
sir.
man.
Now back to that Eve story. Like, how does this make sense? Adam and Eve are in the garden with no knowledge of anything at all, naked. They don't know nothing. The serpent walks up and tells Eve, hey, if you take that apple that God told you not to eat, you'll know stuff again. And then they escape, they get kicked out of the Garden of Eden. To me, that was a escape. They actually know stuff now. They were trapped in the Garden of Eden, not knowing nothing, not being able to do anything, and then the snake set them free. And I'll be damned if the snake, Lucifer, his name means the light bearer. How is the
Yeah.
light bearer, the bearer of knowledge, the bad guy in the story? When God is
Now
the
this
prison warden.
because they want you to look at it from this angle.
Exactly.
God's creation. See, we know about the book of Enoch. We know, like I was talking to a preacher, I said, man, the devil is not responsible for homosexuality. Let's just be real. Stop blaming the devil for homosexuality and lesbianism. He didn't start that. The devil, of course, if y'all word is right, those spirits are of higher intelligence than humans. So high they can manipulate you into thinking you're a woman and you actually a man, okay? So the devil that ain't him. We found out that through the expulsion of when whoever that was kicked them out, certain spirits began to influence the human mind and introduce ideas to the human mind. They wasn't finite, so they couldn't touch you. So they introduced the idea and the thought to your mind. That's why we call them mediums. They begin to corrupt the creation. That's how the angle was. Now, when you look at the fight, there was a fight in heaven. And they say that Lucifer, the bearer of the light, the morning star is what they called it. So if you the morning star, you must be the shit. They tell you all about his gripe, but they don't tell you the reverse side of the gripe. So I directed people to go to the book of Job, where you see the devil, so-called devil, having a conversation with God with three angels of all places in so-called heaven. This was after the expulsion. That's why he was able to talk to God about Job. God say, oh, everybody fucks with me. The devil say, have you ever tried Job? Now, how would the devil have access to talk to God, and why would God kick him out then grant him access in there to present himself to him? They say the devil is supposed to go to God accusing you every day. He's at the throne. Oh, he's at the throne every day accusing God's children. But I thought he was kicked out.
It
How
seems
is
like
he?
they're damn near on equal footing.
Right. How is it that he kicked out, but going to the same place he kicked out every day, accusing me? You
It's
see,
just a
but the
copy of
common
the
sense.
story, Anki and
Yeah.
Enlil.
Right. Exactly.
That's
It's just a
God and
copy,
Lucifer
as Dr. Clark said, a carbon copy of a carbon copy.
of a carbon copy.
Man, the damn word Bible ain't even in the
Yo.
Bible.
It's just book. It's Greek for book. It's called Biblios, but
Yeah,
it's a
come from a city
mistranslation.
called Biblios.
Yeah, they just call it the book. That's why they call it the good book. Bible means book. It don't mean holy book. It's Biblios, book
Yeah,
in Greek.
that's all. So what they did, and I had a talk with Father Jack Eggleton of the Evangelical Society of Michigan one day about this. I like to mention these white folk names, so when other white folk even talk about them, they can go research. Hey, Jack, yeah, I heard a guy on live. He said he met you. Yeah, Father Jack Eggleton. And I asked him, I said, man, what would people do if there wasn't the concept of God and Jesus and the devil? He said, we would go crazy. We need a concept. What would we do without it? What would niggas do on Sundays if church didn't exist? Now, half of them already stay home. What would happen if that whole concept wasn't there? What would niggas be doing? Everything we got to this day is based on our walk with God. That's why my preacher used to say, how am I to know who's God's man and who's not God's man when the dope man has a Cadillac and so do the saved man? Who am I to know? I mean, who am I to tell the difference? Look like they look like you say, equal powers going on here. Well,
You
I
can't
got
know
my
one without the other.
man. What's a storybook without a good villain?
Exactly.
It's boring. It's boring. So I asked him, without the concept, what if you told, because even in the Bible, he tells you eventually, even in the book of Enoch, that everybody goes. Why do we harbor this? Because whether we know it or not, this religion, thought, controlled thought, is the most effective way to control a person forever.
Thank you.
Because without that thought, what could we do with them niggas? They will be thinking about something else. So keep them thinking like that for at least 50 to 60 years of their life. And they will never want to know more because they believe where they're going has it all.
Yep.
See? So it's, and man, I mean, real shit, we having this conversation. Like real niggas, like I'm like, man, because I mean, I know what I would do because it's what I'm doing now. I said, but I get why religion is there. Because
I get by
without
at
that
work.
checks and balance, without that checks and balances, without the fact you thinking, man, if I don't stop cheating on my wife, I'm gonna end up in hell. You might end up giving your wife HIV with your
See,
reckless behavior.
you almost
How come
you're on the
you
you like on the edge of getting ready to contradict yourself because that means your family will check you. What would you do? Get your ass whooped by your uncles and your brothers
yeah, I
that
mean
got the sense
you
to
get
be
it
like,
like
hey, stop doing that shit. But that's not right though. That's like
oh yeah,
against the
exactly.
laws of God, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you,
But now for the
it's
man
all
who
about
don't believe, now for the
accountability.
man who don't believe that, but hey, look, the niggas who don't believe that, oh man, I'm fucking everybody. I don't care. I ain't got no God to put me in hell. Oh, I thought you said bow.
Hey, I'm about
Yeah,
to shut
yeah,
it
yeah. I
down,
ain't got
man.
no
I'm
God to
tired.
put me in hell.
About to shut it down, man. Y'all said y'all at work and stuff. Well, I think both y'all at work, ain't y'all?
I just came home from work.
Oh, okay.
I
6-4, you at
sped here.
work?
I sped here trying to get to that goddamn Bible verse because you was like, "Oh, you need the Bible verse." I was like, "Okay,"
I read it though. I read it.
and there's
I
plenty
had to
more
see
like
it, but
that.
of course, you already said it already. It was in the Old Testament, so yeah. I know there was so much stuff that happened back in the Old Testament.
But that's the
All
thing
of it.
about it.
I said it, everything in there is for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So it
Uh
was
huh.
a time, and even throughout the Old Testament, it did say someone was coming to basically save all of us. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, as a human, we wasn't gonna be able to do all that ourselves. Because even like we're living life now, we be trying to live it right and stuff, but wrong comes about, and then we got to learn the hard way. So.
Even
Uh,
that verse, even the verse about homosexuality in the Bible was changed by Paul because he was a Greek man, and the Greeks loved them some little boys. So if you look in the Hebrew version of that verse, it says, "Man shall not lay with boys." It was about being with children, not men being with men. It was about not fucking around with children. But Paul was a Greek man and he liked little boys, so he changed the boy to man. And literally every religious scholar understands that now. Like you don't even got to do but a half an inch of research to like find that out. But people base their whole life off of persecuting fucking gay people behind that verse, not knowing what it means in Hebrew. It's about fucking children. It's about mm, it's about them pedos. I'm not gonna say the real word because that'll probably get me banana too. That's what it's really about. It's
but
not about homosexuality. But
uh,
Paul was a Greek man that loved little boys. That's where the little drummer boy comes from.
yeah,
And
but
that reached
sound.
all the way to America. That's why they used to have a little boy carrying a flag at war. During the Civil War, they were doing the same thing to that little boy that was carrying that flag and that drum. Because that Greek um psychological information about chi that they got from the Chinese. So the Chinese taught the Greeks that if you lay with a woman, she'll steal your chi. But the Greeks were like, oh, well, if you lay with a man, you'll probably get back your chi. But if you lay with a little boy, you'll probably get back even more chi. And then they ran with it. And then America did too. So that's where you at right now.
Hmm. But yeah, I gotta
That's why
call
it's
it.
so
I
prevalent
got
in
to call it,
America.
man.
You better, because it get deep.
You're right, because I
Because
gotta
the shit does
refresh,
not
man,
stop.
tomorrow.
I'm
But
telling you.
man, I had fun with you guys, man, and you know what I'm saying. Thanks for coming here and getting some stuff going, opening people's minds and stuff. You know what I'm saying. So, but I catch y'all though.
Yes, sir. Stay
For
safe
sure,
out
man.
there.
Yeah, for sure, man. Same here. Same to you, man. All right, Eric. Yeah, all right, everybody. People, if they're not following, go ahead, follow now. I'll be on later. You know what I'm saying? I'll give y'all a couple seconds to do that. And I might be on them later today. I don't know. I might take a break and get back on Monday. I don't know. But I guess nobody. And we got ghost watchers and stuff. So all right, I'll catch y'all. 12 viewers. Let's say 12 viewers and 48. This thing all off.